Under the full moon, graves are scattered across the fields beside the ancient road. Donyuan, Zhaotu outside Pingyang City. The summer breeze blows, the willows on the road rustle, and the white silk on the graves flutters. On the ancient road, Yimu, with a jade flute inserted diagonally on his waist, rides a nine-tailed white fox and walks leisurely while chewing meat sandwiches. The giant willow on the side sways with its branches and suddenly stretches out a few willow branches, attacking him like a poisonous snake. Yimu curls his lips and smiles, and the white fox under him turns his head instantly, opens his mouth, and inhales deeply into the giant willow. In an instant, the towering ancient willow that requires two people to hug withers and withers at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turns into dust and dissipates with the wind. The willow trees on both sides suddenly tremble with branches and rustle, as if trembling in fear. Ding! Merit 5, current merit. 93, 21 realm. Gathering, Chi grade 9. Not bad. Pick up another 5 points of merit. The contract demon is awesome. Yimu was in a good mood. After finishing the last bite of meat, he reached out to Shi Lu nearby and raised his eyebrows. Shi Lu trembled and shook her branches, respectfully offering a toothpick made of green willow branches. Sensible. Yimu took it with a chuckle, picked his teeth, and looked at the outline of Pingyang City shrouded in black clouds in the distance, feeling worried. Alas, the demon fog is so thick, I'm afraid it will be difficult to earn merit tonight. He patted the white fox under him, the female demon emperor demon. Your Majesty, if we take down this city in front of us, it will be the 10th one. Yes. Then does your Majesty know how many demons there are in this city? I don't know. Does your Majesty want to massacre the city or judge it this time? Judge. Okay. Yimu sighed and became even more worried. It's really troublesome to choose judgment every time. How much easier it is to massacre the city. You only need to behead the demons and evil spirits at the same time, which is straightforward. However, blind killing will offset some of the merits. If the demon emperor was not his bedmate and they practiced together to earn merits, he would not want to take on such a thankless job. 3 years ago, Yimu inexplicably traveled to this bizarre world of cultivation where humans, demons, and puppets coexisted and fell into the bed of the female demon emperor. The system gave him a novice task, to get a novice gift package for the first contract with the demon clan. In order to receive the reward, he saw that the female emperor was unconscious and made a prompt decision to take advantage of the demon's illness and sign a demon contract. The gift package was indeed generous, with a ghost flute and a ghost flag, which could command thousands of souls, ghosts, and corpses with the same strength as him. It also gave him the holy body of living beings, which could communicate with the spirits of all things, observe the origin of life, and transform the power of nature for his own use. I had thought that I would live happily ever after, but I never thought that the Empress was besieged by the powerful cultivators of Donyuan and lost all her cultivation. Only by practicing with him could she temporarily gain magic power. In order to improve her cultivation and avoid being hunted down, he and the Enchantress slayed demons and monsters together. Such a classic start. And he worked for 3 years without rest. Due to the limitation of strength, progress was slow. 3 years, 9 lower cities, 90,000 merits, barely promoted from the first level of Qi Gathering to the 9th level of Qi Gathering. Above Qi Gathering, there are condensing sea, refining Qi, washing sea, dividing spirit, true immortal, immortal emperor, great emperor. Each realm is divided into 9 levels. When will the long road of cultivation end? It's not that there are no benefits. The Empress fell in love with him over time and was quite obedient to him. As the saying goes, the fox fell into the plain and became a mount. He rode during the day and at night, and his life was quite comfortable. Yimu stretched comfortably, lying on the soft back of the fox, admiring the starry sky. While he was swinging his legs happily, the Enchantress under him suddenly stopped, turned his fox head, and narrowed his red eyes. Behave yourself, it's very heavy. Oh! Yimu also knew that he had gone too far and hurriedly straightened his sitting posture. The Enchantress then started walking again, stepping on the bluestone road with her fox claws, heading towards Pingyang City under the black fog. About half an incense stick later, the outline of the city wall was clearly visible, and Yimu patted the back of the fox's neck. Your Majesty, we are almost there. Why don't you take a rest first? I can just lend you some magic power. Yimu, You. The enchantress under him suddenly stopped, and her 9 foxtails exploded like a peacock's tail. And she looked back in shame and anger, showing some reluctance. Your Majesty, although Pingyang City is a lower city, there are many demons. Your Majesty, you don't want to watch and let me judge alone, right? No, it's just here. The enchantress looked around, her face showing embarrassment. Yimu knew it was not appropriate to be in this wilderness. However, he was prepared and took off the space bead on his neck and shook it. This was a token given to him by the Empress. It could be used for emergency treatment and rest. Okay. The enchantress turned around, and a beautiful woman with a perfect figure and cold beauty stood tall in the flowing light. Recently, there were always cold beauties. Yimu was a little bored. He played with the ghost flute and shook his head. Too ordinary. Change one. The enchantress turned around again helplessly and turned into a big, beautiful demon with fox ears and 9 tails. The fox ears trembled slightly, and the 9 snow tails swayed behind her. She said seductively, "How is it? Your Majesty still understands me. Cosplaying a beautiful fox demon is fresh." Yimu raised a sly smile and quickly jumped onto the treetops with the beautiful fox demon. The space bead was hung steadily on the branch, and the 2 shadows flashed in. The space inside the pearl is a different world, with 6 sides as transparent as crystal, and the outside world can be seen at a glance. The interior furnishings are all available. When walking to the bed, the enchantress reminded, "Quick battle, don't delay the business. Your Majesty, don't worry. When have I ever let you down?" Yimu picked the person up and landed steadily on the brocade quilt. Curtain. Although the outside world can't see the situation inside the pearl, the enchantress is still shy, with slightly red cheeks. "Yeah." Yimu smiled and nodded, and put down the bed curtain in a well-behaved manner. Not long after, a blushing sound came from the tent. Half a minute later, a man and a fox appeared on the ancient road again. Under the moonlight, Yimu was full of smugness. Although he had limited time, fortunately, there was no limit to the number of times, so he could practice slowly in the future. The most urgent task is to take Pingyang first, earn merits, pass the Thunder Tribulation and advance to the Ninghai realm, and then get the system promotion reward. When they walked 1 mile outside the city, the man and the fox hid in the dark tacitly. Yimu closed his eyes slightly, releasing the spiritual consciousness that belonged to the living body, and probed into the city like ripples. Pingyang City was shrouded in black fog, strange and silent. It was past midnight, and every family had turned off the lights and went to bed. The closed doors of every household were covered with yellow talismans to ward off evil spirits. A gust of night wind blew by, making a rustling sound. "It's dry. Be careful of fire." The hoarse voice echoed in the empty street. In the black fog, a wisp of cold wind blew by, and the hunched night watchman shivered. "It's so cold, it looks like there will be heavy rain tonight." The night watchman didn't notice that the black wind quietly drilled into the deep alley. Yimu caught it, and the black wind condensed in front of a sleeping little beggar. It turned out to be a demon with a rat head and a human body. The demon showed a strange and greedy smile, licked the white fangs with a slender rat tongue, and bit the little beggar's neck fiercely. The little beggar woke up in severe pain, but he didn't even have a chance to struggle. His body shrank quickly and turned into a mummy in the blink of an eye. The rat-faced demon licked the bloody fangs, turned into black wind again, and disappeared into the depths of the dark alley. It seems there is a rat infestation. Yimu didn't chase him anymore, and turned to the charity cemetery, the deserted house, and other places where beggars gathered. In the corner, thick fog filled the air. Many beggars were knocked unconscious by the rat demon in their sleep. And black-haired rats, as big as wild boars, were running around. Some sucked people's essence and blood like the demon just now. And there were also lower-level rat demons in groups of 3 or 5, digging people up and sharing them for food. Bloody and terrifying. Because of his low cultivation, Yimu's spiritual sense could only reach 2 miles, and he couldn't even reach half of the city area. Even so, the scene he saw was shocking enough. The piles of corpses in the charity cemetery indicate that there is a plague. This must be the plague that the rat demon brought deliberately. The old, weak, women and children are their favorite prey. Every time they devour a person, they can steal some luck and the meager merits on their bodies, so as to improve their cultivation. Such a large-scale hunting action must be controlled by an organizer behind the scenes. It is estimated that it will take some effort this time. Of course, there will be no less merit after the success. Retracting his consciousness, the enchantress beside him asked, "How is it?" Yimu smiled. "It's not optimistic. Let's enter the city first." "Okay." The enchantress responded, raised her slender hand, and a light pink smoke rushed out like a spirit snake. The smoke seemed to have eyes, dispersed in several strands in the air, and climbed up the city wall silently. The soldiers guarding the city fell to the ground before they could react. After confirming that there was nothing left out, the enchantress flashed and drilled into the space bead around his neck. Yimu also took off the ghost flute from his waist, leaped like a night owl, and flew to the top of the city gate tower. Chapter 002. With the presence of the True One, what is there to fear? Yimu gently descended upon the city tower. The wind chimes beneath the eaves ringing out in a cacophony that startled the elderly watchman. He looked up, shivering in trepidation. As the copper gong slipped from his grasp and clanged to the ground, the lantern tumbling aside, before he turned and fled in haste, Yimu touched his nose, pondering whether such fear was truly warranted. Was he not merely a handsome man with a kind heart, often engaged in noble deeds of vanquishing evildoers? Why, then, the instinct to flee upon sighting him? Ghost. The Ghost King has arrived. The old man's scream pierced the night sky, rousing the avaricious rat demons. In an instant, the city was in uproar, a black tide of giant rats surging forth as if to escape the confines of the town. Realizing the impending chaos, Yimu swiftly cast the soul banner, hurling it forcefully onto the rooftop. The moment the black banner embedded itself, a transparent barrier rose from the city walls, enveloping the entire town. This was the unique ability of the soul banner. Once the barrier was established, creatures of lesser realms were permitted entry but not exit. Yimu referred to this tactic as closing the door to beat the dog. The corpulent giant rats collided with the barrier, squeaking in panic as they scattered in all directions, desperately seeking concealment. Once the encirclement atop the tower sealed, Yimu raised his flute to his lips, producing a haunting and eerie melody. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through, causing the wind chimes to dance wildly. Tendrils of black mist surged forth from the soul banner, transforming into countless malevolent spirits that descended upon various corners of the city. The vengeful ghosts retaliated with ferocity, tearing the rat demons asunder, leaving no soul unscathed. The anguished cries of the rat demons echoed throughout Pingyang City, awakening the slumbering populace, whose terrified or jubilant voices resonated from every doorstep. After a mere quarter of an hour, the rat demons were entirely vanquished, and the flute's melody gradually faded, marking the temporary cessation of the demon hunt. Yet, this was merely an appetizer. The true judgment had yet to commence. Gazing upon the now tranquil Pingyang City, Yimu's brow furrowed in distress. The city was besieged not only by rat demons but also by a myriad of other malevolent beings lurking in the shadows. High-ranking demons frequently donned human disguises or usurped mortal identities, stealthily mingling among the populace. They either yearned for the warmth of humanity or harbored sinister intentions. Just as humans possess both virtue and vice, so too do these creatures, to accumulate merit and enhance their cultivation. Benevolent demons would assist mortals in forming connections or take human form to fulfill the dying wishes of the deceased. Conversely, malevolent demons resorted to murder, plunder, and deceit, seeking to replace their victims. Moreover, some cultivators, in pursuit of rapid advancement, indiscriminately slaughtered demonkind, seizing their essence. The dichotomy of right and wrong, of good and evil, required meticulous judgment. Yimu lamented the complexity of such matters, yet for the sake of merit, he had no choice but to sound the ghostly flute once more. The melody of the judgment tune rose and fell in urgency as dark clouds on the horizon became tinged with crimson. Threads of black mist erupted from the soul banner, transforming into wandering spirits that permeated walls and entered homes. "Ghost, do not approach. Please spare me. Mother, I am afraid." The heart-wrenching cries resonated from every household, as lights flickered on in a multitude of homes, casting various hues. Ordinary candlelight signified the absence of malevolence. A soft golden glow indicated individuals or demons blessed with merit. The eerie blue light signaled wickedness, while the blood-red glow represented the gravest of sins. As the melody concluded, half the city's lights shimmered with shades of blue and red, resembling an ocean of transgressions. Why were there so many? Yimu's brow knitted even tighter. Should the trial extend into the dawn, the opportunity to transcend into the condensing sea realm during the stillness of night would vanish. Yet forgo the trial, and one shall not earn merit. Thus they must persevere. The multitude of spirits, upon command, seized the nefarious offenders, and brought them to the city gates for judgment. At Night Mu's decree, the doors of a residence, aglow with azure and crimson sparks, swung wide open, revealing a procession of various demons and cultivators, all kneeling in unison on the street. Observing from above, one could see an array of creatures, ox-headed, horse-faced, serpentine-bodied with swine snouts, and others with sheep heads and wolf tails, each adorned with malevolent auras, unmistakably villains of the highest order. Some glared defiantly, while others bowed their heads in resignation, their voices muted by the spirits enforcing silence, reduced to muffled utterances. Most prominent among them was a serpent man, his entire form cloaked in black scales, with a serpentine tail, alongside a garishly dressed young nobleman. Both were of the 9th rank in Qi gathering, exuding an overwhelming bloodlust, clearly steeped in wickedness. Today is fortuitous. Should the trial be concluded, merely by dealing with these two, one could ascend to the condensing sea realm, and with the remaining miscreants. Reaching the second tier of the realm would pose no challenge. Night Mu chuckled softly, gesturing with his hand, inquiring, "Do you acknowledge your crimes?" As the restraints were lifted, the serpent man was the first to sneer. Acknowledge crimes? The survival of the fittest is the natural order. From where does guilt arise? With a leader emboldened. The other offenders echoed his sentiments. Indeed, why feign moral superiority? Is not the path of cultivation fraught with such realities? They scoffed, questioning how mere 9th-rank cultivators dared to proclaim judgment, as though they were embodiments of the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao itself turns a blind eye, who are you to meddle? Those unwilling to submit unleashed a torrent of curses, igniting the streets in chaos. Night Mu anticipated this reaction, and their words held a semblance of truth. In this realm, the slaughter and usurpation of fortune is indeed commonplace. Were it not for the pursuit of merit, he would scarcely deign to engage with such rabble. Thus, let the souls perished by your hands serve as judges. Souls? The serpent man hissed mockingly. If you possess the courage, come down and face me. I have slain countless foes. With a single lash of my tail, I can send you spiraling into oblivion. Bah, the young nobleman chimed in. As a cultivator, you consort with phantoms, practicing such wicked arts. How shameful for our kind. Dismissing their disdain, Night Mu paid them no heed and once more raised his flute. The summons for souls resonated, and the winds howled around the city, rousing tormented spirits from their solitary graves, as if responding to a military command. They surged toward Pingyang City. In an instant, the sound of wind chimes filled the air as dismembered souls burst through the walls, encircling the long street, leaving no avenue of escape. The spirits fixated on their former enemies, their eyes ablaze with wrath, their fangs dripping with a chilling aura, each one yearning to rend their tormentors to shreds and devour them whole. Yet, the soul-binding ropes emitted from the spectral banners ensnared them like chains. And no matter how they struggled, liberation proved elusive. Release me. I shall tear this beast apart. They deserve 1,000 tortures. The souls howled, baring their fangs in fury. The cultivators along the street, witnessing such a spectacle, turned ashen, half of them bowing in fear, beseeching forgiveness from the vengeful spirits. Only the serpent man and the young nobleman remained undaunted. Night Mu, is it? I have heard your name in whispers. Dare you descend and exchange blows with me? The serpent man's tongue flickered, spewing venomous spittle. Yet a few lingering souls, engaging in supernatural antics. What urgency compels you? I, the young master, shall witness your true capabilities. With an air of confidence, the young master in splendid attire unfurled a multitude of talismans. Upon seeing this, Yi Mu smiled. Clearly, he was well prepared, and thus, he would not hold back. To all vengeful spirits, avenge your grievances, settle your scores. With a mere wave of his hand, the thousands of soul ropes instantly slackened, and the spirits surged forth like a black tide, rushing towards their respective foes. Please, no. I was wrong. Spare me. Don't come any closer. I'll bow an apology. The streets echoed with wails of despair, as many deeply sinful cultivators were pinned to the bluestone pavement by 3 to 5 vengeful souls. Devoured mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to mere skeletons. Those who were not deserving of death or held benevolence in their hearts spared some mercy, yet were left maimed and writhing in pools of blood. The spectral flags rustled ominously, should they discover any particularly malevolent spirits driven by overwhelming vengeance. They would forcibly drag them into the banners for imprisonment. Thus, the grand retribution commenced, with only the serpent man and the young master in splendid attire rendered a forbidden zone. The souls they had wronged dared only to hover in the air, trembling in their resentment, reluctant to take action. How could this be permitted? Yimu tugged at the soul ropes. This opportunity for vengeance was singular. And with the true form present, what was there to fear? With his proclamation, the multitude of vengeful souls cautiously surged towards the two, though all were timid. Their sheer numbers overwhelmed the serpent man and the young master, who soon found themselves ensnared by 100 spirits. Begone! You could not best the serpent lord in life. And in death, do not even think to succeed. The serpent man flicked his tongue and lashed his long tail, repelling the vengeful spirits. The young master, seizing a talisman, cast it at the approaching souls. You refuse to reincarnate? I shall scatter your souls. Neither displayed fear. Instead, they grew more resolute. And the spirits found themselves at a disadvantage, their ethereal forms shaken and retreating. Yimu's frustration ignited. How infuriating, such obstinate foes. These spirits were nothing but weaklings. Utterly ineffectual. Though he could subdue the two who were at the 9th level of energy consolidations, he desired to conclude matters swiftly and must call upon the enchantress for assistance. Thereafter, he would confront the city lord. If he were to deplete the enchantress's power now, he would need to replenish her strength along the way. He remained indifferent, yet feared the enchantress might refuse. Thus, he resolved to act decisively. As Yimu prepared to summon the legion of ghosts with his flute, a white-bearded elder wielding a whisk suddenly descended from the heavens. With the azure flute in hand, atop the solitary moonlit city, the flags rise, revealing myriad spirits, punishing evil without desire for fame. The elder's voice resonated through the air as he stood aloft upon entering the city, glaring fiercely. Alas, you tread the path of evil. Yimu. As a human cultivator, you practice the arts of the undead, allowing malevolent entities to disrupt the world and shatter the balance of yin and yang. Today, I shall act in the name of justice. Chapter 003. The stubborn old Taoist in a rush? Are they out of breath? Where did this old fellow come from? Nightmu furrowed his brow as he observed the old Taoist suddenly wave his dust brush, causing a brilliant golden light to erupt behind him. Those capable of traversing the void, those in the sea condensation realm, their ranks unknown. Nightmu could not discern the old Taoist's cultivation level, but from the abundance of merit radiating around him, he must be at least above the 2nd tier of sea condensation. What on earth? I have stealthily attacked 9 small towns, usually engaging in minor skirmishes in the dense woods, and suddenly my name is spreading far and wide? First, it was the night watchman, then various demon entities, and now even an old Taoist from the sea condensation realm has come knocking. Is this what it means to gain renown? Taoists are known for slaying demons and eliminating evil. The vengeful spirits and small ghosts cowered behind him, afraid to show themselves. The monsters on the street trembled in fear, the snake people included. Only the young master in splendid attire seemed to see his savior, shouting loudly, "Taoist, please see clearly. Such vile practitioners do not deserve to be human. They must be swiftly eradicated." The young master's words ring true. As a man of the righteous path, I shall certainly eliminate such wickedness. The old Taoist nodded, his robes fluttering as he dove downwards. With ill intent approaching and the judgment interrupted, Nightmu felt displeased and interjected with his flute. "Taoist, please wait." The old Taoist paused in midair, genuinely stopping. "What words do you have?" "No words of farewell." Nightmu gently caressed his flute and inquired, "You speak of evil paths, but I simply wish to ask, what constitutes the righteous path, and what is the evil path?" Slaying demons and eliminating evil, upholding justice is the righteous path. Those who assist tyrants and harm their fellow practitioners, those who practice malevolent arts, are the wicked. The old Taoist replied with righteous fervor. Nightmu chuckled upon hearing this. If that is the case, every deed I have undertaken is for the sake of quelling violence and upholding virtue. How can it be labeled as evil? The old Taoist frowned, retorting, "You are grasping at straws. I have already stated that you practice ghostly arts, which is irrefutable evidence." "Huh, it seems he is quite obstinate." Nightmu shook his ghost flute, countering, "The arts of the world bear no inherent righteousness or wickedness. It all depends on how one employs them. I act with a clear conscience. Where then is this talk of an evil path? Nonsense. I am disinclined to debate with you. Behold my prowess." The old Taoist flicked his dust brush, unleashing a tempestuous force. Goodness, not only is he stubborn, but he is also impatient. Nightmu lightly tapped his toes, gliding away like a swallow, narrowly avoiding the fierce strike as he reached the corner of the city wall. From this, it was clear that the old Taoist possessed considerable strength. If a battle were to ensue, Only by teaming up with the Demonis would there be a chance of victory. However, there were still ways to navigate this. Stubborn individuals are often fixated on their actions. He intended to engage him in a thorough discussion. Seeing the old Taoist retract his dust brush and prepare to strike again, Knight Mu raised a hand to halt him once more and spoke loudly. Taoist, I am indeed here to punish the wicked, yet you hinder my efforts. Is this not aiding tyranny? The citizens of Pingyong City are listening. They eagerly anticipate the downfall of the villains. Are you not afraid of being scorned by them for your actions, Taoist? As his words fell, the cries from households throughout the city echoed. Taoist, as a man of the righteous path, why do you obstruct the Ghost King? The Ghost King acts on behalf of heaven. Even if you do not assist him, why must you add harm to his cause? Is this what righteousness entails? In my view, the so-called righteous path is merely a hollow title, indistinguishable from the actions of the wicked. As the echoes of questioning voices emerged, the old Taoist's face turned crimson. He halted and glanced around, momentarily at a loss for words. Knight seized the opportunity, questioning why the Taoist, if truly capable, did not venture outside the city to purge the rat den of its demons. Surely, the Serpent Man must be a remnant of the 10,000 Serpents Valley. Why did the Taoist not slay the Serpent King? Could it be? He paused meaningfully, suggesting that the Taoist had colluded with the demons, coming specifically to trouble him? After speaking, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling at the old man on the opposite rooftop. You. Cease your unfounded accusations. How could I, a humble Taoist, conspire with demons? The old Taoist, indignant, puffed his beard and glared, clearly falling into the trap. Knight smiled slyly. Pressing on, is it then that the Taoist fears for his life due to insufficient prowess? If so, it would be wiser to return to the temple and cultivate diligently, to eliminate the threats to Pingyong at a later date. This provocation indeed struck a chord, igniting the stubborn old Taoist's fury. What is a mere Serpent King to fear? I shall disturb you this once, but once I flatten the 10,000 Serpents Valley, I shall return for you. With that, he swirled his sleeves and transformed into a stream of light, heading straight for the 10,000 Serpents Valley outside the city. Watching the white-bearded elder depart, Knight let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had managed to deceive the man. It was time to act swiftly and decisively to prevent further interruptions. Turning to the throng of disciples below, he flicked his wrist, and the soul-binding rope entwined around his fingers suddenly lashed out. Countless vengeful spirits surged forth from behind him, akin to a tidal wave, once again assailing the evildoers. To hasten the progress, the flute's melody soared once more, summoning the souls with a haunting call that pierced the night sky, inviting thousands of vengeful spirits to join the fray. Night. The young noble in splendid attire turned pale, his voice trembling. My father is the Lord of Pingyong. If you dare to act recklessly again, he will not spare you. Beside him, the Serpent Man, beset by the vengeful spirits, howled in despair. The Serpent Lord is dispatched from the 10,000 Serpents Valley. How dare you, a mere 9th-tier cultivator, lay hands on him? The valley will not let you go. Knight remained undeterred. The status of the Pingyong Lord was uncertain. Whether human or demon would soon be clarified. As for the 10,000 Serpents Valley, there were indeed numerous serpent demons and they held grudges. However, with the spatial bead in his possession, he could hide if he could not win. He had nothing to fear. Seeing the two still resisting, Knight grinned wickedly, and the tempo of his flute abruptly quickened. Blood clouds swirled ominously on the horizon, growing denser. The full moon, a deep crimson, pierced through the clouds, illuminating the vengeful spirit's eyes with a fiery glow, eliciting piercing wails that intensified their assault. Ah, my scales. The pain is unbearable for the Serpent Lord. Please, don't come any closer. Spare my life. The cries abruptly ceased, the malevolent winds dissipating, leaving behind only two grim white skeletons on the ground. Knight ceased his flute, casting a disdainful gaze upon the remaining evildoers, who were now paralyzed with fear and struggling to survive. You have been judged for your sins. Return whence you came, and leave swiftly. Should I catch you again, I shall not show mercy. Yes. Thank you, Lord of Ghosts, for your mercy. The evildoers, as if granted a reprieve, bowed painfully and hastily fled, disappearing into the darkness around the street corner in an instant. With the throng of judgments concluded, Knight gazed at the still murky streets, exhaling a sigh. Cursed rat demons, releasing such potent miasma, it seems I must exert considerable effort once more. Moreover, the summoned vengeful souls must be sent away. What a hassle. The crisp strains of Crossing the Souls resonated gently, its melodious notes caressing the hearts of the departed, soothing their grievances like a gentle spring breeze. Having avenged their wrongs, The vengeful spirits fulfilled their desires, smiling in release as they bowed respectfully to Night Shepherd before transforming into ethereal wisps of white light that soared into the heavens, re-entering the cycle of reincarnation. Each time this melody played, Night Shepherd felt akin to a musician at a funeral performing a solemn dirge. Before the flute's echoes faded, the tune of Breaking the Miasma arose anew. As the music flowed, the toxic miasma enveloping the city and the crimson clouds above gradually dissipated. The silvery moonlight poured down once more, casting a luminous sheen over Pingyang City. Yet, this was insufficient, for many within the city were afflicted with plague. A consequence of their deeds. Night Shepherd took a deep breath, and the melody of dispelling illness began again. The flute's resonant tones summoned streams of verdant vitality from beyond the city, wafting into countless homes, while the plague's venom melted away from the townsfolk like winter's snow. After performing 3 pieces, Night Shepherd felt somewhat breathless. Goodness, maintaining an air of superiority is quite taxing. I nearly blew my lungs out. After a moment of recuperation, he turned his gaze toward the city lord's mansion situated in the heart of the street. Where is the lord of Pingyang City? Should he not promptly reveal himself? The resonance of magical sound spiraled through the air, and a middle-aged man resembling a roly-poly toy hurriedly approached from the corner of the street. A broad grin plastered across his face. As he drew near, he stumbled and fell, his rotund form rolling several times across the cobblestones before coming to a stop. Resembling an inflated ball, quite comical indeed. I am Lu Da, the lord of Pingyang City, here to pay my respects to the esteemed king of ghosts. The plump man, panting heavily, knelt on the ground, resembling a startled giant rat. Night Shepherd scrutinized him with a smile and inquired, Lord Lu, do you recognize the white bones by the roadside? Indeed, they belong to my son, Lu Da replied, casting merely a cursory glance. His tone as indifferent as if he were discussing a trivial matter. His shiny, round face displayed no trace of grief over the loss of his child. Chapter 004. A stench in the air. Patience wanes for Night could not restrain his curiosity any longer and asked, Lord Lu, if this is indeed your own flesh and blood, how is it that he sheds not a single tear? Do you not harbor any resentment towards me? Lu Da straightened his posture, speaking with an air of righteousness. I place my trust in Lord Ghost King. The verdict has been rendered, and my son is guilty of his transgressions. I have been preoccupied with state affairs, and my lack of discipline over him weighs heavily on my conscience. Had I known of his misdeeds, I would have upheld the greater moral duty and turned against my kin. He then added, with a tone of insincere flattery, I am grateful to you, Great One, for ridding Pingyang of its scourge. How could I possibly harbor any ill will towards you? Night, upon hearing this, nodded slightly, begrudgingly acknowledging the man's adeptness at manipulation and his theatrical prowess. The Lord of Pingyang was perceived as a protector of the people, merciless towards those who committed wrongs, regardless of their status or relationship to him. Were it not for the ominous aura surrounding Lu Da, even Night might have been convinced of his sincerity. The balance of virtue had yet to be achieved, and the consequences of actions remained unresolved. This ostentatiously virtuous lord was, without a doubt, the very source of the rat infestation and the recent malevolence. Enough of the charade. The stench of the rat demon clings to you, Night thought to himself. Being a being of sacred flesh, a mere whiff of the foul odor was enough to make him cover his mouth and nose in disgust. My lord, please forgive me. The rat plague in the city has been severe of late, and I have been laboring day and night, neglecting my own hygiene. Lu Da hastily apologized, feigning embarrassment. Night mused, your ability to feign innocence is remarkable. During the trial, the Lord's residence was shrouded in darkness, and the spirits sent to investigate were silent, indicating that the rat demon before me likely possesses formidable powers. This aligned with the rumors about the Lord of Pingyang, whose cultivation was indeed profound. Yet, he feigned weakness, likely aiming to obscure his true nature and preserve his reputation among the common folk, thereby facilitating his continued malevolence under the guise of virtue. Truly cunning. Though he was an evil demon, the concept of merit was not singular. What constituted harm for the people of Pingyang could be seen as a boon for the Ratkin. In this regard, the celestial order treats all beings equally, granting merit wherever it is deemed beneficial to certain creatures. This rat demon might very well be orchestrating the plague to benefit its kind while symbolically eliminating threats as the Lord, thus earning the trust of the populace. A dual gain in merit. Maintaining the guise of its original form, an ordinary person would scarcely perceive the discrepancies. If its true form were not compelled to surface, the people would remain oblivious, and the merit accrued would surely diminish. Naturally, this adversary would not be easily dealt with. To ensure a prudent approach, Knight transmitted a thought. Your Majesty, do you feel confident in confronting this rat demon? Indeed, came the cool voice within his consciousness. The Fox clan naturally possesses an advantage over rats. Even if my cultivation is slightly inferior, I can still hold my ground. Excellent. With the assurance of the Demoness. Knight felt a sense of relief and smiled down at the corpulent demon below. From what I know, Luda has long since perished. And should you fail to reveal your true form, I shall be compelled to delve into your soul. As the words left his lips, he observed the rotund demon scratching the back of its head. My lord, you jest. How could I possibly be dead and my soul shattered? This is truly a case of not shedding tears until faced with the coffin. Knight recognized that the demon was relying on its formidable cultivation, emboldened in its audacity. Although there was a disparity in their realms, disturbing its tranquility and compelling it to reveal its flaws was not beyond the realm of possibility. Knight Mu, disinclined to engage in trivialities, raised his flute to invoke his ultimate technique. The haunting melody of the soul-searching tune erupted, its piercing notes striking like needles into the very essence of the soul. Initially, Luda below feigned composure, even offering insincere admiration. Yet, as the tempo escalated, he could no longer maintain his facade. His corpulent form began to tremble, hands pressed tightly against his ample ears. Your Excellency, I assure you, I have committed no wrongdoing. The populace speaks of your unmatched fairness. Is it truly appropriate to cast spells in the street tonight? Even in such dire straits, he clung stubbornly to his bravado, earning Knight Mu's deep respect. Nevertheless, the soul-searching tune indeed wielded extraordinary effects. He resolved to play a vigorous piece to bolster his lung capacity. The flute's notes suddenly soared, the shrill sound akin to the anguished wails of countless spirits, causing Knight Mu's eardrums to throb painfully. Luda, equally tormented, contorted in agony, his face twisting grotesquely as if something monstrous writhed beneath his skin, forming grotesque bulges. It resembled a multitude of young rodents scurrying within flesh, a sight both horrifying and repugnant. Knight Mu was abruptly reminded of the revolting imagery of corpse worms from the mummy, his stomach churning violently. Yet, this only affirmed that the man before him was merely a rodent demon clad in human skin. To hasten its revelation, he poured more effort into his playing. Moments later, the rotund figure below could no longer withstand the torment, breaking into a maniacal laugh. Since you were so intent on courting death, I shall oblige you. Ha 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 ha. As the voice morphed into the shrill cackle of a rat, the human facade burst apart. A towering, bipedal rodent emerged, glaring fiercely from the center of the street. Knight Mu, you tread the path to hell when heaven lies before you. I have endured greatly, yet you seek to annihilate me. How dare a mere ninth-tier gatherer presume to judge? Tonight, you shall experience the excruciating agony of 1,000 gnawing rodents. The giant rat extended its sharp claws, grinning malevolently. Once I drain your blood, I shall fashion a new skin from your very flesh. As the words fell, a shrill rat's whistle pierced the night. In an instant, the sound of a surging horde of rats echoed from the direction of the Lord's mansion, a swarm of them surging over the high walls. The dark mass of rodents rushed towards the city gates like a flood unleashed. Knight Mu felt a surge of exhilaration. This was a bounty willingly offered. Although the conversion rate was dismally low, the sheer volume was overwhelming. With so many ordinary rat demons, each radiating vibrant hues of crimson and azure, today promised untold riches. Without hesitation, the urgent notes of the flute surged forth, reverberating through the night sky, accompanied by chilling winds and the tinkling of wind chimes resonating over Pingyang City. A crimson mist began to rise on the horizon, spectral banners rippling in the breeze, as countless tendrils of black mist erupted from the banners, transforming into vengeful spirits rushing toward the swarm of rats. Yet, the corpulent rat remained unfazed, licking its fangs and laughing mockingly. Ha 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 ha, even with your celestial sorcery. You are but a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. I shall see whether your phantoms are formidable or my tide of rodents prevails. This statement rang true as the colossal rats amassed on the street, piling upon one another like surging waves. Though the vengeful spirits could suppress a few, they ultimately found themselves outnumbered, their efforts proving futile. Night Shepherd continued to summon the specters, a smile gracing his lips as he communicated telepathically, Your Majesty, it is time for you to showcase your prowess. To ensure all went smoothly, he added, do not let it escape. Otherwise, our efforts will be in vain. The enchanting Demoness responded promptly, emerging gracefully from the gem upon his chest, taking form as a beguiling foxwoman poised elegantly atop the eaves. Her 9 tails swayed behind her, particularly striking against the backdrop of the blood-red full moon. The once overconfident rat demon froze in place, gasping in disbelief. How can there be a fox demon? You have raised a fox maiden, and she possesses 9 tails, embodying the 9th tier of spiritual energy. Truly, one could say he was as timid as a mouse. The corpulent rat stumbled and fell, hurriedly retreating into the throng of its kind to conceal itself. The demoness did not pursue. Instead, she took a deep breath, akin to a dragon drawing in water, and consumed the nearest rat in one swift motion, leaving the portly creature in a state of panic. Night Shepherd was thoroughly impressed by her audacity. The Empress was indeed fierce and spoke little, fortunately. He had forged a pact during this interval. Otherwise, he feared he too would be left in despair after such a display of power. With several more swallows, the rat horde was pushed back several paces. The overweight rat, panting heavily, desperately sought refuge. I am utterly exhausted. I shall not play with you today. But we shall meet again another time. The corpulent rat wiped its brow and lifted its rear, producing an ungraceful sound. A loud and unsightly noise erupted, and the streets were immediately enveloped in a noxious haze, obscuring vision and prompting coughs to erupt from every household in the city. Damn that fat rat. Learning to unleash toxic gas like a weasel, suffocating everyone. The foul stench was unbearable for Night Shepherd. He could scarcely focus on his flute, hastily covering his mouth and nose. Beside him, the demoness appeared equally displeased, her brows furrowing, yet her keen fox-like eyes remained fixed on the encroaching fog. Night Shepherd realized the fat rat was attempting to flee and considered commanding the spirits to pursue it. However, the overwhelming stench made that impossible. At that moment, a streak of light shot forth from the yellow fog, darting towards the direction of Rat Mountain near the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. After it, the demoness transformed instantly into her fox form, fixating on the luminous trail. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Night Shepherd swiftly grasped the soul banner and leaped into action. The demoness vaulted across the rooftops, carrying him directly towards Rat Mountain. Witnessing the rat horde scatter in panic, Night Shepherd felt as though he had lost a $5 million lottery ticket. Damn that fat rat demon, cunning and repulsive, causing me to lose my merits. He could endure much, but not this. Unless he raised their lair to reclaim his honor, he vowed he would not bear the surname Night. Chapter 005, Exploring the Mouse Den. How dull is the Demon Empress? The two leapt onto a mound outside the city, where they beheld a streak of light swiftly penetrating deep into the caverns of the distant Mouse Mountain, followed by the thunderous closure of a heavy stone door. Night gently patted the nape of the great fox, pausing to assess the situation. The demoness halted in response, swiftly transforming into a beautiful fox spirit. They ascended the treetops, utilizing the silvery moonlight to gaze into the distance. The Mouse Mountain was barren, riddled with numerous mouse holes resembling a honeycomb, each entrance scattered with the remnants of unknown animal bones. Before one could arrive, the stench preceded them. An acrid odor, mingled with the distinctive musk of the mouse demons, assaulted the senses, causing Night to retch. If the outside was so foul, what horrors awaited within the den? He cursed under his breath, perplexed at how one could comfortably slumber in such unkempt quarters. Disdain etched on his face. Night turned his attention to the swarming mice returning to their lairs from various directions. The giant rats that had fled the city moments before scampered in orderly formations up the slope, diving into their respective burrows. In an instant, the entire hillside was cloaked in darkness, the incessant chorus of squeaking filling the air. The last of the mice to enter would use their sharp claws to cover the entrances, sealing the tunnels. Before long, the Mouse Mountain returned to silence, even the unbearable stench miraculously dissipating. At this moment, the demoness turned to him, inquiring about their next move. Night grinned mischievously, suggesting, "Your Majesty, is it not the Fox clan's forte to dig and capture mice? Why not burrow in for a sumptuous feast?" The demoness shot him a glare, admonishing him to be serious. TCH, how tedious. Night shrugged, refocusing his gaze on Mouse Mountain. With so many mouse demons crammed inside, he refused to believe there were no ventilation points. He could endure the foul odor for just a moment to find one. It seemed the demoness anticipated his thoughts, transforming into a steed and galloping towards the mountain's peak to search separately. Shortly after, she communicated telepathically, "Rich." Night hurried to the location, discovering a narrow, constricting vent barely large enough for a single person to crawl through. From the darkness, a nauseating foul air surged forth, compelling him to cover his mouth and nose. The entrance was so small, he feared suffocation. The real challenge was how to enter. Was this not a test of endurance? He had yet to reach the and could not navigate as effortlessly as the old sage and the fat rat. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "Your Majesty, why not widen the entrance so we can both enter?" The demoness telepathically dismissed his suggestion. It would alert the mouse demons. Indeed, Knight sighed in resignation, focusing his spirit to probe into the cavern. The conditions within were dire, dark, damp, and littered with bones. Fortunately, his spiritual sense was impervious to odors. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to nausea. Initially, the path ascended, but after a few paces, it took a sharp descent, twisting and turning with countless forks. Knight stumbled down several incorrect paths, either straying into cluttered corners or drifting into a pit of mouse droppings. He even unwittingly ventured into a den nurturing young mice, which made him gag. After several misadventures, a faint light finally flickered ahead, accompanied by the incessant squeaking. At last, he was nearing his destination. Nightmoo exhaled deeply as he turned the final corner, revealing a breathtaking sight. Below the cave entrance lay a vast underground cavern, comparable in size to several football fields, with a height exceeding 10 zhang. Such a magnificent creation momentarily astonished Nightmoo. No wonder this place was dubbed the Rat's Den. It seemed as if the entire mountain had been hollowed out. Peering down, he observed a throng of black-haired rats lined up in orderly rows, all gazing upwards towards the elevated platform, seemingly awaiting commands from their leader. On the platform, a rotund rat paced anxiously, its eyes brimming with fury. "Is there any food left? Bring it forth at once." The fat rat halted, plopping heavily onto a stone seat. From within the rat horde emerged a rat-faced demon, the very one that had been draining the blood of street urchins in the city. The creature bowed respectfully to the platform, reporting, "Your Majesty, we are left with only a pair of young boys and girls." "What?" The fat rat exploded in rage, smashing the armrest with a claw, yet resignedly waved its paw. "Enough, enough. Bring them here quickly." Obeying the command, the rat demon swiftly directed several giant rats to proceed. Moments later, 2 bound children, aged around 7 or 8, were hoisted upon a wooden pole, trembling uncontrollably and shedding tears from their tightly closed eyes, their mouths muffled by strips of cloth, producing only whimpers. Meanwhile, the fat rat was in a state of ecstasy, rubbing its paws together, its gaze flitting eagerly over the children. Its tongue flicked over its fangs, drool dripping from its grotesque face, filled with insatiable greed. "These 2 tender lambs are truly delectable, hee." The fat rat opened its cavernous mouth, preparing to bite down. The scene was too gruesome for Nightmoo to bear. He quickly averted his eyes, but still caught glimpses of the repulsive dismemberment illuminated by the flickering light on the cave walls. This beast, even in the face of impending doom, still harbored thoughts of devouring humans. Did it wish to perish in gluttony? Witnessing such cruelty without intervening, his conscience was pricked, and he felt a surge of anger. The heart-wrenching cries of the children gradually faded, replaced by the sharp, excited squeaks of the rat horde. Nightmoo fought to suppress his nausea and looked again, only to see the rats frantically fighting over the severed limbs. His stomach churned violently. "Feast away, for soon you shall face my wrath." At that moment, the rat-faced demon ascended the platform, ingratiatingly addressing, "Your Majesty, Nightmoo has tracked us to the Rat's Den. What's the hurry?" The fat rat licked the blood from the corner of its mouth, dismissively waving its paw. "This is the den of countless rats. If he dares to enter, a swarm of us shall unleash our yellow poison, ensuring he never returns." As the last words left its mouth, the rat swarm erupted into a cacophony of chattering, clearly in agreement, recalling the noxious yellow mist that had pervaded the city. Nightmoo felt another wave of nausea rise within him. This corpulent rat was truly insidious, even more so than he himself. Yet, this posed a formidable challenge. Determined to avoid being overcome by the stench, Nightmoo began to devise a strategy. At that moment, the rat-faced demon hesitated and said, "But, Your Majesty, Nightmoo is accompanied by a fox maiden. The Fox clan specializes in countering our kind. Relying solely on yellow poison may not suffice." Before it could finish, the fat rat impatiently interrupted, "I have my own plans. If that fails, we shall retreat to the Valley of 10,000 Serpents, where the Serpent King will surely assist us." The rat swarm stirred once more, their heads bobbing in a chorus of squeaks. The figure among them, a rat demon, displayed a peculiar smile as its eyes gleamed with mischief. "What the king says is indeed true. Our rat clan serves the Serpent King, who would undoubtedly come to our aid in times of peril." The infamous Serpent King of the 10,000 Serpents Valley was already known to Yi Mu, and his reputation was as expected. Had it been otherwise, he would not have deceived the old Taoist with the white beard into venturing to the valley. Rumors suggested that the Serpent King had reached the 4th tier of the sea condensation realm, yet no one had laid eyes upon him, leaving one to wonder if the old Taoist could withstand such a presence. With the rat demon scheme now revealed, Yimu turned and stealthily descended into the ventilation passages, meticulously surveying the layout of the rat den and all possible exits. After a thorough search, he discovered only one escape route leading to a pond at the mountain's base. All other smaller exits had been sealed shut. To eradicate the rat den, one must first seal the holes. If he were to block them, he would need to sound his flute to command the spirits, inevitably alerting the rat demons. Upon regaining his focus, Yimu succinctly relayed the situation. Without hesitation, the demoness leapt into the deep pool and soon returned, glistening like a lotus emerging from the water. With a stoic expression, she proclaimed, "All the rat guards are dead, and the entrance is sealed." Yimu nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty may wish to enter the space for respite. Once I overturn this rat mountain, you may reveal yourself at the appropriate moment." "Very well," the demoness replied without further ado, transforming into a shimmering light that vanished into the space pearl upon his chest. Left alone in the night, Yimu felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. The demon empress truly cherished her words. She would not utter a syllable more than necessary, even being stingy with punctuation. After spending a day in her company, he found her reticence rather exasperating. Fortunately, the empress was versatile, capable of transforming into a myriad of forms, each more enchanting than the last. One demoness could rival a multitude of women, and her cooperation was commendable. With this thought, a wicked smile crept across Yimu's face as he cast the Een Soul flag atop the rat mountain and ignited a fire beside the ventilation opening. Then, he blew into the hauntingly captivating ghost flute. Chapter 006. How does it taste? Why haven't you made a move yet? The sound of the flute suddenly erupted, and the soul banners fluttered. In the depths of the cavern, the shrill cries of the mouse demons echoed, rising and falling in a cacophony. Yet, Yimu did not command the spirits to enter the cave. Instead, he instructed them to disperse and lay in ambush around the foot of the mountain. The moment a mouse demon emerged, they would eliminate it. Once everything was arranged, Yimu ceased playing the ghost flute and, using his magical voice, called towards the vent. "Cowardly rodents, I am here to collect you." After a brief pause, a furious outburst came from within the cave. "Damn you, Yimu. Relying on that fox spirit to flaunt your power, haunting us endlessly. If you have the guts, come in and face me. Since the invitation was so gracious, I shall reluctantly explore your filthy lair." After shouting, the mouse cries intensified, and Yimu smiled, releasing his consciousness once more into the cave, probing the previously empty space. In the vast hall of the cave, the mouse demons had scattered, leaving only the plump mouse seated upon a stone platform. Its eyes glowed crimson, fixated on the vent as if waiting for him to enter. "Oh, just a moment ago, there was a throng of mouse heads. Now, it seems I am left with only you, fat one. Have they all been frightened to the core?" "Ha-ha-ha." Yimu's laughter reverberated within the cave. The plump mouse trembled with fat. You truly dare to enter?" It frantically looked around but could not find Yimu, stamping its feet in frustration. "You scoundrel, hiding your head and showing your tail, what sort of skill is that? Dare you to reveal yourself and fight me?" Such provocation held no weight with Yimu, who scoffed, "Your filthy nest is unbearable. How could I stoop so low as to lower myself?" His consciousness wandered through the various passages, continuing to mock. "It appears you have all scurried into your holes. Indeed, a bunch of cowardly rats. Ha-ha-ha. You dare to mock me, the great mouse. I shall not spare you." The plump mouse erupted in fury, commanding, "My minions, show this madman what we're made of." In an instant, the chorus of squeaks filled the cavern, followed by a deluge of unseemly sounds, as a yellowish toxic mist surged from every passage. "They're releasing poison." Yimu scanned the yellow fog with his consciousness, noting the concentration was far from impressive. "Is this all you can muster? Compared to the earlier commotion in the city, this is a mere shadow. Well, if you enjoy the scent, I shall ensure you savor it to your heart's content." The plump mouse, enraged, laughed maniacally, swiping its claws to extinguish all the torches in the cave, plunging the hall into darkness. Minions, increase the dose for this shameless pervert. The mouse horde grew ever more spirited, their sharp cries mingling with indecent sounds in a tumultuous symphony. Yimu's consciousness lingered at the cave's apex, observing the leaping plump mouse with amusement. "Ah, this rotund fellow knows to dim the lights. It seems he understands the peril of the yellow poison. Which brings me some comfort." As the indecent sounds gradually subsided, the plump mouse, triumphant, raised its head once more, bellowing towards the vent. "How about that? Is this enough for you to smell now?" Ha-ha. The thick yellow mist rolled in through the vent, staining the entire hall a murky yellow. Yimu watched for a moment, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. TSK, I say, fat demon, is this truly the extent of your capabilities? By this standard, the name of your mouse den is merely superficial. Upon hearing these words, the plump mouse's expression turned frantic. Night Shepherd, do not revel in your fleeting words. If you possess the courage, show yourself and experience the true might of my yellow poison. Show myself? That is simply impossible. Night Shepherd, you cannot penetrate my domain. Am I not right above you? How can such a mere wisp of yellow mist render you so myopic? His consciousness leisurely drifted towards the cave's apex, casting a disdainful gaze upon the flustered fat rat below. To dispel any doubt, he circled the cave's summit, wreaking havoc upon various ornaments. With an air of calm authenticity, disbelief was no longer an option for the fat rat. By the heavens, a night demon dares to rampage in this rat den. Despite merely being at the 9th level of Qi gathering, it is a death wish. The fat rat seethed with rage, yet remained unable to pinpoint Night Shepherd's exact location, resorting instead to position its ample rear towards the cave ceiling. With a resounding thud that echoed through the rat den, the yellow poison rapidly infiltrated the entire cavern. Ha! How does my yellow poison taste? Is it not a delightful aroma? The fat rat's maniacal laughter reverberated throughout the cave. The mist was so dense that even 5 fingers could not be discerned, and Night Shepherd nearly lost his sense of direction, almost failing to locate the exit. With his objective accomplished, he swiftly withdrew his consciousness and covered his mouth and nose. To further deceive the fat rat, he exclaimed, "Ah! The stench of rat poison truly lives up to its reputation. Indeed, it did live up to its name." As Night Shepherd held his breath against the putrid odor assaulting his senses. Ha! Now you understand my power, do you? The fat rat's smug voice emerged from within the cave. I have plenty more where that came from. I am more than willing to indulge. Night Shepherd chuckled at the remark. He had no desire for such foul tastes. The foolish rat was oblivious to its impending doom, and tonight, he would impart a lesson on the nature of methane explosions. Night Shepherd delivered a swift kick, sending the firewood into the vent, then seized a massive stone to forcefully block it, before making a hasty retreat. Moments later, he looked back. Boom! A fiery red glow erupted from the summit of Rat Mountain, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the valley. Countless cave entrances were blasted open by the shockwave, and numerous rat demons were propelled from their lairs like cannonballs, landing in the gaping maw of the lurking ghost. In the silvery moonlight, countless giant rats, emitting plumes of smoke, plummeted like raindrops, and the air was soon saturated with the delectable aroma of roasted meat. Millions of rat demons instantaneously transformed into tender yellow braised rats. The spectacle was so magnificent that Night Shepherd could not suppress his laughter. This tactic proved effective. The rats were roasted to perfection, and surely the demoness would be pleased. Night Shepherd quickly retrieved the fallen soul banner and stepped back a few paces. As the dust settled and the smoke dissipated, the once towering rat mountain was reduced by more than half. The summit had vanished, leaving behind a colossal pit resembling a volcanic crater. Spitting and sputtering, the fat rat struggled to peer over the edge of the pit, expelling mouthfuls of dirt. And upon seeing Night Shepherd, erupted in a tirade of curses. Cursed be the wicked Night Shepherd, who dares to desecrate my sacred rat domain and harm my kin. I shall ensure your demise is excruciating. Excellent. Night Shepherd could not have wished for a better outcome. This was precisely the reaction he sought. If he did not incite the fat rat's fury, and it were to slip into the perilous valley of 10,000 snakes, the merits he had earned would be in vain. A practitioner at the condensing sea realm could escape in a flash, and he and the demoness would be utterly incapable of pursuing. Furthermore, while the wilderness appeared tranquil at this moment, it was, in truth, rife with unseen undercurrents. Upon the towering walls and amidst the mountains and forests, countless cultivators and demons lurk in the shadows, their gazes fixated on one singular target. Should this rat demon manage to escape, Night would be left with no face to show. At that moment, the corpulent rat finally regained its breath, its blood-red eyes glaring fiercely as it stomped its paw with a resounding thud, rapidly expanding in size. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a behemoth of a rodent, reminiscent of a creature from a Godzilla film. A mere glance revealed that if it crouched at the mountain's mouth, it would fit as snugly as an eagle brooding over its chicks. Such a plump rodent would surely delight the demoness. A wicked smile crept across Night's lips as he communicated telepathically, "Your Majesty, it is your turn to make an entrance and feast." How mundane. The demoness responded by revealing her true form, casting a cold glance at him with her fist-sized crimson eyes before dashing towards the giant rat demon. Indeed, Women possess dual natures. Knight couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. The Empress was truly a contradiction, behaving differently in private and in public. Atop the mountain, the demoness sprinted forward, her claws kicking up a cloud of dust, while the rotund rat demon stood steadfast at the peak, unwavering. Ha! What of the nine-tailed fox? Ultimately, she was merely at the gathering chi stage, a mere insect attempting to shake a tree. Knight raised his gaze. The disparity in their sizes was indeed striking. To say it was akin to an ant challenging an elephant might be an exaggeration, yet comparing the fox to an elephant was quite fitting. The rat demon had reached the condensing sea realm, having cultivated a chi sea, and its massive size must be due to the toxic gas within its chi sea converting into a violent yellow toxin. Knight resolved to observe the unfolding drama for the time being. The demoness proved to be a formidable opponent. Although she lacked in size, she excelled in agility. She danced around the giant rat, occasionally darting in to take a quick breath. Seizing an opportunity when the giant rat was caught off guard, she leaped onto its back, her sharp claws swiping fiercely as if intending to tear open its skin to release the pressure within. The clumsy Godzilla-like rodent twisted its hefty waist and wildly swung its claws, yet repeatedly missed, its fangs gnashing in frustration. How dare a mere fox demon act so brazenly? Behold! The giant rat bellowed, spewing forth yellow toxins from its maw. As it spun around, a cloud of yellow mist enveloped the mountaintop in an instant, leaving only the massive rat head partially visible within the haze. The demoness, unable to endure the noxious stench, retreated from the yellow fog, her fox brows furrowed in distress. How does it taste? The giant rat turned, presenting its rear once more, preparing to unleash another wave of poison. The demoness hastily withdrew, anxious, and exclaimed, Knight, why have you yet to make your move? Knight wished dearly to play his flute, but the stench was overwhelming, nearly making him retch. At that moment, an unseemly rumble echoed, and a torrent of poisonous mist cascaded down from the mountaintop like a waterfall, swiftly advancing towards the two of them. Chapter 007. Who is truly relentless? Where's this? Damn! Knight Shepherd, quick as lightning, seized the demoness and swiftly leaped onto a nearby hill. Scaling to the top of an ancient, robust pine, he flicked a spark from his fingertips to test the toxic mist. The flame illuminated only a small area, while the thick yellow fog continued to churn restlessly. This poison is different. It can disrupt one's mind, the demoness warned. Knight Shepherd seemed to sense the danger. That cursed fat rat indeed had formidable tricks up its sleeve. The sound of a barrier-breaking melody could disperse the mist. Yet in the face of the unrelenting onslaught of the rodent demon's toxic gas, even the strongest defense might falter. Are you frightened? The giant rat approached with earth-shaking steps, its corpulent body quivering as it advanced. Knight Shepherd deftly twirled his flute, a cold smile playing on his lips. What fear could such mere poison instill? Today, I shall let you experience the terror of the sea of rat souls. With the flute at his lips, the melody burst forth, summoning a howling wind that instantly dispersed the surrounding toxic mist. The haunting notes echoed through the mountains, and the recently fallen rat corpses began to reveal their ethereal blue souls. As bloodlight illuminated the sky, countless rat souls, as if commanded by an unseen force, bared their teeth and charged toward their former master. In that moment, the air was filled with relentless squeaks. The leading rat spirit let out a chilling wail. We died such a tragic death. Does the king not feel lonely in survival? Allow us to escort you on your journey. The voice of the rat demon, now human-like, suddenly turned mournful, its bloodied maw opening wide, filled with overwhelming resentment as it lunged at its former lord. The giant rat momentarily hesitated, unsure how to respond. You treacherous Knight Shepherd! How dare you summon the souls of my kin? I shall tear you apart. Ignoring the approaching rat souls, the fat rat turned and charged at Knight Shepherd. Knight Shepherd let out a cold laugh, altering the tune of his ghostly flute. Instantly, thousands of rat souls shifted direction, forming a tidal wave to block the giant rat's advance, surging forward in unison. Young ones, your demise is caused by Knight Shepherd. Do not be deceived by his words. The fat rat brandished its claws, its voice suddenly choked with emotion, a mix of sorrow and reluctance. In that moment, tears began to fall from its eyes. Seizing the opportunity to claim its rat life, Knight Shepherd would not let this perfect moment slip away. The melody soared higher, the blood-red hue deepening in the night sky. The rat souls, filled with wrath, surged toward the giant rat, gnashing their teeth in a frenzy. Knight Shepherd, you shall perish. The fat rat swatted at the writhing rat souls upon its body, furiously advancing toward the ancient pine. Knight Shepherd, undeterred, continued to orchestrate the assault of countless souls. simultaneously sending a thought. Your Majesty, unleash the demon fire. The Demoness understood the cue. The tips of her 9 snow-white tails suddenly ignited with ethereal blue flames, her fox-like eyes locking onto the target ahead. At this moment, the giant rat was ensnared by myriad souls, its body obscured by a dense mass of rat shadows. Ah! The giant rat let out a heart-wrenching scream, its massive form convulsing violently, expelling streams of yellow mist, clearly on the verge of having its shell shattered. The moment had come. Night Shepherd nodded, and the Demoness immediately sprang into action. The 9 foxtails flicked in unison, as swift as lightning, accurately launching the ethereal blue flames toward the giant rat. Simultaneously, the two maneuvered quickly among the treetops, retreating. The demon fire was a secret technique of the 9-tailed fox clan, capable of igniting anything in its path. The explosion resounded with a deafening roar, accompanied by a searing wave of heat that swept through the air, propelling the 2 individuals several dozen feet away. Night spat out the dirt from his mouth. Turning to glance back, the entire Mouse Mountain had transformed into a sea of flames, the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting amidst the inferno. The colossal rodent, akin to Godzilla, had been reduced to ashes, leaving only the oppressive heat that stung the eyes. At last, it was vanquished. Night let out a long sigh of relief, casting forth the soul banner once more, as he played a haunting melody to gather souls. A rapid crescendo filled the air, and countless strands of soul threads erupted from the banner like venomous serpents, ensnaring the scattered mouse souls and drawing them within to be imprisoned and refined. Among them, a particularly vivid crimson soul thread darted straight toward the chubby mouse at the mountain's peak. Night, you vile creature! The soul of the corpulent mouse seethed, turning to flee. Yet it could not outrun the swift soul chains, which swiftly ensnared it, pulling it inexorably toward the soul banner. Damn you, Night! Even in death, I shall not let you off easily. Its words trailed off as it was consumed by the banner. Night smirked wickedly. Who will not let whom off? Suffer well within the banner. Stowing away his artifact, he clapped his hands together. At last, it's done. I wonder how much merit I've accrued. Ding. The karmic ties of Pingyong City have been resolved. Merit 22, 100. Total merit 31, 421. Goodness. The bounty of merit exceeds all expectations. Over 20,000 in one fell swoop. It appears that the chubby mouse was indeed steeped in malevolence and deep sins. He pondered whether this amount of merit would be sufficient to ascend to the second tier of the, thus providing him with a greater chance against the Serpent King. The tribulation of ascension was a trial set forth by the heavens. To prevent practitioners from seeking shortcuts, each elevation required enduring the cleansing of 9 heavenly tribulations. Success would lead to soaring heights, while failure meant death, a perilous endeavor. Night raised his gaze to the horizon, where the eastern sky was beginning to lighten. At that moment, the area surrounding Mouse Mountain was rife with hidden currents, with countless practitioners and demons lurking, ready to seize the opportunity, clearly. This was not an auspicious time for ascension. Your Majesty, let us depart, Night urged as he patted the back of the nearby fox and mounted. Very well. The Demoness leaped into the dense forest, finding a towering ancient pine to climb to its summit. After concealing the spatial orb within a tree hollow, the two of them entered hand in hand. Peering through the spatial orb, they observed Mouse Mountain in a frenzy, with practitioners swarming like fish crossing a river. Human cultivators, tree demons, and bull-headed horse-faced beings flocked together, foraging through the ruins in search of fortune. Each time they unearthed relics of the mouse demons, joyful cheers erupted. Some even went so far as to scavenge the very corpses of the mouse demons, collecting them without hesitation. Watching this bustling scene, a triumphant smile spread across Night's face. These practitioners clamored over worthless scraps as if they were treasures. Fortunately, he possessed a system, or he might have been swept up in the frenzy as well. After a night of toil, Night stifled yawns as he leaped onto his bed and collapsed into slumber. The Demoness, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "You need a bath." "Very well," he replied with resignation, as was often the case. Night had no choice but to indulge her request for a hot bath before finally cradling the enchanting Demoness and drifting into a deep sleep. After a night of deep slumber filled with dreams, dark clouds loomed overhead and torrential rain poured down. A biting chill, carried by the mountain wind, swept over Yimu, causing him to shudder violently. Where am I? He wondered, gazing around in confusion. He found himself atop a circular platform on a mountain peak, encircled by 9 weathered stone pillars standing like silent sentinels. This scene seemed oddly familiar. Damn. In the middle of the night, where has that Demoness brought me this time? Is there no chance for a good night's sleep? Yumu furrowed his brows in irritation as he scanned the horizon. Below, the vast expanse unfolded, dotted with a few solitary peaks rising abruptly, while the rest was a tapestry of rolling hills and plains. Could that be the eastern region's 5 domains ahead? He pondered, turning around only to be greeted by a different spectacle. The mountains stretched endlessly, their peaks shrouded in mist and rain, ancient trees swaying in the tempest. This was unmistakably a land both ancient and sparsely trodden. On either side, a majestic mountain range, resembling a colossal dragon, separated the 2 regions. Yumu recognized this range as the 10,000 Great Mountains. At this moment, he stood upon the tribulation platform at the summit of the main peak, Fox Chi Cliff. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Chapter 008. How dare you vile beings turn against me? Is this not the lair of the enchanting Demonis? In the depths of the night, what purpose do you have in bringing me here? Night Mu gazed at the familiar tribulation platform at Fox Chi Cliff, a myriad of doubts swirling in his mind. Could it be that the Demonis intends to assist him in transcending the tribulation, achieving the realm of condensing the sea? The Demonis had once mentioned that the 9 divine pillars upon this platform could disperse the might of heavenly lightning. Although he currently appeared invincible among peers, his physical resilience paled in comparison to that of his contemporaries. Much like a mage in a game, formidable from a distance, yet vulnerable in close combat. Should he recklessly withstand the tribulation, it could spell disaster for him. Thus, the Demonis must have brought him to the sacred grounds of the Fox clan for this very reason. Night Mu felt a surge of joy in his heart, silently applauding her. At that moment, a group of cultivators approached along the stone steps, each distinct in appearance, exuding an aura of demonic energy. Leading the pack was a young willow demon, 2 clusters of verdant willow branches swaying gently atop his head. Beside him walked a peach demon youth, adorned with blossoming peach flowers that glistened like dew. Most striking of all was a fishman, whose exquisite features blurred the lines between male and female, scales shimmering with iridescent light. At the rear of the procession was a young man clad in resplendent attire, accompanied by a girl with rabbit ears. Her snowy long ears twitched playfully, suggesting she was his familiar. The assembly was predominantly composed of demon cultivators, with but a few human ones present. Strangely, the gazes directed at Night Mu were imbued with an inexplicable fervor, as if they shared a deep-seated camaraderie with him. Most perplexing of all was the uncanny sense of familiarity he felt towards them, tightening his heart. Having been here for merely 3 years, apart from the Demonis, he truly recognized none of them. What was the meaning of this? As he pondered, Night Mu's pupils dilated, for he had caught sight of a familiar figure amidst the crowd. The elder Taoist with the white beard. Was he not the same one he had encountered in Pingyong City tonight, who had sought to capture him? Was the elder not off to exterminate the Serpent King in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes? Why had he pursued him to this place? Curiously, Night Mu inquired. Could it be that you were unable to defeat the Serpent King and have now come here to bring misfortune upon me, knowing I would transcend the tribulation today? The elder Taoist, looking quite embarrassed, waved his hands repeatedly. Oh, you jest, my esteemed friend. The matters of the Valley of 10,000 Snakes occurred eons ago. Please refrain from using it to tease me. Eons? Ancestor? Night Mu found himself momentarily bewildered. He had only traversed 3 years. How could there be talk of eons? Could it be that this stubborn old Taoist was capable of jesting? Just as he was lost in thought, he inadvertently noticed the swirling aura of spiritual energy around the elder, causing him to gasp in astonishment. 3rd rank of the Immortal Emperor realm. Was it not said that in this world, the ranks were indistinguishable? How could he perceive its true level? Moreover, how had the elder's cultivation suddenly soared to such heights? Perhaps, a terrifying thought flashed through Night Mu's mind, and he hastily turned his attention inward, only to be taken aback. How had he reached the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor realm? Surely, he could not be dreaming. Ancestor, why do you always delight in jesting? Chuckled the willow demon youth, covering his mouth with a laugh. Indeed, it is not humorous at all, scoffed the peach demon youth, a look of disdain upon his face. Yes, yes. The surrounding cultivators shook their heads in amusement, their expressions suggesting they were all too accustomed to his antics. Night Mu, still reeling from the shock, found himself further confused by their reactions. This bizarre situation was more surreal than a dream. How fantastical it all was, with an abundance of questions swirling in his mind. Yumu found himself unsure of the truth. He hastily communicated, Your Majesty, where are you? What is the situation? A voice, cold and tinged with disdain, echoed in his consciousness. The Demonis slowly ascended the tribulation platform, casting not a glance in his direction, her expression grave as she gazed towards the eastern plains. The assembly of cultivators mirrored her demeanor, gathering at the edge of the platform, their eyes fixed on the east, each countenance serious, as though awaiting a formidable adversary. Observing this, Yi Mu furrowed his brow, perplexed. Was such a spectacle truly warranted? As an illustrious immortal emperor, who among the realms would dare to provoke him? Though he could not fathom the reason for the sudden incursion into the realm of immortal emperors, a sense of rationality welled within him. This sensation was extraordinarily peculiar. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap shattered the ink-black sky. Purple lightning, resembling a dragon, flickered amidst the swirling clouds, illuminating the summit of Fox Chi Cliff as if it were daylight. A bolt of purple, imbued with the might of annihilation, struck down upon the tribulation platform with relentless force. Good heavens! Is this tribulation intent on claiming lives? Yi Mu immediately sat upright, legs crossed in meditation, bracing himself for the celestial trial. Before him, the massive purple lightning split in midair, resembling the ribs of an umbrella, dividing into 9 arcs that accurately targeted the 9 divine pillars surrounding the platform. Simultaneously, an even thicker bolt descended with overwhelming pressure. Could it be that I am to meet my end here? The thought barely formed when the purple lightning coursed through him. With a thunderous roar, the tribulation platform was engulfed in dust and smoke. Coughing, Yi Mu found himself enveloped in swirling azure mist. Large raindrops pelted his searing body, creating clouds of white vapor that choked him. Thankfully, he had not perished. As the smoke dissipated, Yi Mu beheld himself. Unbeknownst to him, he was adorned in a suit of flowing purple armor, remarkably intact. In his recollection, he possessed no such protection. It must surely be a treasure of the Demonis. The armor, capable of withstanding the Emperor's purple lightning, must be of extraordinary quality and immense worth. The tribulation consisted of 9 strikes, yet only 1 had fallen. The second bolt was already brewing within the clouds, providing no respite. Concerned gazes from the gathered cultivators intensified Yi Mu's anxiety. He had never before experienced the baptism of tribulation. Facing the Emperor's heavenly thunder for the first time was no trivial matter. Taking a deep breath, Yi Mu focused entirely, preparing to confront the impending tempest of lightning. At that moment, countless streaks of light descended from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, they revealed hues of snow, fire, water, green, and ocean blue, a dazzling display of 5 colors intertwined. This spectacle signified the emergence of cultivators from the 5 domains of the east. The snow-white radiance belonged to the snow domain, the crimson flames to the fire domain, and the rippling azure waves to the marsh domain. The verdant light represented the cultivators of Songjiang, while the deep blue, reminiscent of the ocean's depths, signified the Zhao domain. These self-proclaimed righteous cultivators had gathered. Intent on eradicating him, the so-called evil specter, an inexplicable thought surfaced in Yi Mu's mind, as if an unseen force compelled him, leading him to inexplicably cast forth the Ein Soul banner. With a resonant clang, the black banner was thrust into the ground before him. In an instant, a blood-red barrier surged upwards from the surroundings of Fox Chi Cliff, swiftly closing like a dome and enveloping the entire precipice. Although Night Mu was oblivious to the specifics, an inexplicable belief stirred within him. This realm could withstand formidable foes. When had the Ein Soul banner gained such a formidable power? Night Mu furrowed his brows in curiosity. However, upon reflection, given that he had already reached the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm, such a power seemed less surprising. Just as the enchanting Demonis led the gathered cultivators to confront the enemy in mid-air, a second thunderous tribulation tore through the sky, crashing down violently. Night Mu had no time for contemplation and hastily prepared to face the tribulation. Boom! Another thunderbolt struck, its resounding roar causing the cliff to tremble violently, and the azure stone slabs of the tribulation platform cracked like spider webs. Night Ghost Cultivator, you wicked fiend, dare to aspire to ascend to the throne of the Emperor? Today we righteous cultivators shall act on behalf of the heavens. Indeed, Night Demon Cultivator, you collude with the demon race to harm your own kin. Tonight, I shall slay you, the source of calamity. You harbor malevolent spirits and consort with demons, even aligning with the former demon emperor. The alliance of the 5 domains vows to eradicate you, the scourge of the world. Shouts of condemnation sliced through the air, leaving Night Mu with a mix of familiarity and strangeness. While I am in the midst of transcending the tribulation, how dare you take advantage of this opportunity? Who among you is truly insidious? As the dust began to settle, Night Mu raised his gaze. Above the gates of Fox Chi Cliff, 5 elderly men, their hair and beards as white as snow, hovered in the air, each bearing a grim expression, all of them at the 7th, 8th, or 9th rank of the immortal emperor realm. Behind them, dazzling interwoven hues of red and blue glimmered, signifying the presence of the most heinous criminals. In comparison, The plump rat before them seemed merely a trivial nuisance, its crimes insignificant compared to those of the five. Observing the imposing presence of these five, Nightmoo felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, instinctively believing them to be the lords of the five domains. Behind them, disciples from their respective nations arrived in succession. Equally unsavory, Nightmoo couldn't help but chuckle. I say, esteemed ones, you are drenched in the blood of the innocent. How dare you turn your accusations upon me? Exactly. A group of decrepit villains, slaughtering my demon kin, yet they still have the audacity to call themselves righteous. How shameless. The youthful peach demon scolded passionately, her cherubic face brimming with disdain. Well said, little Tautau. I stand with you. The young lycanthrope beside her gave a thumbs up in approval. Right and wrong, good and evil, shall be judged by the celestial order. Though you may be esteemed lords of the five domains, you cannot presume to act as the arbiters of heavenly law. An elderly Taoist stroked his beard and laughed, exuding righteousness, while other cultivators nodded in agreement, unperturbed. When did the white-bearded elder become so enlightened? Nightmoo couldn't help but feel puzzled. At that moment, the demoness stood silently, her back turned to the crowd. Nightmoo could not see her expression, but he could imagine the flames of hatred burning fiercely within her beautiful eyes. Years ago, when he first arrived, the demoness had been wronged by these five old men. Her cultivation completely destroyed. Now, facing her enemies, she must be filled with intense animosity. Chapter 009. The Absurdity of Destiny. I, Yimu, have no regrets. Foul remnants of the demon race, cease your vain bravado. Tonight marks your demise. The elder in a snow-white robe bellowed from the forefront of five. With a mighty sweep of his arm, the multitude of cultivators behind him drew forth their shimmering spirit swords, the aura of impending death soaring to the heavens. Huh. The demoness scoffed. A millennium ago, you so-called righteous path sought to seize the treasured purple mysterious garment of my fox tribe, rallying the strength of five domains to besiege Fox Cliff, only to return in defeat. Even now, your treachery remains unquenched, daring to return. Very well, I shall witness whether you hypocrites can truly embody destiny. As her words echoed, a piercing fox wail reverberated through the stormy night atop Fox Cliff. The demoness revealed her nine-tailed form, soaring through the air toward her adversaries. The throng of cultivators surged forth like a tidal wave, charging ahead with reckless abandon, resembling a march towards death. Oh, the elder in the snow-white robe must be the ancient patriarch of the snow domain. When did these individuals become such devoted allies, willing to risk their lives? Yimu lamented, and the demoness, typically reticent, speaks at length today. It seems she has endured considerable oppression in the past. Very well, if you persist in your stubbornness. Do not blame the Righteous Alliance for their ruthlessness. The elder's voice thundered, igniting the battlefield. The alliance of cultivators shouted in unison, their spirit swords responding in kind. In an instant, a celestial shower of flying swords streaked across the sky like shooting stars, their radiant blades aimed squarely at the barrier, determined to shatter it in one strike. The demoness, undeterred, summoned her fellow demon cultivators, each showcasing their prowess as they unleashed their spells. These are but mere scraps. What is there to fear? With a flourish, several willow branches reached out to intercept the incoming swords. Arrogance! The elder uttered a cold snort, his dust brush poised with grace. Though his movements seemed casual, they concealed immense power. The torrential raindrops were transformed into fine mist, causing rows of sharp swords to plummet to the ground. Roar! A mighty lion's roar echoed, shaking the very skies. Wherever the sound waves reached, flying swords fell like leaves. You think a mere 1,000 swords can breach our formation? The alluring fish demon smirked, her tail flicking out to unleash another torrent of sword rain. Though I hail from the Zhao lineage, I shall not consort with you. A young man in splendid attire rode a rabbit demon, wielding a cerulean sword that shattered every flying sword in its path. At that moment, the demoness' eyes glimmered with cold light as she revealed a magnificent 9-stringed pipa from her bosom. Break! She cried, sweeping her tails across the strings. Clang, clang. Clang! 9 fierce waves of energy erupted forth, tearing through the rain and charging toward the rain of swords, unstoppable in their advance. With a cacophony of clashing metal, the two forces collided, and the sky rained down swords like a tempest. When did the demoness acquire such a formidable weapon? How was I unaware? Yimu yearned to partake in such a grand battle, yet he remained ensnared in his tribulation, unable to divert his attention, forced to witness the carnage unfold. With a thunderous boom, the third bolt of lightning descended with a cataclysmic force, swirling through the air as Yimu steadfastly endured its wrath. However, The violet armor upon him strained against the onslaught, exhibiting several faint cracks. Doom upon the Demonis! The furious roar of the Elder in the snow-white robe pierced through the thunderclouds, and a beam of white light faintly emerged from the roiling mist. Yimu could not discern the scene clearly. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, and the tempest of the tribulation dissipated. In midair, the peach demon, Willow Man, and the old Taoist were sent soaring like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily against the cliff, their fates uncertain. A single strike had obliterated them all? Yimu's heart trembled. After all, that was an entire team of powerful beings at the Celestial Emperor level. What kind of technique was this? With unease, Yimu glanced towards the center of the battlefield. He saw the Demonis with blood at the corner of her mouth. One of her originally swaying 9 foxtails had inexplicably vanished, leaving only 8 tails dancing chaotically in the rain. The 9 tails of the 9-tailed fox symbolized 9 lives. And with one severed, the situation was dire. Damn it! How dare you bully my contracted demon, seeking death? Yimu's anger flared. And instinctively he raised his right hand, yet he was unsure of what technique he could wield. No matter. As the Demonis turned back, a faint smile appeared on her pale face, and without hesitation, she charged into battle once more. How dare you advance, ignorant beast? The Elder in the snow-white robe raised his hand, and an immense ice sword coalesced above his head, radiating a blinding cold light. You dare. Yimu was consumed with urgency, and he raised his right hand once more. In an instant, he felt streams of warmth surging from his dantian, flowing down his right arm to his fingertips. Thunder rumbled. The 4th bolt of tribulation struck, interrupting his incantation. To think of aiding during the Emperor's tribulation, what a foolish dream. Yimu, just obediently watch as your contracted demon meets a tragic end. Ha ha. The mocking laughter intertwined with the sound of the tribulation, igniting a raging fire within Yimu. Damn it. Taking advantage of the tribulation to bully his shape-shifting Demonis was utterly shameless. What righteousness and justice. Once the tribulation passed, I shall shred this old man into pieces. Such a beautiful thought, yet heaven does not grant wishes. Just as the 4th bolt passed, the 5th struck in quick succession. The 6th, 7th, and 8th followed relentlessly, offering him no respite, the tribulation growing increasingly violent. With each thunderous strike, the cracks in the purple armor on Yimu deepened, as if it might shatter at any moment. With every clap of thunder, the Demonis let out muffled groans. Each groan revealed through the thickening storm of lightning that yet another tail had been severed from her. Ha ha. Did you see? Even the heavens do not wish to spare you. Yimu, what more can you say? Fellow cultivators, quickly subdue this Demonis, break the formation, and eradicate evil, thus elevating the reputation of our righteous path. At the Elder's command, the sounds of battle outside the mist intensified abruptly. The explosive sounds were deafening, echoing above Fox Cliff, seemingly overpowering the thunder of the tribulation. Yimu was anxious, yet he could only helplessly brace for the tribulation. As the 8th bolt descended, accompanied by several muffled groans, the Demonis was battered and bruised, with only 1 foxtail remaining. Damn the heavens. I, Yimu, have a clear conscience. If you have the capability, come forth. I shall see what power you, old heavens, truly possess. Yimu rose defiantly, unafraid in the face of the impending final bolt of tribulation. With a wave of his hand, a thread of soul rope shot forth from the Een Soul banner, wrapping around the nearly lifeless Demonis and drawing her into his embrace. You hypocritical beings dare to act brazenly before me. Today, I, Yimu, shall ensure that you extend the life of the Demonis. Yimu's crimson gaze fixed fiercely upon the enemies before him. However, the Elder in a snow-white robe laughed maniacally, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, audacious. Yimu, are you aware of the might of the Emperor's final thunder? You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. The Elder clad in fiery robes added mockingly. The last thunder tribulation is the culmination of the previous 8. How dare you divide your attention to fight? You seek your own demise. Once you are reduced to ashes, your treasured possessions shall belong to me. The Elder in the azure robe, an ancestor of the Zhe domain, exhibited gluttony in his eyes. A dying man. Why waste words on him? Let us strike together. The green-robed ancestor of Song Jiang waved his arm, and all 5 launched their attacks simultaneously, summoning brilliant sword radiance above their heads, as if they could tear the sky asunder. Hey. A cold smile crept upon Yimu's lips. Come at me with your lives. Instinctively, he thrust his right arm, fingers splayed wide. In an instant, 5 thick crimson threads of blood shot forth from his fingertips, akin to venomous snakes striking, aimed directly at the throats of the 5 adversaries. Not good. It is the soul-devouring blood curse. The expressions of the five elders changed drastically as they retreated in haste. The other cultivators scrambled to withdraw, as though evading a fatal threat. Yimu, unaware of the origin of this technique, instinctively sensed the terrifying power it contained, instilling fear in all. Do you presume this place to be your own backyard? Coming and going as you please? He clenched his fingers abruptly, causing the once straight blood threads to split into countless crimson filaments, swiftly and accurately piercing into the bodies of tens of thousands of enemy cultivators. Ah, Elder, save me in an instant. Anguished cries echoed through the skies as the cultivators' forms withered and shrank, akin to autumn leaves falling. The wails were mournful, yet the five elders fled without a backward glance, frantically escaping. Soon, the multitude of cultivators became lifeless husks, crashing to the ground like raindrops. Simultaneously, a tremendous vitality surged into Yimu's body through the blood threads, causing an eerie blood glow to envelop him. Chapter 010, A World of Doubt, The Youth of the Tavern. Yimu felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, akin to a torrent crashing forth, reminiscent of a gluttonous demon sated to the brim, his entire being brimming with a spine-chilling vitality. How did I become like this? No wonder others wished to see him gone. At this moment, he truly resembled the demons of legend. Even more perplexing was the presence of two distinctly different currents of energy entwined within his dantian, one yin and one yang, intertwining like the intricate patterns of the Tai Chi diagram, functioning with exquisite harmony. Could it be a second sea of Qi? Did cultivators not possess only one sea of Qi? When did I acquire two? And one that could upheave the very seas? The yang energy was vast as the ocean, imbued with an endless vitality. His intuition whispered that this power was sufficient to withstand the impending final calamity. Yimu was filled with questions, yet he found this phenomenon rather acceptable. Regardless, eliminating his enemies took precedence. If the five elderly men were fearful, then let him test the waters once more. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he spread his fingers, unleashing 5 crimson threads of blood that soared through the air, aiming directly at the 5 observing elders. Arise. A chilling reprimand suddenly exploded in his mind. Almost immediately, a fiery pain flared across his face. Hiss, who dared to slap my handsome face from afar? He glanced around, finding himself utterly alone. This voice, could it be the Demoness? Looking down at the blood-stained, unconscious little fox in his arms, Yimu was filled with suspicion. Awaken. Another stinging slap landed brutally. No, this familiar sensation. It could only be the Demoness. Awake. Could it be that he was merely dreaming? If this were the case, then all these bizarre occurrences would make perfect sense. Get up. Another slap struck, warping the scene before him. As the imagery shifted and his vision cleared, Yimu discovered himself lying upon a soft bed within the spatial pearl. Before him, the Demoness sat with a frosty demeanor, her face etched with disdain. Your Majesty, has no one ever informed you that one should refrain from striking the face? In the midst of a thrilling dream, pondering whether the 5 elderly men would perish or if he could successfully navigate the imperial tribulation, he had been abruptly awakened at such a critical juncture, leaving him speechless. Effective, the Demoness replied coldly, her pristine fox tail lashing out like a whip against his left arm. Release me. Huh? Oh. Yimu finally noticed that he was firmly gripping a foxtail. The force was so great that it pressed the originally fluffy white fur flat against itself. The cold sweat seeping from his palm rendered the tail damp, stripping it of its former luster. As a demon who cherished beauty, the sight of her tail being treated so poorly displeased the Demoness greatly. The moment her tail regained its freedom, she shot him a disdainful glare before elegantly shaking her tail, restoring its fluffy and smooth perfection. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences, Yimu felt no embarrassment. He furrowed his brow, deeply contemplating the implications of the peculiar dream he had just experienced. Typically, I fall asleep instantly, seldom indulging in dreams. Yet, just now, I experienced a vivid and immersive vision, undoubtedly orchestrated by the system. Is it possible that this serves as a harbinger of future events? What arcane methods did those 5 ancient reprobates employ to swiftly annihilate a multitude of powerful celestial sovereigns? As a contract demon, the Demoness is of the same realm and caliber as myself, yet she too could not withstand a single blow from the Elder of the Snowy Domain. The dream did not reveal much, leaving Knight's mind plagued with questions. The dual Qi, the enigmatic spells, and that group of unidentified allies. There are far too many uncertainties, and Knight yearns for answers from the system. Alas, his system is not akin to the chatty sprites found in novels. It remains unresponsive and aloof. It appears that he must embark on a journey of self-discovery instead. regarding the secret arts of the five domains in the purple mysterious robe. Perhaps he could glean some insights from the Demoness, though he fears touching upon her painful past. Furthermore, the Demoness is exceptionally astute. It would be imprudent to inquire too boldly, so he must tread carefully and extract information gradually. As for the future glimpsed in the dream, if the system has foreseen it, Knight shall remain vigilant, ensuring that the five ancient reprobates do not prevail. With the system in hand, the world is at his command. He has never encountered a protagonist possessing a system who was vanquished. However, he was taken aback by the Demoness' willingness to risk her life for his protection in the dream. Your Majesty, if one day I find myself in peril, would you lend your aid? Naturally. The Demoness did not glance back at him, her voice crisp and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Knight reflected on this. As a contract demon bound by life and death, they are intrinsically linked. Should he perish, the Demoness would likewise face extinction. If the contract were to be dissolved, would you still? The Demoness' response remained succinct, seemingly indifferent, yet devoid of ambiguity. Such forthrightness only fueled Knight's curiosity. Your Majesty, I recall the day we forged our contract. You resisted vehemently, even wishing to rid yourself of me swiftly. What has changed now? His gaze held both inquiry and a hint of jest. Because the Demoness' alabaster cheeks suddenly flushed with a delicate hue, and she hurriedly turned away, falling silent. Knight realized she was shy. He never anticipated witnessing the demon empress in a state of bashfulness. It was truly a sight to behold. Nevertheless, the Demoness has always been one to honor her word. Having made a promise, she would undoubtedly fulfill it. Despite being a formidable being, her reliability far surpasses that of certain self-righteous human ancestors. In her prime as the Empress, she commanded vast territories, with even the various demon clans in the Wildlands willingly submitting to her authority. Had it not been for her overwhelming power, which threatened the interests of the five domains of the Eastern Plains, the five ancient reprobates would not have united to besiege the Fox Cliff. At this moment, the sun blazed overhead, and Knight felt the pangs of hunger surge within him. Your Majesty, it is nearly noon. Why don't we venture into the city for a hearty meal and savor the long-forgotten essence of human life? Since embarking on the path of cultivation, they have traversed desolate mountains and wilderness, emerging only at night, and he could no longer recall the last time they strolled through a bustling marketplace under the sun. Yet, as usual, the Demoness shook her head. No, caution is prudent. Very well. After all, the enchanting Demoness is now a notorious fugitive across the five realms. Venturing out during daylight poses the risk of encountering formidable individuals, which could lead to complications. It is uncertain when the two of them will be able to stroll the streets openly, carefree, and without the burden of anxiety. With a sigh, Yimu ceased his persuasion, donned a disguise as a youth clad in azure, and slipped into Pingyang City. The bustling marketplace was alive with activity. Steam rising from the steaming baskets enveloped the entire street in a fragrant embrace. The common folk, their faces alight with joy, appeared as if they had stumbled upon a treasure trove, whispering in small groups about the astonishing events of the previous night. A new city lord had assumed power, reportedly sent from the upper city, though the details of his origins remained shrouded in mystery. Yimu strolled leisurely, fanning himself as he followed the alluring scent of wine into a bustling tavern. Inside, every seat was occupied, and a diverse array of patrons clinked their cups and engaged in lively discussions. Did you hear about last night? The Ghost King was truly formidable. Those ruffians were screaming. How astonishing. Who would have thought the city lord was the true mastermind behind it all? Quite the revelation. Indeed, the thunderous sounds from Mouse Mountain still echo in my ears. It has been a plague for centuries, but finally, it has been resolved. Absolutely. We owe it all to the esteemed Ghost King. The taverness attendant, noticing the new arrival, approached with a beaming smile. Welcome, honored guest. Please, come inside. Our establishment offers affordable food and drink. Yimu chuckled lightly, interrupting. I would like a roasted chicken and 2 ounces of wine, please. Right away. The attendant replied eagerly, rushing to fulfill the order. As Yimu surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that every table was occupied except for a solitary youth in the corner, dining alone. He approached to share the table. The young man was savoring a plate of braised meat noodles, his expression one of utmost delight. Upon noticing Yimu's presence, he looked up, instantly freezing in place. With a clatter, the bamboo chopsticks in the youth's hand fell onto the table. Yimu, hearing the sound, glanced up and was momentarily taken aback. This individual bore a striking resemblance to the young willow demon from his dreams. Chapter 011. In your view, Is the Ghost King good or evil? The young man stood frozen in place, the color draining from his face, his willow-like eyes reflecting both shock and fear. Do you know me? Knight asked with keen interest, raising an eyebrow. No, I don't know you, the young man replied, shaking his head and waving his hands in a flustered manner as he hastily picked up his chopsticks, his gaze darting away, burying his face deep into the bowl. His trembling shoulders and mechanical chewing betrayed his current panic as he forgot to swallow the mouthful of noodles. Knight's interest only intensified. Then why are you? He began, but was interrupted by a burly man at the adjacent table who chimed in. What this young master does not know is that our brother Lu is particularly wary of strangers. Indeed, we carry a sin of sweat. Our brother Cha Ching is quite fastidious and often sits alone, added a bearded man at the same table. You suddenly approached so closely. Our brother Cha Ching is a bit unaccustomed. Lu Changqing. Knight lightly drummed his fingers on the table, his gaze roving over the young man's frail form. I see. A playful smile spread across his face as he scrutinized the youth. Yet, the young man remained like an ostrich, burying his head deeper into the bowl, pretending not to hear. At this moment, the burly man grinned broadly, jesting. In my opinion, young Master Lu is simply shy. Ha! Exactly. The bearded man chimed in. Every time Cha Ching sees a handsome young man, he tends to daze off for a while. Young master, you are exceptionally handsome, so? Nonsense, I am not. The young man, flustered and with reddened ears, turned to argue, only to provoke laughter from the entire room. See, it's hit the mark, ha ha ha. The diners clearly found amusement in this, and the young man was left embarrassed, even his neck flushing with color. My lord, they merely enjoy jesting. Please do not take it to heart. I am not like that. The young man hurriedly turned back to explain, his voice shrinking with each word, his gaze wandering, never daring to meet Knight's eyes. His desperate attempts to cover up only piqued Knight's interest further. His avoidance was a clear indication of guilt. And he seemed to know Knight's true identity, claiming to dislike the sin of his own kind and sitting alone. It was simply a fear of being recognized by a superior. As for staring at handsome men, it was not a matter of preference, but rather an instinct of lower-tier demon cultivators. They often observed human features during their initial transformation stages, secretly noting desirable traits to prepare for future enhancements of their appearance. Noticing that the establishment was filled with ordinary folk, Knight discreetly harnessed the power of his spiritual essence. With a light sniff, the truth was laid bare before him. He smiled wickedly, raised an eyebrow, and extended his hand. The young man shivered, his arms trembling even more. He glanced back at the other diners, and seeing no one paying attention, he timidly reached out, respectfully displaying his open palm. In the pale, sweat-soaked center of his hand lay a toothpick. Ah, it truly is that little willow demon from the ancient path outside the city. Knight's lips curled into a slight smile, though he did not take it, merely offering a meaningful grin. The young man appeared taken aback, hesitantly lifting his head. His eyes filled with confusion and caution as he cautiously regarded him. Your kindness was evident last night. Why be so reserved? Knight remarked, casting a glance at the dishes before him. The young man, seemingly understanding the situation, promptly offered a pair of intricately carved willow with chopsticks. How considerate. Yimu nodded in acceptance. The young man, visibly relieved, immediately subdued his demeanor and focused on his meal, even chewing with deliberate gentleness, afraid to make a sound. His demeanor was akin to that of someone attempting to evade a looming disaster. Yimu couldn't help but chuckle, having previously clarified the matter. The little willow spirit before him remained so apprehensive. With such a timid disposition, how could he ever become a close confidant? Was the dream hint provided by the system merely a jest at his expense? Yet, it would be unjust to label him as childish. Although he appeared youthful, he was, after all, a spirit. The transformation of grass and trees into sentient beings is a formidable challenge. This willow spirit before him might have sacrificed countless times its main trunk for others' use, accumulating merits, only to attain the current third-tier cultivation, after years and countless ages. Even after experiencing the vicissitudes of life, he still exhibited such trepidation, presumably out of fear of being forcibly bound by unscrupulous cultivators and turned into a spirit slave. Yimu pondered this, recalling how he had once done just that, resulting in his own contract with the spirit, Yao Ji. Since the system had presented him with the option of Lu Chaqing, there must be profound significance behind it. To break the awkwardness, once the roasted chicken was served, Yimu tore off a succulent drumstick and offered it to Lu Chaqing. Lu Chaqing was immediately flustered. No, oh dear, young master. The burly man quickly interjected, Do we not just say that Lu Gongzi has a cleanliness obsession and never touches others' belongings? Indeed, indeed. The scruffy bearded man turned as well. Please do not take offense. Cha-Ching is simply like this with strangers. I do not. You are misinterpreting. With their remarks, Lu Cha-Ching's ears turned crimson. His outstretched hand frozen in midair, unable to decide whether to accept or decline. Perhaps due to his overwhelming anxiety, faint bark-like patterns began to appear on his wrist, indicating his instability, prompting Lu Cha-Ching to hastily tug at his sleeves to conceal it. Lu Gongzi, there is no need for such formality. Our meeting is a matter of fate, so please feel at ease, Yimu said with a wry smile, gently placing the drumstick atop the braised noodles. Lu Cha-Ching nodded awkwardly, his gaze fixated on the chicken leg, his Adam's apple unconsciously bobbing, revealing his undeniable desire for the meat, yet he remained hesitant to dig in. Could it be that Lu Gongzi truly finds this distasteful? Yimu narrowed his eyes, a hint of warning gleaming within them. No. Lu Cha-Ching hastily seized the chicken leg and began to devour it with great enthusiasm. Seeing him relish the meal, Yimu cheerfully ordered another roasted chicken, eager to engage in conversation. After all, the other party had lived for 10,000 years in this realm and must possess extensive knowledge about the surroundings of Pingyang City. He might even have insights into the situation of the Wanqi Valley. If he could glean even a fragment of information, his trials in the Wanqi Valley post-transformation would surely be less burdensome. Just as he was about to speak, someone remarked, "That nine-tailed fox next to the Ghost King cannot possibly be that legendary spirit empress who has lost her cultivation, can she?" Instantly, the tavern erupted with chatter. How could that be? She is an empress of the Fox clan. Even without her powers, she would never submit to another. That is uncertain. Perhaps the Ghost King seized the opportunity and succeeded. Exactly. Otherwise, how could that fox spirit wield the fire of the Fox Ridge? I doubt it. She is currently being pursued by all the realms of the 5 domains. How could she dare to show her face? Indeed. The nine-tailed fox clan is well versed in this technique. It may not necessarily be her. The murmurs rose and fell, with some believing and others scoffing. Lu Cha-Ching, who was savoring a chicken leg, paused momentarily, raising his willow-like eyes that flickered with doubt and concern. Yimu merely curled the corners of his mouth, remaining silent. Even if he asserted the truth, how many would truly believe him? At that moment, a burly man at the neighboring table turned his head again and boomed. "Young Master Lu, you are well-traveled and knowledgeable, often stating that the Empress and the Enchantress are benevolent spirits. What is your opinion? Is the Ghost King truly righteous or wicked?" "Indeed," a bearded man exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table in agreement. "The Ghost King's methods are inscrutable and more enigmatic than those of demonic cultivators, yet his actions are more upright than those of the righteous sections. It is truly perplexing." Yes. The patrons shared this sentiment, nodding in unison, their faces reflecting confusion. In that moment, a multitude of curious gazes turned towards them. Yimu too was eager to discern the thoughts of this future close friend. He set down his wine cup and cast a curious glance at the audience. Before him, Lu Cha-Ching swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly rose to his feet and surveyed the crowd. Last night, the esteemed Ghost King made it clear. In this world, there is no inherent distinction between righteous and wicked in the arts. It all depends on how one utilizes them. One cannot discern good from evil merely by their methods. The Great One has rid our Pingyang City of malevolence, and all of you have witnessed it. How could he be a villain? Chapter 012. If not spoken, I may just extract your soul. Lu Cha-Ching's voice rang clear and resonant, each word pronounced with a gravitas that suggested he had never been more serious. The patrons in the hall were momentarily stunned into silence, unable to mount any retort. And the atmosphere grew tense. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Let us continue our drinking. A burly man coughed twice, his deep voice shattering the stillness. Indeed, I raise my glass to all of you. A bearded man hurriedly filled his cup, breaking the impasse. Cheers. As the crowd regained their composure, they lifted their glasses and clinked them together, the tavern once again bursting into lively chatter. Once Lu Cha-Ching turned back, Yimu raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, "Is this truly how you feel?" "Yes, indeed." Lu Cha-Ching nodded emphatically, his gaze towards Yimu filled with admiration. Could it be that there exists a kindred spirit? Yimu's interest piqued, and he discreetly extended his consciousness, thoroughly probing Lu Cha-Ching, discovering no hint of deceit. Lu Gongzi's admiration for the Ghost King coincided perfectly with my own sentiments. Why not retire to a private chamber for a more intimate discussion? Upon hearing this, Lu Cha-Ching visibly trembled, yet complied, rising obediently to follow him upstairs. Ah, Lu brother has found a kindred spirit, came the boisterous teasing from behind. Huh. I wondered why your face was as red as a monkey's backside. The bearded man chimed in with jest. Laughter erupted throughout the tavern, the sound nearly lifting the roof off. Lu Chongqing paused on the stairs, his ears burning with embarrassment as he turned around in indignation. Stop your nonsense. I merely wish to find a quieter place to converse with this gentleman. Oh, so it's a case of immediate rapport. Indeed. It's a pity we didn't team meet sooner. We understand each other. Rest assured, we will not speak ill of you. Another burst of laughter ensued. And though Lu Chongqing stamped his foot in frustration, he had no choice but to quicken his pace and follow Yimu upstairs. Upon entering the private chamber on the second floor, Yimu gracefully waved his sleeve, and 4 transparent light screens rose from the corners, isolating them from the external clamor. Should any visitor knock at the door, the barriers would temporarily lift. This soundproofing technique was common in the realm of cultivation, ensuring that their discussions remained confidential while also avoiding attracting undue attention. As the door clicked shut, Lu Chongqing trembled and immediately sank to his knees. Master, what inquiries do you have? His voice quivered, and the branches atop his head uncontrollably sprouted forth. There is no need for such subservience, Lu Gongzi. My actions are always transparent and righteous. I would never harm the innocent nor trouble the benevolent creatures. Please, be at ease. Yimu patiently extended a hand, guiding him to sit opposite at the square table, then spoke in a kindly tone. I have come today merely to inquire about the matters concerning the 10,000 Serpents Valley. The 10,000 Serpents Valley? Lu Chongqing's previously relaxed brow tightened once more. Master, the 10,000 Serpents Valley is fraught with danger. Its Serpent King is a treacherous being, having reached the 4th tier of the Condensation Sea realm. Surely, you do not intend to. Indeed, that would be unwise, Master. Lu Chongqing exclaimed, rising abruptly in alarm. That vile Serpent King's fangs. Before he could finish, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door, prompting Lu Chongqing to immediately silence himself and rein in his aura. The innkeeper entered, balancing a tray of delicacies, and cheerfully arranged the bowls and dishes before bowing and retreating. The room fell silent once more. Opposite the square table, Lu Chongqing stared intently at the sumptuous feast before him, his throat bobbing as his eyes remained fixed on the spread. Truly, he was a glutton. Moments ago, he had heard the words of the enchanting Lu, who not only seemed well-versed in the intricacies of the Serpent Valley, but also harbored a veiled animosity towards the Serpent King. It appeared he had indeed found the right person. There was no need for formalities. They could converse while dining. Yimu, composed, picked up his chopsticks first. Thank you, my lord. With the culinary delights laid before him, Lu Chongqing also let loose, devouring the food while opening up the conversation. What you may not know, my lord, is that the Serpent King's fangs are particularly troublesome. Its venom can erode all life in the world. A mere touch can disintegrate, leaving no trace within 3 breaths. Its true form is as robust as a wheel, stretching over 10 zhang, and a single sweep of its tail can flatten half a mountain, extremely perilous. Furthermore, its entire body is covered in black scales as hard as dark iron. Cultivators of the same realm are utterly powerless against it. Should you insist on venturing forth? I fear. Lu Chongqing hesitated, his expression clouded with concern. The notorious reputation of the Serpent King was well known, and such trepidation was not unwarranted. Few could escape the clutches of the serpent's fangs, and its form was scarcely known. Yet Lu Chongqing spoke with such vivid detail, as if he had witnessed it firsthand, igniting a flicker of curiosity within Yimu. Despite Lu's longevity of 10,000 years, he remained merely a cultivator of the 3rd rank, scarcely formidable enough to be of any use against the serpent's fangs. How had he come by such information? Have you encountered the serpent's fangs before, young Master Lu? More than just encountered. Lu Chongqing gritted his teeth, his mouth full of food, mumbling incoherently, my Lu clan shares no common ground with that vile serpent. Suddenly, he seemed to awaken, hastily covering his mouth, rendered speechless. His foolish demeanor elicited both disdain and intrigue from Yimu. Oh, what enmity do you harbor? No. Nothing, Lu Chongqing stammered, his eyes darting, shaking his head repeatedly, clearly concealing a secret. Yimu raised an eyebrow. Oh? Is young Master Lu reluctant to share? My lord, truly there is nothing. I was merely speaking out of turn. Speaking out of turn? Given his wary demeanor, Yimu found it hard to believe. Transforming into a simpleton at the sight of food, yet now feigning cleverness. Such a fool, would he truly prove useful in the future? Yet, he bore a striking resemblance to his dreamlike self. If young Master Lu insists on concealing the truth, I shall resort to soul-searching. The vivid memory of last night's public soul-searching was fresh, having spread through every street and alley. No demon was unaware, no one uninformed. Lu Chaqing shuddered. Yet his lips remained tightly sealed, refusing to utter a word. This reaction only served to highlight the existence of some untold secret. Yimu had merely intended to intimidate him into revealing some information, not genuinely intending to resort to force. He had not anticipated such fortitude from the other party, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Lucian, Lurian. The voice of the enchanting spirit echoed within his consciousness. Lucian? This was the first time Yimu had heard that name. However, the enchanting spirit had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and was well acquainted with many matters. Her specific reminder carried profound significance. I have also heard of Lucian. Why must young Master Lu be this way? How could one possibly know? Lu Chaqing was momentarily taken aback, then began to murmur to himself as if struck by a sudden realization. Indeed, it is hardly surprising that a lord would be aware of events from 100,000 years ago, especially with a long-lived nine-tailed fox as a contract spirit. It is widely acknowledged that a fox spirit must cultivate for millennia to sprout a single tail, and it takes another 10,000 years to attain human form. Thus, to achieve the remarkable 9 tails and transform, one must have lived for at least 100,000 springs and autumns. Lu Chaqing resembled a deflated balloon, his shoulders drooping in despair, losing all interest in the exquisite delicacies before him. His eyes gradually glistened with a hint of red, as if a torrent of sorrow surged within. Why is he crying? What transpired 100,000 years ago? Just as Yimu felt a surge of curiosity, he observed Lu Chaqing fill his cup to the brim and raise it, draining its contents in one swift motion, his handsome visage instantly flushed with color. Now that the Lord is already aware, there is no need for me to conceal the truth any longer. 100,000 years ago, the Lu God was an unparalleled powerhouse at the Emperor level. And I, Lu Chaqing, am but a tender sprout blossoming from a mere root within the vast network of the Lu God. Chapter 013, The Young Friend's Remarkable Physique. Destined to be a dragon amongst men, Knight was momentarily taken aback. No wonder the tree spirit, Lu Chaqing, appeared in the system's dreamscape. It was a sapling nurtured by the esteemed Lu God of the Imperial Realm. If that were the case, the entity before him must be over 100,000 years old. Yet, why had it only reached the 3rd tier of Qi gathering and seemed rather dim-witted? As he pondered, Lu Chaqing poured himself another 2 cups and resumed his tale. 100,000 years ago, the Lu God fell in love with the chieftain of the Merfolk, also of the Imperial Realm, resulting in their fateful union that angered the heavenly Dao, leading to their demise. Since then, my Lu clan has languished, retreating to Liuye Valley to eke out an existence. Initially undisturbed, life was bearable. However, 20,000 years ago, the treacherous conspired with powerful serpents to raid our Liuye Valley, slaughtering my kin. After the battle, having sustained significant injuries, that fiend occupied our ancestral grounds, renaming it Wanqi Valley to recuperate. Unable to bear the injustice, I confronted him, but we both suffered catastrophic losses. As he spoke, Lu Chaqing downed a cup in one gulp, his eyes brimming with resentment and bitterness. Knight listened intently, pouring another cup for him. The Lu God, despite being a great emperor, could not escape the fate of emotions. Both were beings of the why did the heavenly Dao impose such punishment? Who was the formidable entity backing the Snake King? Venturing to Wanqi Valley required utmost caution. Lost in thought, he heard Lu Chaqing continue. However, that treacherous serpent isn't faring much better. Relying on the spiritual essence of our sacred grounds, after 2 millennia, he has barely returned to the 4th tier of. Hehehe. Lu Chaqing, now quite inebriated, let out a silly laugh as 2 clusters of willow branches sprouted from his head, clearly intoxicated. He swayed and attempted to pour more wine, prompting Knight to intervene hastily. My dear Lu, you've had quite enough. Not at all. Today, I have encountered a great personage. I must propose a toast. Lu Chaqing stumbled to his feet, respectfully lifting his cup. Knight, considering that one more cup would pose no issue and could yield further information, raised his cup in return. To his surprise, Lu Chaqing drained his cup in one go, and before he could set it down, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. His arms started to take on a wooden hue, and his human form was at risk of disintegrating. What on earth? Despite being merely at the 3rd tier of Qi gathering, this is utterly ridiculous. The pressing concern was that a throng of diners remained outside, and Lu's true form was now evident. How would they exit? Simply jumping out the window with him would surely raise suspicions. Knight sighed in exasperation, took out a dark cloak, wrapped Lu securely, and hoisted him onto his back to make his way outside. As he descended the stairs, a burly man jested, "Oh dear. How did he get into this state? It seems our young Lu has truly found a confidant. Indeed, a bearded man chimed in, this gentleman. Lu Changqing's residence is just around the corner in that little courtyard. I would appreciate it if you could escort him home. To his surprise, Lu had a place to stay within the city. Knight awkwardly acknowledged with an and hurriedly left the establishment, entering the narrow alleyway. The small courtyard, adorned with green tiles and blue bricks, was sufficiently secluded, making it ideal to dwell in secrecy. Within the courtyard stood a single simple room, clean and unpretentious. Knight unceremoniously tossed the snoring figure onto the bed, contemplating their future bond as life and death companions. He then set up a rudimentary protective barrier at the entrance before departing with a sense of assurance. Upon entering the bustling street, Knight Mu's heart was fraught with confusion, compelling him to send a silent inquiry. Your Majesty, why were Lu Ruyan and her merman companion punished by fate? Could it be due to their myriad misdeeds? All are demons, yet of different kinds. The demoness answered succinctly, leaving Knight Mu somewhat bewildered. Then, in the future, will your Majesty and I also face divine retribution? You and I are of the same kind. Naturally, we shall not. How can one human and one demon be considered the same kind? Knight Mu was even more perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the implication. Both humans and demons are creatures of nature. When they unite, at least there remains a semblance of coherence. The union of a willow tree and a merman, resulting in a trunk covered in fish scales and a creature with fish-like tails adorned with willow branches. The imagery was simply unfathomable, causing Knight Mu's lips to twitch involuntarily. Your Majesty's intention is to walk this path with me until the end, is it not? How tiresome. The demoness' voice immediately resonated, tinged with indignation. Goodness, in broad daylight. How can your Majesty still feel bashful? After teasing her, Knight Mu did not forget to stow the roasted chicken, specially packed from the eatery, into his space to feed his ever-changing demon companion. On a summer afternoon, under the relentless sun, the street remained vibrantly animated. While wandering, Knight Mu's gaze fell upon a peculiar fortune-telling booth. The fortune-teller, clad in tattered robes, appeared gaunt and dark, yet exuded an undeniable vitality. The sign read, 100 taels for divination, 3 fortunes a day. Passers-by cast disdainful glances, eager to distance themselves, whispering amongst themselves, a con artist. The old fortune-teller, however, remained unfazed, stroking his silvery beard with a calm demeanor, embodying the essence of those who wish to fish shall take the bait. Noticing the radiant aura surrounding him, it was evident he possessed some remarkable abilities. Recalling the bizarre dream and his journey through the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, Knight Mu felt an inexplicable urge and approached the booth. Master, is your divination reliable? Honest dealings with all. The old man glanced at him, then confidently declared, if it's not accurate, your money will be refunded. In that case, please, Master, perform a reading for me. Knight Mu, unconcerned about the cost, produced an ingot of 100 taels and placed it on the table, drawing the attention of onlookers, yet a single glare from the old man sent them scattering. What does this young friend wish to inquire about? Upon seeing the silver, the old man instantly appeared invigorated, his eyes gleaming with greed. And he even bit the coin to ascertain its authenticity before a sycophantic smile spread across his face. Past deeds, future fortunes, all are within my grasp. Huh. No wonder they say the old fortune-teller can boast. Knight Mu chuckled. Since you claim to know all, let us inquire about the matters at hand. Naturally, he wished to keep his past hidden to avoid unnecessary troubles, while simultaneously curious to see the accuracy of the reading. The old man merely smiled in silence, nodding his head, and began to scrutinize him with penetrating eyes. In an instant, Knight Mu felt a tightening sensation, as though countless eyes from all directions were piercing into his very soul, seeking to uncover his innermost essence. An overwhelming discomfort enveloped him. Could it be that this old man was also a practitioner, adept in some profound divination technique? Unease crept into Knight Mu's heart. He considered probing with his consciousness, but feared it might provoke an unexpected response. Daring not to communicate with the enchanting demoness for fear of arousing the old priest's suspicion, Knight pondered his next move. Suddenly, the old priest halted, his gaze fixated upon him with an expression of incredulity. The sense of discomfort that had previously enveloped him dissipated entirely. Could it be that the priest had discerned something? As Knight calmly inquired, his mind raced with thoughts. The probing power he had sensed earlier was anything but ordinary. The old priest clearly possessed extraordinary abilities. At that moment, the priest's reaction did not seem to be mere theatrics warning of bloodshed, but rather an indication that he had indeed glimpsed into Knight's secrets. Then, the old priest exclaimed, regaining his composure, Ah, young friend, your remarkable bone structure suggests that you are destined to become a true dragon among men. With so many onlookers present, he proposed. Shall we move to a tea house for a more private discussion? The old priest's bony fingers stroked his beard as he smiled mysteriously. Were it not for the earlier sense of strangeness, Knight might have thought him just another charlatan. Though the old priest's true capabilities remained shrouded in mystery, the radiant golden light surrounding him suggested he was no malevolent figure. Moreover, the demoness, well-versed in the ways of the world and ever vigilant within the spatial orb, would surely alert him to any unusual developments. In pursuit of his objectives amidst peril, Knight's thoughts raced. Noticing that the old priest had swiftly gathered his belongings and was leading the way, he followed with curiosity, eager to uncover what mischief the old priest intended to orchestrate. Chapter 14. The fortuitous yet elusive encounter, charging for assistance? In the elegantly appointed private room of a tea house, the fragrant scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. The old Taoist savored his fragrant tea, smiling enigmatically, his tattered robe starkly contrasting with the refined decor surrounding him. Yimu, taking the initiative, inquired, Master Taoist. What brings you here? Do not hesitate to speak your mind. The old man set down his teacup, his expression shifting to one of profound contemplation. My young friend, your physique is unlike any I have encountered in my lifetime. Though I may not discern its nature, I can sense the formidable power it harbors. If mishandled, it could lead to dire consequences. The Taoist's mysterious smile and unwavering certainty startled Yimu momentarily. Earlier, at the divination stall, the mysterious probing force had discerned his constitution, which was not altogether surprising. Yet, over the past 3 years, the body of beings bestowed upon him by the system had only revealed 2 abilities, the capacity to sense demonic energy and an unusual spiritual awareness. The subsequent powers remained a mystery even to him. How had this old Taoist come to know of them? Was he merely attempting to bamboozle him for monetary gain? Since you are unaware of its type, why do you fear it? Would you kindly elaborate? Yimu was eager to see how the Taoist would explain. As the afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting a sweltering heat, Yimu lifted his teacup, patiently awaiting the old man's words. The Taoist stroked his long beard, nodded with a smile, and leisurely sipped his tea before responding. Your cultivation is still in its infancy, hence the latent potential within you has yet to awaken. And when will it manifest? Yimu was equally curious. Soon, once you successfully traverse this impending thunder tribulation and step into the realm of the condensed sea, the potential shall reveal itself. Is it truly imminent? Yimu pondered, bewildered by how the old man could perceive his forthcoming tribulation. The Taoist chuckled, as if he could see through Yimu's thoughts. Do not be on guard, my young friend. I harbor no ill intentions. Your abilities are extraordinary, and as your realm ascends, they will grow ever more formidable, imbued with the power to devour all living beings, which is indeed terrifying. He added a cautionary note. Should you lose control, you risk succumbing to madness, becoming a bloodthirsty fiend. This echoed the soul-eating blood curse spoken of by the 5 old men in his dreams, and Yimu's expression grew grave. Even though the system was present to prevent him from losing his sanity, the sinister nature of that mysterious power was undeniably troubling. In the blink of an eye, it could slaughter countless cultivators, and the satisfaction it brought was akin to that of a gluttonous beast. Merely recalling it sent chills down his spine. The most perplexing aspect was that the system had yet to reveal its methods, while this old Taoist seemed to possess foresight. Caught in his astonishment, the Taoist stroked his beard and continued, Moreover, my young friend, your techniques are peculiar. In the long run, they will erode your sanity. Not to mention, your pact with the demoness is something that countless cultivators covet and yearn for. With such heavy karmic ties, you will inevitably become a target for collective siege and retribution in the future. Be ever vigilant and do not let others discover your secrets. After imparting this sage advice, the Taoist resumed savoring his tea, as if awaiting Yimu's response. You see right through me and still advise me to keep it a secret. How absurd. Yimu felt a surge of displeasure. The old man seemed to know everything, including the demon empress, and Yimu couldn't shake the feeling of exasperation. Regardless of how the Taoist had deduced this, his forthrightness left Yimu questioning the true intent behind such candor. Are you not afraid that words may bring calamity upon oneself? Since the hidden cards have been revealed, Yimu decided to no longer conceal himself. Releasing his spiritual consciousness to discern the capabilities of the individual before him. After several thorough examinations, he was utterly astonished. Although he could not ascertain the exact level of the old Taoist cultivation, he could confirm that this person possessed no Qi. As practitioners know, the most notable characteristic of a practitioner at the Qi condensation stage is the formation of a Qi. Simply put, the Qi Si is a reservoir of energy, storing the practitioner's vital essence. Regardless of whether the Qi Si accumulates spiritual energy, malevolent energy, demonic energy, ghostly energy, or the energies of yin and yang, it serves as the wellspring of a practitioner's power. The broader the Qi Si, the deeper the practitioner's magical prowess, and the more enduring their spells. Akin to a battery in the mortal realm. Without energy, no matter how formidable the technique, it cannot be unleashed, leaving one vulnerable to harm. The old Taoist before him lacked a Qi Si, indicating his cultivation must be beneath the Qi condensation stage. Yet, curiously, Yi Mu could not perceive even a hint of his realm, as if he were an ordinary person. Perplexed, he sent a message, inquiring, "Your Majesty, do you know why?" After a brief silence within the sea of consciousness, the response from the Demoness arrived, the diviner, Yu Qianshan. A revelation dawned upon Yi Mu. There were long-standing rumors in the cultivation world that a diviner possesses no realm yet knows the affairs of the world. Despite the old man's disheveled appearance and lack of grooming, he was indeed a genuine recluse of the highest order. Mastering the art of divination, he shunned worldly affairs, preferring instead to wander mountains and rivers, savoring the ephemeral joys of life. His movements were elusive, unpredictable, a matter of chance, reliant entirely on fate. His appearance could shift in myriad forms, shrouded in mystery. Most astonishingly, even if one were aware of your past and present, you could not hold him accountable. It was rumored that the diviner possessed rare treasures or secret methods, allowing him to come and go without trace, evading all attempts to detain him. However, the old Taoist was known for his discretion, never divulging matters concerning others. Contemplating this, Yi Mu felt a semblance of peace within. To encounter such an opportunity, could this be the halo of a protagonist? Since he was the fated one, why not seize this chance to seek further divinations? Grateful for the Taoist's reminder, he vowed to remember it well. After overcoming the tribulation, he would soon venture to the Valley of 10,000 Serpents and wondered if he could request the Taoist to divine his fortune. After all, the Serpent King had powerful connections, and Yi Mu did not dare to take it lightly. To his surprise, the old Taoist waved his hand, stating that one divination had already exhausted the cosmic secrets and further inquiries would require 100 tales. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a greedy old man. Yi Mu nearly burst into laughter, though he could understand the reasoning. Such esteemed individuals often engage in matters that ordinary folk find hard to comprehend. After presenting another ingot of silver, the old Taoist reopened his mystical eye. In an instant, the probing force enveloped Yi Mu once more. However, within a mere 3 breaths, the old Taoist suddenly froze in place, his mouth twitching alongside the corner of his eye, his white beard trembling uncontrollably. On his wrinkled face, a complex expression of embarrassment, frustration, and helplessness emerged simultaneously. Yi Mu cautiously inquired, "Taoist, could it be that this journey holds peril?" The old man hesitated, wanting to speak yet faltering, his white brows knitting tightly, his face betraying deep inner turmoil. This left Yi Mu feeling gravely serious. What could possibly be amiss? Could there truly be a threat to his life? As he pondered in confusion, the old Taoist rummaged through his belongings for a while and eventually produced a grimy jade token, which he reluctantly handed over. Upon closer inspection, the jade was of coarse texture, bearing only the character inscribed upon it, and could hardly be considered a quality piece. "Young friend, this jade token is a personal item of mine, and I hope you will keep it safe. Should you encounter a certain obstinate old Taoist in the valley, I trust you will extend your assistance." Obstinate old Taoist? Yi Mu was taken aback. Could there be others venturing to the 10,000 Serpents Valley? Surely, it couldn't be that bearded elder from last night above Pingyang City. The old Taoist before him seemed to have read his thoughts, offering an awkward smile. Well, if that stubborn old man proves to be uncooperative, simply displaying this token should deter him from any rash actions. Indeed, it was that bearded elder. Since the Taoist had made a request, Yi Mu felt compelled to assist. Although his intention was to rescue someone, resolving this troublesome matter was also a priority, and he reluctantly agreed. However, just as he reached out to take the jade token, the old Taoist suddenly withdrew his hand. "Young friend, this item is precious and requires a fee." "What?" Yi Mu's expression faltered, incredulous at being asked to pay for assistance. The old Taoist cleared his throat twice. "Do not misunderstand, young friend. This token conceals opportunities and holds significant value, thus necessitating a payment of 100,000 taels of silver." Chapter 15. Is there a predetermined fate in the darkness? Knight Shepherd was momentarily taken aback by the audacious demand. 100,000 taels was no trifling sum. Although he could produce such an amount, it was the dowry bestowed upon him by the Demoness. As a man of stature, it seemed rather inappropriate to spend a woman's money. Furthermore, if the jade tablet truly held immeasurable value, why did it appear so unremarkable? Is the young friend dismissing the humble offerings of this monk? The old priest's demeanor shifted slightly, revealing his displeasure. Such humble offerings are only bestowed upon those fated to receive them. Should you decline, do not lament later. Fated ones, that phrase sounded eerily familiar to Knight Shepherd. Reminiscent of the bald vendors selling spiritually charged bracelets on the streets of his previous life. The old priest misinterpreted his hesitation. The younger generation does not harbor doubts, I see. However, when one is away from home, one inevitably faces financial constraints. Knight Shepherd intended to negotiate a lower price, but the old priest, with a mysterious smile, declared, "In this world, everyone experiences financial hardship, except for you, my young friend." It seemed the old priest was aware of the Demoness' existence. As the demon emperor, she possessed countless rare treasures, and wealth was certainly not an issue. Yet, since it was not his own, Knight Shepherd discreetly inquired, "What are your thoughts, your majesty?" "Buy it," was the succinct reply. With a simple word, Knight Shepherd was compelled to produce a storage ring and present it. The old priest, lacking any cultivation, appeared to have no knowledge of how to inspect the storage ring, yet his face lit up with joy upon receiving it. Now, this is more like it. Opportunities like this are fleeting. After securing the storage ring, the old priest tossed the jade tablet back, his movements reminiscent of a seasoned street vendor. "You are indeed generous. Young friend, I still have one divination left today. Why not allow me to offer you a free reading? Feel free to inquire about anything." Having already stepped into the pitfalls of spending, Knight Shepherd thought it unwise to turn down a free opportunity. Might the Taoist predict the tribulations I shall face in the future? However, the old priest repeatedly shook his head. No. The tribulations destined for you are as numerous as the sands of the Milky Way, ever-changing and unpredictable. I truly lack the capacity to calculate them. Knight Shepherd's expression faltered. Just how many tribulations did he face? Was he destined to be akin to Tang Sing? And still without a definite answer. Were they present or absent? Feeling exasperated, Knight Shepherd redirected his inquiry. If that is the case, then let us divine the imperial tribulations. He was eager to know whether the 5 old men would meet their demise, and if he could successfully navigate his tribulations. The old priest stroked his beard with a smile. Your aspirations are indeed lofty, reminiscent of my own youth. Very well, allow me to conduct a thorough analysis for you. Yet, rather than employing any mysterious probing techniques, the old priest began counting on his fingers, muttering incantations under his breath. After about half a tea's worth of time, the old priest abruptly ceased, gazing with a knowing smile. Your fate is indeed extraordinarily complex. Please, Taoist, enlighten me. Knight Shepherd sat upright, attentively awaiting the revelation. Ordinarily, imperial tribulations possess a predetermined nature, yet it seems they have been disrupted by some formidable force, rendering them enigmatic. Even I cannot glimpse their true nature. The old priest admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Wasn't that tantamount to saying nothing at all? Knight Shepherd had come seeking guidance precisely because the future was uncertain. And now he found himself even more bewildered. Upon further contemplation, the old sage's inability to discern the outcome may stem from his foreknowledge. Once aware, one must take precautions in advance, thus rendering the situation intricate and uncertain. At this moment, the sage adjusted his robes and rose to his feet. What is destined must come to pass. What is not, cannot be forced. As a traveler from beyond the realm, my young friend, you may alter your fate against the heavens. Yet, the cycle of celestial law is immutable, and the consequences are predetermined. It is merely the severity of tribulations that varies. With a mysterious smile, the sage waved his hand and departed gracefully, leaving Yi Mu in a state of bewilderment amidst the lingering aroma of tea. The sage's reputation as a master of divination was indeed well-deserved, as he perceived him so profoundly. However, it seemed that the other party had not gleaned any insights into the matters of the system, otherwise, he would not have deemed the situation so complex and uncertain. The forthcoming rewards of the system were fraught with unpredictability. How the narrative would unfold remained uncertain to anyone. Having lingered here for 3 years, Yi Mu was not oblivious to the sage's insinuations. Essentially, it suggested that while slight alterations might be permissible, a great calamity was inescapable. Ultimately, the outcome hinged upon one's own capabilities. Gazing out at the bustling marketplace, Yi Mu helplessly tugged at the corners of his mouth and communicated telepathically, Your Majesty. How well do you know the Sage of Divination? By name only, I have yet to see him. Indeed, Yi Mu mused, recognizing that had it not been for this The Demonis would not have hesitated so long before responding to his inquiry. Truly, the Demon Emperor's penchant for brevity was impressive. Could it be that years of maintaining an aloof demeanor had become a habit? A playful thought struck Yimu. Does your majesty not find this reticence rather dull? Our journey ahead is long. Perhaps a slight change would be in order? The Demonis seemed to ponder this. As silence enveloped her consciousness for a moment before her response came, it depends on your performance. Oh? Yimu's interest was piqued, and he teased. Does your majesty imply that my performance has been lacking? The implication was too apparent, and the Demonis' disdainful voice immediately followed. Boring. Indeed, that was the response he anticipated. Yimu grinned mischievously, his spirits lifted, and turned his attention back to the vibrant marketplace. At that moment, he observed the sage emerging from the tea house, carrying 2 bulging cloth bags. Instantly, a swarm of small beggars flocked to him, forming a familiar line. Each child's face radiated joy, evidently well acquainted with the sage. Soon, the sage transformed into a benevolent figure, kindly distributing a variety of snacks and delicacies from his bags. This spectacle greatly intrigued Yimu. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the bags were filled with an astonishing assortment of pastries and treats from the tea house, likely encompassing the entire stock. This peculiar old man possessed such a generous heart. No wonder he emanated a golden glow despite lacking a cultivation base. It was evident he accumulated merit in this manner. After distributing the food, the sage turned and ventured into a secluded alley. Yimu recognized it as the path leading to the charity house. He had previously surveyed it with his divine sense. The charity house housed numerous beggars, and it was likely the sage was on his way to assist them, perhaps even making it his refuge. The sage's abilities were indeed remarkable, yet his whereabouts remained elusive, and few knew of his character. Not even the ancient Demonis who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. To seek information, one must adopt an unconventional approach. In a moment of contemplation, Yimu recalled the tenacious old Taoist. A mere cultivator at the condensing sea realm had managed to capture the attention of a diviner, even to the extent of risking his own jade tablet for assistance. Although there were hints of monetary motives, it was evident that their relationship was far from ordinary. If he were to encounter this individual in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, he would certainly inquire deeply. With newfound determination, Yimu rose and departed from the tea house. As the sun descended, its afterglow painted the branches of the ancient pines on Rat Mountain in hues of crimson. Amidst the pine branches, a spatial orb dangled steadily, and with a flicker, Yimu entered and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. It was not until the profound silence of the night enveloped him that he awoke leisurely, stepping into the moonlight to arrive at the base of the colossal pit atop Rat Mountain. This pit, with its perilous terrain, stood as the prime location for transcending tribulations in the vicinity. Yimu had reached the pinnacle of his cultivation and was prepared to face the thunder tribulation this very night, aiming to ascend to the condensing sea realm. After all, the sooner he transcended, the sooner he could reap the rewards from the system. Moreover, it would allow him to make his way to the Valley of 10,000 Snakes sooner, to confront the venomous fangs of those serpents. This endeavor would not only serve to enhance his own merits, but also to forge a connection with the obstinate old Taoist, fulfilling the diviner's commission. Additionally, he could take the opportunity to eliminate a century-old foe of Lu Cha-Ching, thus cultivating a bond of goodwill. All of this would lay a foundation for the future, aiding in the resolution of the tribulation encountered in his dreams. Chapter 16. What to do in a stupor. The cultivators have arrived. At the bottom of Mouse Mountain, Yimu sat cross-legged, with roiling thunderclouds above his head, flickers of crimson light occasionally visible. The first tribulation was about to descend, and the atmosphere was thick with an oppressive sense of foreboding. Although his physical body was still weak, and this was his first tribulation, the enchanting Demonis intended to bestow upon him several protective treasures. However, Yimu declined, since the fortune teller had directed him to Wanshi Valley to rescue someone. It was likely that this tribulation would prove to be more alarming than perilous. Seizing the opportunity presented by this weakest form of the Red Thunder tribulation, Yimu yearned to experience the might of the heavenly tribulation firsthand. Boom! A bolt of crimson lightning cleaved through the swirling thunderclouds, striking down like a red dragon piercing through the heavens, instantly coursing through his entire being. In this realm, the hues of the tribulations ranged from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, to purple, each corresponding to different levels of cultivation. Even the weakest of tribulations, in an instant, made Yimu feel as though electric currents ravaged his body, striking at his very soul. It was as terrifying as the high-voltage shocks he had experienced before his traversal. The acrid scent of burning filled the air. His robes reduced to ashes, and his skin charred. Cough, cough. Good heavens, this heavenly tribulation truly seeks to claim one's life. Yet, astonishingly, the surging power of the lightning surged entirely towards his dantian. A warm sensation emanated from within, as if heralding the opening of an ocean of vital energy. Yimu felt a surge of delight within his heart. The night sky was as dark as ink, and the thunderclouds churned ominously. Atop the mountain, the demoness furrowed her delicate brows, her anxious gaze directed below. Yimu felt a tightening in his chest. Could it be that some cultivators were attempting to take advantage of the chaos? This was merely an inconspicuous small town in the eastern plains, guarded by a nine-tailed fox. Who would dare to come here and seek their doom? Boom! The crimson lightning rent the heavens, catching Yimu off guard, enveloping him in black smoke. Well, indeed. It has intensified, yet still bearable. Spitting out a mouthful, Yimu forced himself to straighten his posture. Boom! The thundercloud seemed enraged. A third bolt of tribulation lightning following swiftly, its power exceeding the previous strikes. The scent of scorched flesh spread through the air. And Yimu felt as though all his meridians were ablaze. What on earth? Why does this tribulation feel just as troublesome as the imperial tribulation in my dreams? It seemed intent on opposing him. In the blink of an eye, the fourth bolt of red lightning brewed within the clouds. Yimu dared not be complacent and quickly sent a mental message. Your Majesty, protection. Understood. The demoness raised her jade hand, and a transparent, glassy golden bell materialized from the air, hastening to envelop him. Just as the golden bell descended, the red lightning struck down with a thunderous roar. Clang! The bell's resonance shook the heavens, causing Yimu's eardrums to throb painfully. Fortunately, the golden bell stood firm, with only a wisp of red flame penetrating the top of the bell, directly flooding into his dantian. The sensation of an opening energy sea intensified. Aha! Your Majesty's treasure is indeed formidable. While transmitting his admiration, Yimu pondered when he might possess such a protective artifact for himself. He wondered if the system would bestow him with one after overcoming this tribulation. Focusing his mind, the heavenly tribulation was imminent. The demoness warning rang out, her expression grave as she gazed at the increasingly ominous night sky. Yimu also looked up, observing the thunderclouds seemingly acquiring sentience, slowly adjusting their position as if searching for the optimal angle for attack. What? Is it truly this intelligent? Just as the thunderclouds locked onto a diagonal position above, a bolt of crimson lightning suddenly struck down, coming in with force. The chime reverberated, and the protective golden bell stood unwavering. In the inky sky, the thunderclouds suddenly stagnated, and the crimson hue within thickened, as if gathering the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. My goodness, could it be that the heavens are angered? As this thought crossed Yimu's mind, several bolts of crimson lightning descended in quick succession. The thunderstorm raged like a furious red serpent, attacking the golden bell from various angles, seemingly searching for its vulnerabilities. Yet, the golden bell remained steadfast, not even a minute crack appearing on its surface. Apart from the deafening clang of the chime, this scene mirrored precisely the sudden, antagonistic divine tribulation from his dream. Yimu couldn't help but mutter, damn it. Could it be that the heavens hold a grudge against me? Without the protective golden bell, I would surely be reduced to ashes. After enduring the 8th layer of thunder tribulation, only the final heavenly punishment remained. According to what the 5 old men had said in his dream, the might of the final tribulation was the cumulative sum of the preceding 8. The dark sky was alive with roiling thunderclouds resembling a furious beast, desperately coalescing a bolt of crimson lightning. The blinding flash of electricity tore through the heavens, descending with the power to devastate. Yet, it still could not breach the protection of the golden bell, dissipating begrudgingly into nothingness. Phew, I finally made it through. Yimu exhaled deeply, his taut nerves finally relaxing. He couldn't help but wonder what delightful rewards the system would bestow this time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through constraints and advancing to the 2nd tier of the condensing sea realm. The Yin-Yang duality sea has been unlocked. You have obtained and can manipulate the laws imprinted in your consciousness. Ding. The rewards for the realm breakthrough have been deposited into your storage space, and the corresponding control techniques have been transmitted. Please check promptly. Having ascended 2 tiers, you have triggered the hidden reward, the Forbidden Melody Corpse Puppet Curse, capable of commanding countless corpse puppets. Arcane techniques surged into Yimu's consciousness like a tidal wave, melding seamlessly in an instant. It truly was the duality sea. Turning inward to inspect his dantian, he observed 2 distinctly different streams of energy intertwining within. One was chillingly cold, while the other was searingly hot. The two energies entwined, yet remained distinctly separate. Was this not the very essence of the yin-yang cycle and the interplay of the Bagua that he had witnessed in his dream? However, the scale of this energy, Qi, was minuscule, far inferior to the boundless vastness of his dream. Kind reminder. The yin energy represents the power of the underworld's malevolent spirits. Capable of commanding spectral corpses and other sinister entities, the yang energy embodies the source of all life, derived from heaven and earth. The two are interdependent yet antagonistic. Please use with caution. This warning resonated eerily with his insights from the dream. Suddenly, Yimu felt a pang of hunger within his consciousness. Apart from the score for Corpse Puppet Curse, there existed an unusual melody that did not resemble a flute score. Presumably, it was the control melody for his new treasure. Yimu directed his consciousness into his storage space to investigate. Among the array of treasures, in addition to the jade ghost flute, the spectral banner, and several other handy artifacts, there was astonishingly a 9-string pipa, half his height. This was indeed the very one used by the enchanting Demonis in his dream. Goodness! What a sizable instrument! Its dimensions seemed such that an ordinary cultivator would struggle to even hold it securely, making it suitable only for the Demonis. Moreover, a man holding a pipa always appeared somewhat effeminate. It was undoubtedly best suited for her, though the treasures of the enchanting Demonis are numerous. They are coveted by various sects and must be kept hidden from prying eyes. The 9-string pipa serves as a perfect remedy for this predicament. According to the terse description provided by the aloof system, the 9-string pipa not only possesses the ability to dispel attacks from physical entities and magical artifacts, but can also shatter all forms of condensed energy, such as swords formed from spiritual essence. Should this exquisite item be utilized by the Demonis, it would allow her to enjoy the melodious tunes played by the beautiful fox in her leisure time. Contemplating this, a wicked smile crept upon Yimu's lips. The corpse puppet spell, the yin-yang qi, and the array of soul-harvesting and spirit-extracting dark arts were yet to be experienced by Yimu. At this moment, the qi felt empty, and he was overwhelmed by a sense of hunger. Yimu held his breath and focused, preparing to delve into the might of these secret arts. Caught in a daze, he was suddenly jolted by the arrival of numerous cultivators. The anxious voice of the Demonis echoed within his consciousness, her fox-like eyes scanning from the mountain peak as she retracted her eye-catching protective golden bell. Oh, how could he be so slow to react? Transforming into a swirling stream of black and red light, Yimu ascended to the mountaintop, standing beside the Demonis to gaze down. Below at the foot of the Mouse Mountain, figures were bustling, with cultivators and demon-kin surging like a tide, their eyes gleaming with avarice. The sight of tribulation has always been such. During a tribulation, cultivators often had to summon protective artifacts, for a moment's negligence could lead to their demise. Meanwhile, lower-tier cultivators would seize the opportunity to rob or scavenge fragments of artifacts amidst the chaos. With so many present, lingering was ill-advised. Before the Demonis words could fully escape her lips, she vanished into the spatial orb around Yimu's neck. Wishing to remain concealed, he flickered and transformed into a streak of black-red light, retreating behind the mountain to find a towering ancient pine for cover. Ascending to its treetop, he slipped into the spatial orb. Peering outside, he observed the depths of Mouse Mountain teeming with cultivators and demons, all ravenous as wolves, even sparing no thought for the Thunderstrikewood. Most striking was the figure clad in azure robes, none other than Lu Cha-Ching, the heir to the Willow Goddess legacy. How curious that such a distinguished descendant would come here to scavenge. Yimu couldn't help but chuckle, only to reconsider that the Thunderstrikewood could be exchanged for coin, suggesting that the esteemed Lu was perhaps in dire straits. Once the tumult at Mouse Mountain subsided and Lu Changqing departed, having ensured no one remained to instigate trouble, Yimu slipped out of the spatial orb, ready to refine his techniques. As he turned, a fleeting glance caught sight of an elderly man with hair as white as snow, smiling as he regarded Yimu. It was the fortune teller. The old man seemed quite invested in his affairs. Yimu nodded in acknowledgement. In the blink of an eye, the old man vanished like mist, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 017. Why does your power resemble that of the fiends from the abyss? In the verdant glade, under the luminous full moon, the chorus of chirping insects filled the air. The summer breeze rustled through the foliage, creating a gentle symphony. The fragrant aroma of blossoms wafted towards him. Yet night sat in stillness, increasingly aware of a gnawing hunger within. Chow? Despite having consumed 2 roasted chickens, why did he feel as ravenous as a glutton reborn? Could it be the mischief of his vital energy? He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and the faint crimson yang energy within his core stirred in response to his thoughts, coursing along his arm to his fingertips. In an instant, 5 scarlet threads shot forth from his fingertips, akin to venomous serpents striking, piercing the ground just ahead. As the bloodlines made contact with the earth, all living beings, flora and fauna alike, were annihilated, leaving not even a trace of ash. Indeed, it resembled the infamous soul-devouring blood curse. Knight felt an equal measure of astonishment and delight. The bloodlines not only consumed living creatures, but also siphoned the vitality from plants, rivaling the devouring power of the enchantress. While he pondered, the bloodlines began to split and spread across the ground, transforming into countless slender threads extending outward. Wherever they traversed, insects met their demise, vegetation withered, leaving only barren scorched earth. Threads of vitality flowed along the bloodlines toward his dantian, merging with the crimson energy reservoir. As it gradually filled, his hunger subsided slightly. Indeed, it was a matter of vital energy. While others would be exhausted and drained when their energy was depleted, he was merely driven to madness by hunger. Could he truly be a gluttonous demon of insatiable appetite? Knight harbored grave suspicions that the system was deliberately orchestrating this. At that moment, within the confined space before him, the scarlet threads writhed as if alive, greedily consuming all vitality. The lush grass withered in an instant, and grasshoppers that leaped into the air were reduced to dust. In mere moments, within a radius of 10 yards, only a solitary century-old pine stood, forlorn and isolated. Yet the bloodline seemed unwilling to relent, twisting into 5 robust main threads that coiled around the trunk, voraciously siphoning its essence. Pine needles turned yellow, cascading to the ground, while the bark cracked under the strain. The decaying pine swayed precariously, startling a flock of crows into flight. The trunk groaned under the unbearable weight, and ultimately, the ancient pine was reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind. With its target gone, the bloodline soared skyward, attempting to ensnare the startled crows, but halted uselessly 10 yards above, grasping only at empty air. The crows had already dispersed, leaving behind a few drifting black feathers. In astonishment, Knight retracted the bloodlines. This ability was simple yet remarkably effective. Wherever his thoughts led, the bloodlines would devour all living beings within sight. To refine his skill, Knight traversed several vibrant locales to practice. The Yang reservoir quickly filled, yet that bone-deep hunger only waned by half. The Yin energy reservoir. Knight murmured as he cast forth the soul banner, from which dozens of murky mouse spirits erupted. The instant the blood-red rays surged from his fingertips, a cacophony of terrified squeaks filled the air. The mouse spirits, gripped by fear, scattered, yet one by one, they were struck down by the lightning-fast bloodlines. In midair, their struggling forms slowly faded, ultimately dissolving into ash. Threads of ghostly energy flowed back along the bloodlines, converging within Knight's Yin energy reservoir, which gradually filled. With a satisfied belch, Knight felt his hunger vanish completely. The moonlight remains unchanged, while the valley has fallen into silence. Feeling the surging power within him, a dangerous smile curved at the corners of his lips. What manner of sorcery is this? It appears akin to my devouring prowess, yet in truth, it is profoundly different. A voice of inquiry echoed within his consciousness as the demoness materialized, her usually tranquil fox-like eyes now brimming with astonishment, fixated upon him. Knight, both a seer and a so-called outsider, why does your sorcery resemble that of the malevolent denizens of the Abyss? The Abyss is known as the realm of demon cultivators, a place Knight had heard of before. Located at the edge of the wildlands, it is a forbidden chasm filled with demonic energy, vast in expanse and teeming with countless vile beings. Not only demon cultivators, but also the desperate from the eastern plains and the wild lands have sought refuge in the Abyss. It is a gathering place for all manner of rogues and ne'er-do-wells, where the practitioners of sinister arts abound. Although he had not witnessed it firsthand from the demoness expression, Knight discerned how closely his abilities mirrored those of the demon cultivators. Your Majesty, how should I explain this? Knight's mind raced as he pondered his response. Having crossed over clad in his current form, he had falsely claimed to be an outsider. Though the demoness remained skeptical, she reluctantly accepted this explanation. However, witnessing such bizarre abilities left even him feeling an unsettling aura, let alone the well-informed demoness. She had always harbored a deep disdain for demon cultivators. How could he possibly justify this? As he contemplated, a flash of inspiration struck Knight, and he spoke from the heart. Your Majesty, my abilities are but commonplace among outsiders. Though they may appear peculiar, they are by no means the wicked arts of demon cultivators. The sinister techniques from the abyss, while originating from the same source as mine, are merely superficial. Due to their unfamiliar environment or different constitutions, they risk losing their true nature, or worse, succumbing to madness, leading to various disparities in their powers. Furthermore, their own malevolent intentions exacerbate the darkness of their abilities. Knight spun his tale with unwavering composure, bolstered by sound reasoning. Is that truly the case? The demoness narrowed her eyes, clearly unconvinced. Indeed. How could I deceive your majesty? If you doubt me, observe. To further his ruse, Knight, though somewhat unskilled, summoned the energy of the Yangtze with a wave of his left hand. Strands of crimson light pierced the ground, and from the previously barren earth sprouted tender green seedlings. As he focused his thoughts, the seedlings grew visibly, branching, leafing, blooming, and bearing fruit at an astonishing pace. In mere moments, the once empty expanse transformed into a bountiful strawberry garden laden with fruit. The demoness' pupils constricted, revealing a hint of disbelief. Your Majesty. Surely this proves my point. Knight's lips curled into a subtle smile as he plucked a strawberry and sampled its flavor. Freshly picked, juicy, and succulent. It far surpassed anything he had ever bought from a supermarket in his previous life. He then gathered a few more and offered them to the still-dazed demoness. Your Majesty, do have a taste and see how delightful it is. The demoness snapped back to reality, delicately accepting the strawberry with her slender fingers, taking a small bite. Though she spoke not a word, her expression revealed her genuine delight. Knight beamed inwardly, thinking even the mightiest of demons are still women at heart. Though she had practiced fasting before, who could resist delicious food? Observing the ground strewn with ripe strawberries, Knight waved his hand, collecting them all into his spatial orb. Your Majesty, I have bestowed upon you all the strawberries. Should you desire any fresh fruit in the future, do not hesitate to express your wishes. I can summon them at any moment. Boredom. The enchanting princess's ears flushed a delicate crimson as she shot him an annoyed glance, setting aside the half-eaten strawberry and turning her back on him in silence. With the crisis averted and a smile of satisfaction blooming within, Yimu felt a sense of pride. This ability to summon is indeed extraordinary. Regrettably, constrained by his current realm, he is yet unable to conjure animals, magical beasts, demonic entities, or spiritual herbs. However, according to the System's indications, such capabilities should become available in due course. While this power is undeniably formidable, its efficacy relies heavily on judicious application to evade the calamities foretold by the diviner. Given the System's aloof nature and vague prompts, Yimu must rely on his own discernment to unravel its intricacies. After thorough analysis, he has gained a clear understanding of the capabilities of the Yin-Yang Qi. The Yangtze, it absorbs the life essence of beings within the same realm, with a range of 10 zhang, and the absorption speed is proportional to the target's vitality. The Yin-Ci, it draws upon the souls of the same realm, with both range and efficiency comparable to that of the Yangtze. Though the 10 zhang distance may seem limited, it possesses its own merits. For the time being, the Yangtze can summon various fruits and plants to satiate hunger. And it can also mend wounds, both for oneself and others. The precise effects await further experimentation. The Yin-Ci, on the other hand, can endow corpses or puppets of the same tier with intelligence, preserving their combat prowess from their former lives, ready to heed commands. The method of manipulation is invoked through the ghost flute, corpse puppet fiend. Having organized his thoughts, he was left with a 9-stringed pipa. Yimu smirked mischievously as he gazed at the princess, who was reluctant to engage. Your Majesty, I have reached the 2nd tier of the condensation sea. Why not allow me to bestow some of my mana upon you now to enhance your cultivation? Yimu, you. The princess's cheeks blossomed with a rosy hue, and she turned her face away. Such interactions had become routine for Yimu, who understood that beneath her seemingly resistant demeanor lay a thrill of excitement and anticipation. Oh, I also possess an ancient artifact and legacy to present to your Majesty. Let us bestow them together. The princess shyly nodded. Very well. Then let us proceed, this time. It shall be the 9-tailed beautiful fox demon. Yimu lifted her into his arms and leapt into the ancient pine tree, where the spatial orb hung from its branches. And together they vanished into its depths. Chapter 018. Is your Majesty not in need of demonic energy? Now you have it a quarter of an hour later. Yimu staggered out from the spatial orb, exhaling a heavy breath of turbid air. At that moment, had there been a cigarette, he would have desperately wanted to smoke one. The frustration was overwhelming. He had anticipated a transformation in his physique after advancing, yet the results were still quite unsatisfactory. At this rate of improvement, even if he were to break through to the Qi refinement realm, he could only sustain it for a mere 2/4 of an hour. When would it end? What about the divine body of beings that could harness the power of all living creatures? In his current state, he was even inferior to an ordinary mortal. In a fit of anger, he picked up a stone and hurled it towards the distant pine forest, scattering the startled birds into flight. What is it? The Demoness appeared in response, radiating with springtime beauty. Nothing. Regarding his dignity, Yimu felt a bitter frustration he could not articulate, a tightness in his chest. However, upon seeing the Demoness' radiant visage, his troubled heart inexplicably began to ease. Your Majesty, you have already bestowed the inheritance upon me. Why not demonstrate a technique or two to enlighten my eyes? He had only glimpsed the power of the 9-string pipa in a dream, and now he yearned to witness it firsthand. The Demoness gently shook her head. The Chi-Si has only just begun to open. I am unable to perform yet. Indeed, Yimu sighed, realizing that he had only recently assisted the Demoness in breaking through, and her Chi-Si was still not replenished. Remembering the arduous efforts he had undertaken to accumulate merit, enduring tribulations to transcend the condensation sea realm, a sense of imbalance surged within him. The contract demons seemed to thrive effortlessly, relying solely on their master's support to elevate their cultivation. Truly, this aspect of the heavenly path was remarkable. Yet, upon further reflection, apart from this advantage, contract demons faced myriad disadvantages. Their lives were held in the hands of their masters, who could extinguish them with a mere thought. To please their masters, contract demons often had to endure humiliation and follow orders unquestioningly. Of course, this did not apply to the Demoness. More cruelly, should their master perish, the contract demons would undoubtedly face annihilation as well. Thus, in times of peril, contract demons consistently placed themselves at the forefront to protect their masters. Even so, some masters still treated their subordinate spirits as mere furnaces, cannon fodder, or tools to curry favor with others. They could even be bought and sold at will, indistinguishable from slaves. However, what was the Chi-Si of the Demoness like? Yimu quietly released his spiritual consciousness to probe within. A pink mist enveloped the interior, and the aura bore a striking resemblance to his own Yang-Si. Suddenly recalling the Demoness' peculiar devouring ability, a wicked smile crept onto Yimu's lips. Your Majesty's Chi-Si is indeed perilous. The ability to devour is strikingly similar to my own powers. Could it be that your Majesty, like the wicked denizens of the abyss, has surreptitiously learned from my otherworldly inheritance? Boring. The Demoness shot him a glare. My Chi-Si is a sea of demonic energy. Solely absorbing the essence of demonic energy, how could it possibly be compared to your sinister arts? Ah, so it is demonic energy. Yimu came to a sudden realization, nodding with a smile. Over the past 3 years, he had indeed noted that the Demoness only consumed demonic creatures or cultivators imbued with demonic energy, unlike himself, who could absorb any living being. This was likely the reason the Demoness did not employ her devouring technique during the battle against the 5 old men, resulting in her disadvantage. After all, not everyone was a demon cultivator. Is your Majesty's demonic fire also a manifestation of demonic energy? Naturally, the Demoness replied with evident impatience. Do not call me your Majesty. I am no longer the demon emperor of your... Oh? Yimu raised an eyebrow with a wicked smile, intrigued. What has prompted such an unusual outpouring of words from the Demoness this evening? Could it be a result of my earlier performance? Yimu scrutinized the enchanting fox demon before him, filled with curiosity, despite no longer being the demon emperor. She had fallen to the status of his contract demon and mount, subservient to a human. However, accustomed as he was to addressing her in the traditional manner. How could he simply alter his address? Would calling her by her name expose them to the scrutiny of outsiders and potentially incite trouble? Why should your Majesty be bothered? Even if you are beneath me, you are still a noble being. You. The 9 tails of the Demoness flared dramatically behind her, resembling a peacock's display. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shameless. With those 2 words, the Demoness vanished into the spatial orb around his neck, ignoring him entirely. Yimu, unfulfilled, teased her through their mental connection. How is it that a venerable Demoness, with tens of thousands of years of experience, has grown increasingly bashful? Silence reigned in his mind, with no response forthcoming for quite some time. Could she be angry? Yimu pondered, considering the possibility. Although the Demoness was indeed an ancient spirit, she had always maintained her virtue, never entangled in romantic affairs with others. Were it not for his opportunistic intrusion, they would not have arrived at their current circumstances. After all, as a woman, experiencing the stirrings of affection for the first time could render even the most composed individual somewhat flustered. Shaking his head in resigned amusement, Yimu sent another message. Your Majesty, since we have both reached the Condensation Sea realm, why not embark on our journey to the Valley of 10,000 Snakes soon and conquer that serpent's fang together? After a prolonged silence, a barely audible response emerged from the orb. Yet, the demoness did not reveal herself. She seemed to lack the awareness of her role as his mount, indicating that she was genuinely upset. With no choice but to proceed alone, Yimu transformed into a streak of crimson and ebony light, racing towards the entrance of the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. The mountainous nightscape was past his vision, as swift as a high-speed train. Despite the rapid pace, it was draining his energy reserves at an alarming rate. While ordinary cultivators travel in a singular ray of light, his unique dual-colored luminescence resembled a high-performance sports car, powerful yet exceptionally energy-consuming. Under the night sky, the valley path was narrow and winding, shrouded in mist. After an hour of relentless speed, Yimu began to feel the strain. Upon reaching a grove of black bamboo, he paused to absorb several waves of the bamboo and rat souls to replenish his yin and yang energy. Raising his gaze, he observed that the valley ahead was increasingly expansive. The valley floor, approximately 100 feet wide, was flanked by towering peaks, their steep walls appearing as if hewn by a blade. Mist curled within the valley, and the dense black bamboo forest left no paths discernible. The air was infused with the fresh scent of bamboo leaves, yet there was no trace of demonic energy. Yimu furrowed his brow clearly. He was still far from the serpent's lair. At his current state, flying for another half-day would be quite the challenge. The crux of the matter was that he was unfamiliar with the terrain, should he encounter multiple forks in the path. How long would it take to reach the heart of the Valley of 10,000 Snakes? Your Majesty, have you rested enough? It is time for you to guide the way. The demoness manifested in response, revealing her true form, and cast a glance over her shoulder at him. Her message unmistakably clear. It seems that the tempest of anger has subsided. A subtle smile graced Yimu's lips as he deftly leaped onto the back of the fox. Immediately, the great fox, with its powerful paws, treaded upon the verdant foliage, transporting him deeper into the valley. Though the pace was leisurely, it required little exertion, allowing him to revel in the enchanting night scenery. Whenever confronted by dense bamboo obstructing their path, Yimu would clear the way with a mere thought. Thus, the duo, one human and one fox, ventured further into the heart of the Serpent Valley. 2 days later, the valley lay shrouded in a profound stillness, resembling an abyss, where dense black bamboo stood like a forest, enshrouded in a damp mist that rendered even sunlight a mere whisper. The daylight was dim, akin to an eternal night. Perched upon the fox's back, Yimu was leisurely enjoying a watermelon to stave off the heat when a series of squeaks echoed from the depths of the black bamboo growth. Could it be another rodent demon? He inhaled deeply, and the familiar aura of demons washed over him. Indeed, it was. Yimu's expression sharpened as he extended his senses, observing that from the earth's depths, large rodents were emerging in search of sustenance. They were as plump as piglets, yet their eyes were no larger than mung beans, devoid of any semblance of cultivation. It turned out to be a group of ordinary bamboo rat demons. The Serpent Valley, being the territory of serpentine creatures, had these foreign demon types as their specially trained spies. Yimu patted the nape of the great fox beneath him. Your Majesty, are you not in need of demonic energy to replenish your essence? Now, it has presented itself. As the words left his lips, he hurled forth the Ein Soul banner, casting it into the air. Up it soared, the banner unfurled with the wind, descending upon the heart of the bamboo grove like a dark cloud looming ominously, while a transparent binding array swiftly materialized around the vicinity. Squeak, squeak. Instantly, the sounds of the rodents echoed incessantly within the array, igniting chaos. The bamboo rats, sensing the impending danger, scurried in all directions, colliding with the barrier and frantically burrowing into the earth, desperately attempting to conceal themselves. The sharp cries of distress reverberated through the bamboo sea, akin to the lamentations of those facing their demise. Chapter 019. Who watches the wandering Taoist? A malevolent presence. Your Majesty must be famished after 2 days. Nightmu pointed ahead to control the formation, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Behold, I have prepared a grand feast for your Majesty. How tiresome. The demoness fox beneath him turned her head, her blood-red eyes glaring at him like a crimson moon. Though displeased, her body was honest, leaping 2 strides into the formation, where she began to roam and devour. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The plump bamboo rats, sensing danger, fled in panic, burrowing into every hole they could find. Yet, the fox clan is naturally adept at preying upon rodents. The demoness claws moved like the wind, her actions flowing like water, each strike precise beyond measure. Swift and skillful, she dug up the rats, leaving none to escape. In mere moments, not a single bamboo rat within 100 yards survived. Naturally, the rat souls were not to be wasted. With a wave of his right hand, Night Moose spread his fingers, releasing trails of bloodlines that consumed the fleeing rat souls, replenishing his reservoir of Een energy. One wave was not enough. Another ensued. The souls were ensnared by the spectral banner. The Demonis absorbed the demonic energy, while Night Moo harvested the souls. The synergy between man and fox was impeccable as they swept deeper into the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. As night deepened, the valley opened up. The black bamboo still dense, yet the miasma had thinned considerably. Bamboo rats scurried through the forest, while black snakes slithered like threads. Night Moo patted the nape of the great fox. "Your Majesty, we are nearing. Let us pause." "Very well." The Demonis halted at his command, retreating into the spatial orb. Such a scene was familiar to Night Moo, a wicked smile curling at his lips as he transformed into a stream of black and white light, gliding along the cliffside. Under the moonlight, the valley floor revealed itself in its entirety. The stream babbled gently, the deep pool shrouded in darkness, yet there was no sign of large beasts. Apart from the bamboo rats and black snakes, even the chirping of birds and the songs of cicadas had fallen silent. As they ventured deeper, the aura of the snake demons intensified, the black snakes swarming like locusts. "Surely, we must be close now." Night Moo gazed into the distance, where the end of the valley opened into a spacious circular area, several gorges stretching into the depths of the surrounding forests. Among them, two valleys were the most expansive. Aside from the one beneath his feet, another loomed across, its destination unknown. Lu Chongqing had mentioned that this place was originally called Willow Leaf Valley. Yet as he neared the heart of the valley, not a single willow branch was in sight, let alone a willow demon. Night Moo pondered. Could it be that the serpent's fangs had eradicated their clan? What a deep-seated vendetta that must be. Ding! A distant sound of a wooden fish resonated through the night. And suddenly, a dazzling golden light erupted from the center of the circular valley. The golden light rippled outward like waves, causing the black bamboo to rustle and the leaves to flutter. Howling, someone must be fighting. The wooden fish was a Taoist artifact, and it was most likely that old man with the white beard. A spectacle was about to unfold. Night Moo smirked, resembling a specter as he slipped into the shadows, stealthily advancing towards the heart of the valley. Stopping about 2 miles away, he held his breath and focused, extending his spiritual sense. Thanks to his recent breakthrough, the range of his spiritual perception had significantly expanded. Following the golden light, his spiritual awareness finally hovered over the precipice at the valley's core. Gazing down, he beheld a scene in the valley's center. Black snakes coiled like pythons, densely packed, forming a ring of encirclement. Countless serpents coiled around in layers, raising their heads and flicking their tongues towards the open space within the circle. In the midst of it stood the venerable old man with a white beard, a resolute Taoist. Undaunted by the onslaught of the myriad snakes, he sat cross-legged with closed eyes, striking a golden wooden fish before him. With each strike, the wooden fish erupted in resplendent golden light, cascading outward like a tidal wave, assaulting the surrounding serpents. The serpents were repelled by the golden waves, with many black snakes meeting their demise on the spot. Yet, in the blink of an eye, more venomous snakes surged forth from the bamboo grove, continuously filling the gaps. Strangely, after sweeping through the outer black bamboo forest, the golden waves would return and contract, launching a second assault on the serpent horde. Ultimately, the golden waves converged like rivers flowing back to the sea, all absorbed into the old man's body, as if he had drawn them in. The ability to project and then recapture one's magical power? What a profound and mysterious ability. Night Moo's pupils constricted as he observed intently, only to discover that the old man was at the third tier of the sea-condensing realm, with a rank higher than his own and possessing extraordinary abilities. It was no wonder he dared to venture into the Valley of 10,000 Snakes alone. You may possess the secret arts of breathing and nurturing from 1,000 Taoist temples, yet ultimately, there will be a cost. Before the ocean of snakes, even the mightiest are but a man is trying to stop a chariot, utterly futile. A mocking voice echoed from the cliff the old man faced, and Night Moo instantly understood. The obstinate old man was named Yuan Chue. No wonder the fortune teller, Yu Qianshan, was so invested. He must be from the same sect. This remark about a mantis and the ocean of snakes was strikingly reminiscent of the foul stench of that fat rat in Pingyang City. Amidst his musings, Night Moo turned to gaze at the source of the voice. Under the moonlight, he beheld a green-faced youth with yellow eyes and slightly red pupils, lazily leaning against a stone platform jutting from the cliff's edge. His legs dangled in the air, exuding a languid demeanor laced with a hint of malevolence. The youth was at the fourth tier of the sea-condensing realm, his arms adorned with black-scaled serpentine markings, and a sinister smile curled at the corners of his dark red mouth as he looked down upon the old man in the valley. Chow, is this the Serpent Fong? Indeed, he exudes quite the venomous charm. Though Nightmu was taken aback, this sinister and enchanting appearance aligned perfectly with his preconceived notion of Serpent Fong. Clang, once again. Brilliant golden light erupted in the valley as the obstinate old men gazed up towards the cliff. Serpent Fong, you incite your minions to wreak havoc in Ping'an, directing the rat demons to spread plagues and torment the populace. Your sins are boundless. What of the ocean of snakes? Today, I shall flatten your valley of 10,000 snakes and rid Ping'an of this scourge. With that, he resumed his fervent strikes on the wooden fish. Very well. I shall see how long your old bones can endure this. With a wave of his hand, Serpent Fong summoned forth the black snakes from the shadowy valleys surrounding the base. A mass of serpents, glistening like a dark tide, slithered forth, bearing their crimson tongues as they encircled the old man. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the wooden fish grew frantic, and beams of golden light erupted from it, spreading like ripples and engulfing the serpent horde. Remarkable. The obstinate old man truly stands firm against them, Nightmu remarked with a hint of sarcasm, directing his consciousness deep into the center of the valley. He was eager to discover what fortitude the old man possessed to have such confidence. As his consciousness penetrated the old man's energy sea, a dazzling golden light enveloped him, nearly blinding his senses. What in the world is this golden energy sea? It bore no trace of demonic or ghostly essence, nor did it resonate with life's vitality or the seductive aura of the enchantress. What kind of aura is this? It can be projected and then retracted. With limited knowledge, Nightmu was unable to discern its nature. Who dares to intrude upon my sanctum? As the displeased inquiry echoed, a strand of golden energy delved into the sea of golden essence. To my surprise, they exhibit a commendable caution. Although Yimu possessed a unique spiritual perception, the realm of cultivation was rife with ingenious techniques, making it difficult to guarantee the absence of methods for tracking and tracing. He promptly withdrew his consciousness, hastily exiting the old Taoist body. According to the system's description of this realm, only those who reached the spirit division realm could cultivate true spiritual awareness. Prior to that, cultivators relied on their innate essence to mimic spiritual probing. For the sake of prudence, Yimu did not turn back until he had concealed himself several paces away. Only when he observed the obstinate old Taoist furrowing his brows and scanning the surroundings without discovering anything did Yimu breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, the old Taoist glanced towards the cliff's summit. Vile serpent, how dare you intrude upon my sea of essence, so brazen and disrespectful? The probing of one's essence sea was a matter of great consequence for a cultivator, and the old Taoist was evidently enraged. Nonsense, Snake Fong scoffed. Your dilapidated essence is of no interest to me. Still attempting to deny it. That sinister aura just now could belong to none but you, wretched beast. The old Taoist asserted with conviction, you must be intent on investigating the remnants of my essence to execute your nefarious scheme. You truly know how to flatter yourself. Snake Fong retorted, seemingly at a loss for words. Arrogant fool. The old Taoist snorted coldly, the rhythm of his wooden fish suddenly quickening. Surrounded by a horde of serpents, he grew increasingly emboldened, displaying no hint of fear in his techniques. The battle was not dire. Having sensed the old Taoist's essence sea brimming with vitality during the earlier probe, Yimu mused that idleness was unwise. And so he leapt to the cliff summit to delve into Snake Fong's being. He was curious to ascertain what essence sea could inspire such arrogance and pride. Chapter 20. What is the taste of the giant snake's tail? The serpent's venomous aura surged within the atmosphere, green toxins roiling like turbulent waters, with bubbles incessantly bursting and evaporating, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Yimu furrowed his brow. Why is it yet another rare aura? According to the system, cultivators in this realm should primarily possess spiritual energy. However, he had already examined 3 individuals, and each one exhibited either demonic energy or toxic auras. Not a single spiritual energy sea was in sight. Surveying the toxic sea, the verdant waters appeared vast, seemingly larger than the Tao energy sea he had traversed. In comparison, his own yin-yang energy sea resembled but a mere puddle. Truly, it was deserving of its rank as a 4th-tier condensation sea, exhibiting considerable size. As Yimu marveled, he began to contemplate. In this world, merit served as the key to transcendence in rank. With each advancement, the energy sea expanded, allowing cultivators to accommodate more of their innate energy, which is the essence of cultivation in the condensation sea realm. Upon reaching the chi refinement stage, one must not only increase their capacity, but also refine their innate energy for storage within the confines of the energy sea, achieving a qualitative leap. Solely focusing on rank elevation while neglecting cultivation would yield no enhancement in strength, rendering one vulnerable to heavenly tribulations. At this moment, the serpent's energy sea surged robustly, but the stubborn old Taoist was left with only 80% of his Tao energy. The longer the delay, the more unfavorable the situation became. No wonder the fortune teller specifically sent him to rescue. Just then, the serpent's mocking laughter echoed abruptly. "Oh, you dare to pry into my energy sea?" It sneered. "Go ahead and look, for I am not as petty as you." Alas, discovered again? Yimu thought, recalling the serpent's past prowess. He dared not underestimate the situation and swiftly withdrew from the serpent's body, retreating back to the cliff above. Upon steadying himself, he observed Yuan Shui scoff disdainfully at the cliff. "Nonsense. Merely a pool of foul poison. I have no interest in prying into you." "Humph," the serpent retorted coldly. "You righteous sects are all talk. Aside from you and me, who else is in this valley?" "None but none. I have no need to lie." Yuan Shui's expression was stern, suggesting sincerity, yet the serpent's brow furrowed, hinting at doubt. Suddenly, a plump bamboo rat scurried to the cliff's peak and whispered a few words into the serpent's ear. "So that is it." A glimmer of cold light flashed in the serpent's eyes as it gazed with wicked glee towards the valley's center. "Yuan Shui, no wonder you dare to venture into the valley of 10,000 snakes. You have allies. Darn it, my actions have been exposed." To avoid detection, Yimu withdrew his consciousness a few more zhang before continuing to observe. "Allies?" Yuan Shui appeared perplexed, glancing around after striking a wooden fish. "I have always acted with integrity, never requiring assistance from others. Even if someone were to come, it would have nothing to do with me." Continue to feign. The serpent chuckled lazily. "That person rides a nine-tailed fox maiden. It is clearly the night ghost cultivator from the tower in Night Pingyang City. Yuan Shui, you claim to be righteous, yet now you consort with demonic forces. What are your true intentions? How could he be here?" Yuan Shui, astonished, flushed with anger. "You vile creature, do not slander my reputation. How could I ever associate with the Yimu? Ah, it seems I am indeed confronted with a stubborn old fool." Yimu finds both amusement and exasperation in the current predicament. The situation is precarious. Should he rashly reveal himself, he might find not gratitude, but rather be caught in a pincer movement. It would be wiser to observe the unfolding events and strike when the old Taoist is fatigued. Yimu withdraws his consciousness, silently approaching the edge of the valley, where he finds an excellent vantage point, retreating into the spatial orb to continue his observation of the battle. Atop the cliff, she stands with arms crossed, gazing down imperiously at the old Taoist in the valley. Yuan Shui witnessed the night ghost cultivator without striking him down, clearly orchestrating a charade to deceive and conspire against my Wan Snake Valley. How dare you claim to be a paragon of righteousness? More insidious and deceitful than even my demon kin. Cease your grandiloquent speech. I have already made myself clear, and I disdain to waste further breath on a wretched creature such as you." Yuan Shui closes his eyes tightly, the wooden fish in his hands being struck increasingly rapidly, golden light rippling as he defends against the swarm of serpents. "Very well. Tonight, I shall first deal with this hypocritical old wretch, and then settle the score with that night ghost cultivator." With a sneer, Xia leaps into the air, transforming into his true form. A massive black python, adorned with formidable scales, spirals through the night sky, descending upon the valley like a dragon unleashed. Arrogance. Yuan Shui suddenly opens his eyes, stowing away the wooden fish and leaping to confront his foe. "Indeed, you possess courage. Prepare to receive my attack." Xia bellows, his cavernous maw opening wide as two streams of green venom are launched from his fangs towards Yuan Shui. Unflinching, Yuan Shui raises his sleeve to meet the green poison head-on. Sizzle, as the toxic mist swirls, his sleeve disintegrates almost instantly, the splattering venom creating numerous holes in his robe. With just this one strike, Yuan Shui appears ragged and tattered, his exposed skin swelling with countless festering sores, resembling vile pox. "Ha ha ha, is this all the Taoist energy you possess?" Xia laughs maniacally, unleashing another wave of green venom. "Mere serpent venom is hardly worthy of concern. Yuan Shui remains composed, the flow of Taoist energy circulating around him, swiftly healing his sores and forming a golden protective shield. When the toxic mist makes contact with the golden barrier, a piercing corrosive sound ensues. The egg-shaped golden shield is immediately riddled with several large holes. Yet it rapidly regenerates at a visible pace. Oh, do you not fear exhausting your Taoist energy with such lavish expenditure? A mocking glint flickers in Shi Ya's eyes as he swiftly circles the golden shield, the toxic mist pouring down like a torrential rain. Initially, Yuan Shui manages to respond with poise. However, as Shi Ya intensifies his assault, it becomes increasingly apparent that he is struggling. The healing of the holes in the golden shield growing sluggish. Within the spatial orb, the demoness furrows her brow and tilts her head, inquiring, "Why do you not intervene?" "There is no need for your majesty to be anxious. Let us observe for now," replies Yimu with a slight smile, his gaze still fixed on the battlefield. "Your majesty, the old Taoist still possesses some strength, and Shi Ya's true prowess has yet to be fully revealed. It would not be wise to intervene hastily." The demoness refrains from further comment and resumes watching the fight. After several more rounds of fierce combat, beads of sweat begin to form on Yuan Shui's forehead. His movements growing unsteady. Shi Ya's laughter grows ever more sinister. "Is this all you can manage? I am far from finished with you." Amidst his mockery, a tempest of toxic mist suddenly surges forth. This time, Yuan Shui no longer held back. Amidst a dazzling display of agility, he swiftly unleashed a flurry of dust. Enveloped in a tempest of white silk, aimed directly at the serpent's vulnerable 7-inch tail. At last, it seemed he was willing to engage. And the formidable Ye Yi was ready to play along. The serpent's fangs narrowed, and as it evaded, its massive tail surged in size, its obsidian scales shimmering coldly under the moonlight. The tail, stretching dozens of yards, resembled a dark dragon piercing through the air, sweeping forth with such force that it stirred up flying sand and rocks, unleashing a fierce gale that swayed the black bamboo. Yuan Shui leapt onto the cliff to evade. Yet the monstrous tail pursued relentlessly. The sheer size of the serpent's tail was overwhelming. Boom! The mountains trembled, lightning flashed, and the cliff was violently cleaved open by the tail. Amidst the chaos, one could faintly see Yuan Shui's figure, akin to a kite severed from its string, hurled into the air by the shock wave, bursting forth in a spray of blood mist, indicating he had been grievously wounded. "Ha! Yuan Shui, how does it feel to be at the mercy of my Serpent King's tail?" Beneath the night sky, the serpent's mocking voice echoed through the valley. As the dust began to settle, only the sound of falling stones could be heard. The bright moon hung high, yet Yuan Shui offered no reply. Could it be that the old Taoist has truly perished? Night Mu felt uneasy and hastily released his spiritual consciousness to investigate. 100 yards away, amidst the rubble, Yuan Shui clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Though his life was not in danger, he had clearly lost his fighting ability. Is he truly done for? When Night Mu's consciousness delved into his energy sea, he was taken aback. The once resplendent energy sea was now dim and lifeless, with only a few wisps of vital energy slowly circulating. To venture into the valley of 10,000 serpents with such frailty was a reckless gamble with one's life. As Night Mu contemplated, wary of detection, he swiftly withdrew his consciousness. Suddenly, a familiar cry of pain pierced the air, causing Night Mu to pause and look toward the source. Not far away, in the black bamboo grove, Lu Chongqing stumbled, his arm transforming into verdant willow branches as he rushed toward the old Taoist, seemingly intent on offering assistance. Night Mu's eyes twitched in disbelief. When had this willow demon arrived? Did he truly have the audacity to enter the valley to rescue someone, disregarding his own safety? At that moment, a shadow swooped down from the sky, and the serpent's fangs loomed above, casting a menacing gaze. "Oh, isn't that Lu Chongqing?" The serpent's fangs sneered ominously. "What brings you to my valley of 10,000 serpents? Have you perhaps come to offer the legacy of the Willow God?" Chapter 21. If fear exists, why risk one's life to save another? Lu Chongqing managed to force out a stiff smile, remaining silent. However, Lu Tiao showed no hesitation, coiling around the semi-conscious Yuan Shui and, like a serpent, burrowed into the ground to escape. "Little demon, since you have come, why think of fleeing?" Snake Fang grinned ominously, its tail striking the writhing mound of earth like a whip. Night Mu sensed the impending danger and quickly transmitted a thought. "Your Majesty, urgent assistance." A piercing howl of a fox shattered the night, instantly capturing Snake Fang's attention. The serpent abruptly halted, turning to glance back, a glint of amusement flickering in its eyes. How intriguing, a 9-tailed fox maiden of the second tier from the congealed sea. Snake Fang, flicking its tongue, surveyed the enchanting figure suspended in midair with interest. Such a stunning beauty dares to fight for her master, commendable indeed. With the immediate crisis averted, Nightmoo regained his focus, his form flashing to the edge of the cliff to observe the standoff. Beneath the moonlight, the Demoness' 9 enormous tails swayed behind her. Her cold gaze sharpened, piercing like a blade toward Snake Fang. In response, Snake Fang curled its lips into a playful smile, an expression of frivolity crossing its face. This aura, could it be a descendant of Fox Chi Mountain? Why not join me, and I shall ensure your every meal is filled with demon flesh. Before the thought could fully form, Snake Fang's pupils abruptly contracted, spinning to gaze at the cliff. Are you the Nightmoo? The ghostly cultivator atop the solitary city under the moon? Nightmoo chuckled at the remark, and what of it? Excellent. Truly excellent. A cold light suddenly flashed in Snake Fang's eyes, transforming rage into a twisted smile. A mere evil cultivator, not only did you destroy my rat den, but you also dared a rampage in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. Tonight, I shall ensure you leave with no return and conveniently claim this beautiful contract demon. With that, it darted past the Demoness, charging directly towards the cliff face. Think you can move past me? First, you must get through my contracted demon. Nightmoo leaned against the cliff's edge, his fingertips brushing the flute as he transmitted, Your Majesty, deal with him. Nightmoo was eager to witness the Demoness' prowess following her ascension, as well as the true power of the 9-stringed pipa. Very well. The Demoness figure flickered, appearing like a wraith before Snake Fang. Snake Fang abruptly halted, narrowing its eyes. Little beauty, your courage is commendable. However, I am in a good mood today and do not wish to crush a delicate flower, so please step aside. The Demoness offered no response, raising her slender hand as the 9-stringed pipa materialized in midair. Nightmoo's heart leaped with joy. What a fine spectacle this would be. As she summoned her weapon right from the onset, Snake Fang paused, its eyes darting back and forth over the 9-stringed pipa, disbelief evident as it flicked its tongue. Little beauty, I recall that Fox Chi Mountain possesses no such treasure. Could it be a gift from your master? As it spoke, Snake Fang turned its gaze to the cliff's edge, mocking, I did not expect you, ghostly cultivator, to be so generous. Just wondering if it is truly effective? Nightmoo raised an eyebrow. What is the rush? The truth shall soon be revealed. How intriguing. Then I shall eagerly await. Snake Fang chuckled sinisterly, resuming its stance while not forgetting to tease. Little beauty, feel free to strike. I assure you, I will cherish the fragrant and delicate and will not harm you. Not just venomous, but also a lecherous serpent. Nightmoo scoffed, transmitting once more. Your Majesty, the stage is yours. Understood. A chilling response echoed within the sea of consciousness. As the enchanting Demoness, with her jade arms embracing the pipa, prepared for action with 9 snow-white tails entwined around the strings. It is often said that one holds the pipa half concealed, and tonight, it is indeed as such. The serpent's tooth laughed boisterously, completely unguarded. The Demoness, fierce yet reticent, with eyes like lightning, made the strings of the pipa tremble as her 9 tails rose in unison. The piercing sound of the 9-stringed pipa erupted, unleashing a torrent of sound waves that severed the black bamboo in its path, resembling an army pressing forward, yet retaining an exquisite grace. Nightmoo suddenly recalled a scene from a film depicting an ambush from all sides. The resonance of the strings and the aura of death were strikingly similar. In such a spectacle, the serpent's tooth grinned wickedly, defiantly swinging its tail to meet the challenge. The sound of rustling filled the air as the string waves brushed against the serpent's scales, emitting bright flashes akin to metallic friction. The serpent's tooth momentarily halted, swiftly retracting its tail for inspection. TSK, the little beauty is rather fierce. She has even scratched my scales. When you accompany me to my abode later, remember to serve me well and make amends. With a sinister smile, the serpent's tooth lashed out with its tail, as if intent on ensnaring her. How noisy! The Demoness parted her crimson lips, and the devouring force instantly diminished the serpent's tail by 1/3. I almost forgot the devouring power of Fox Chi Cliff. Unfazed, the serpent's tooth withdrew its tail, quickly returning to its original state, with a more intense malevolence gleaming in its eyes. Little beauty, this time I shall be serious. As the green venom spread, the serpent's tail transformed into a fleeting shadow, striking forth. The Demoness did not show weakness. With her foxtail, she plucked at the 9-string pipa, intertwining sound waves with the devouring force, dancing like a butterfly amid the poison mist. Thus, the two became entangled in battle. Leaning against the cliff's edge, Night Mu watched the contest, relishing the melodies of the pipa. Although the serpent scales were as tough as meteorite iron, the 9-string pipa could still inflict harm upon its hide, proving to be a formidable weapon. Coupled with the demon clan's devouring power, it should pose no immediate threat. With this thought, Night Mu felt reassured, attentively observing the serpent's tooth's every movement, searching for potential flaws. My lord, you are remarkably at ease. Are you not concerned that the demon lord may falter? A familiar voice emerged from behind. Little brother Lu, rather than worrying about others, perhaps you should be more concerned for your own safety. Night Mu jested as he turned to look back, only to see the ground rise abruptly 10 zhang away. As a towering giant willow burst forth from the earth, the willow branches swayed, entangling the stubborn old Taoist. Night Mu clicked his tongue in disdain. Tsk. It would be better for you to revert to your human form. As you command, my lord. Lu Chaqing immediately transformed back into a young man, awkwardly carrying the unconscious old Taoist, bowing respectfully and gazing up at the fierce battle above the valley. Despite his strength having diminished to the 3rd tier of Qi gathering, he was thoroughly engrossed in the confrontation before him, piquing Night Mu's interest. Although Lu Chaqing harbored animosity towards the serpent's tooth, the disparity in their strengths was vast. Yet he dared to venture into peril to save another, entirely shedding the timidity he once displayed upon their first encounter. This courage was indeed not something an ordinary cultivator could possess. However, his foolishly earnest demeanor remained unchanged. Aren't you afraid of being caught by the serpent's tooth and losing your Willow God's legacy? Of course, I am afraid. But since Taoist Yu is risking himself for my Lu clan's vengeance, how could I remain idle? Lu Chaqing's demeanor was calm, yet his eyes radiated determination as he turned to look, a faint smile gracing his lips. Moreover, with the esteemed presence of the Ghost King overseeing matters, it was certain that he would not stand idly by in the face of peril. This sentiment made Yi Mu feel somewhat embarrassed, especially since he had already intervened to offer aid. Lu's younger brother truly embodied the essence of a benevolent spirit, possessing a heart of pure goodness. Have you ever considered that the stubborn old Taoist, upon awakening, might repay kindness with enmity? Are you not afraid? Indeed, I am fearful. Yet, if that is the case, why then do you risk your life to save another? A small act of kindness deserves immense gratitude. I merely seek to remain true to my conscience, and the future shall take care of itself. Who would have thought he was such a person of deep feelings and loyalty? Yi Mu regarded him with newfound respect. While such loyalty is commendable, this reckless disregard for one's life is undeniably foolish. However, upon reflection, a person so sincere is indeed worthy of a profound friendship, and will surely prove invaluable in the future. A painful cough interrupted their exchange, startling both men into silence as they turned to face the source. They beheld Yuan Shui slowly opening his murky eyes, and upon recognizing Lu Chaqing so close, his pupils suddenly constricted. Why you? How can you be merely a Lu demon? And you, Yi Mu? The obstinate old Taoist struggled to retreat but was too weak to do so, trembling as he raised his floating dust, attempting to assume a posture of exorcism. Are you well, Taoist Yu? Lu Chaqing took a step forward but halted abruptly, his outstretched hand suspended in midair. Observing this, Yi Mu scoffed. Taoist Yu. It was this young Master Lu who risked his life to rescue you from the clutches of the serpent demon. Your current behavior. Are you perhaps trying to emulate the ungrateful? What? Yuan Shui exclaimed, his expression turning more grotesque than if he had ingested a fly. And he promptly spewed a mouthful of blood before fainting once more. Esteemed sir, Taoist Yu is in such a state. Why do you still deliberately frighten him? Lu Chaqing timidly inquired. Yi Mu chuckled. Why? If you do not frighten him, do you wish for him to perish at the hands of the floating dust? And no, that is not my intention. Despite being a practitioner of the condensing sea realm, Yuan Shui was still in a pitiable state, causing Lu Chaqing to feel an overwhelming sense of shame as he repeatedly tapped his forehead with a branch. His foolish demeanor left Yi Mu at a loss for words, prompting him to shift his gaze to the battle unfolding above. At that moment, the serpent fangs, having fought fiercely for some time, suddenly turned their gaze, cold eyes piercing the cliff's summit. Huh? On my territory, you dare to engage in such leisurely banter? You possess quite an audacious heart. Minions. Those two at the cliff top have shown disdain for our Wan Snake Valley. Let us show them a taste of our might. With that, a chilling hissing sound echoed from the valley floor. Countless black snakes surged upwards towards the cliff top, causing Lu Chaqing to shiver in fear. What shall we do now? Esteemed sir, let them be. Yi Mu teased as he rose, ready to subdue the serpents, when suddenly, a voice from within his sea of consciousness interrupted him. Yi Mu, how long do you intend to watch? Hurry and lend your assistance. Yimu was taken aback, hastily looking up to see the Demoness in midair, drenched in fragrant sweat. Though she continued to fend off the enemies, it was evident that she was nearing her limit, seemingly on the brink of exhaustion. Chapter 022. Dare to summon my clan's souls? I shall tear you apart. Due to the vast disparity in strength prior to entering the valley, a pact was made between one man and one fox to engage in a war of attrition against the serpent's fang. At this moment, the Demoness was nearly depleted of her energy, and it was time to rotate. Nightmu glanced back at Lu Chaqing and inquired, Lu, are you not leaving? I shall not depart. Lu Chaqing clenched his fists, resolutely declaring, I wish to witness the demise of the thieving serpent with mine own eyes. As anticipated, Nightmu raised an eyebrow and asked, can you withstand the assault of a myriad of serpents? Why yes, I should be able to. Lu Chaqing's gaze faltered, lacking conviction. Noticing this, Nightmu chuckled and shook his head. Such reluctance was clearly insufficient, although Lu was a burden. Allowing him to witness the death of the serpent's fang would greatly enhance his merits. The countless serpent demons swarming around would replenish the Demoness' energy and simultaneously protect the witness, a twofold benefit. With this thought in mind, Nightmu transmitted a message, Your Majesty. Indulge in a feast first and take care of the two. I shall confront the serpent. Boring. The Demoness shot him a cold glance, gracefully retracting her pipa as she descended back to the cliff's peak. The icy gaze startled Lu Chaqing, causing him to stagger back several paces. Ah, I did not expect the enchanting Demoness to be so fiercely protective of her master. As the serpent's fang circled above, it smirked down at him, Fear not. Before the contract is dissolved, I would never dream of taking the life of such a worthless master. With that, it cast a provocative glance at Nightmu. Annoying. The Demoness expressed her disdain, not even sparing him a direct look, clearly irritated. Engage the enemy swiftly. A voice tinged with anger echoed in Nightmu's mind, prompting him to nod in agreement. Indeed, Your Majesty, relish the sight of my prowess. After jesting, he soared into the air, a ghostly banner thrown aloft. Retrieving his ghost flute, a sudden chill swept through, the ghostly banner fluttering as mist enveloped the valley, intertwining with the hazy moonlight. Ah, quite the spectacle. The serpent's fang hissed with a wicked grin. Night demon, my valley of 10,000 serpents has few worthy souls for your bidding. Let us see what tricks you can conjure. Nightmu lightly shook his ghost flute. Why the haste? I possess numerous controllable entities, ensuring that this lecherous serpent shall have a grand time. Is that so? Then I shall eagerly anticipate it. The serpent's fang scoffed, returning to its previous position, its vertical pupils filled with disdain. Upon entering the valley, Nightmu also realized that there were scarcely any high-level souls available. While he was uncertain where the myriad souls of the fallen willow demons had gone, the stubborn old Taoist had just slain several serpent demons. Their remains still warm, perfect for testing the waters. With the flute poised at his lips, Nightmu began to play, the sound piercing through the night sky. The melody of the corpse puppet curse grew sharp and eerie, the night mist gradually staining crimson, casting the entire valley in a sea of blood under the moonlight. In an instant, the valley's depths reverberated with rustling sounds as countless black serpent corpses writhed, gathering towards the center, raising their heads in fury at their former king. The scales of the serpent's fang bristled in alarm. Night demon, how dare you desecrate the remains of my kin? You insidious trickster, merely utilizing the useless. What is there to condemn? Nightmu replied nonchalantly, unfazed by the confrontation, though he found the capabilities of the corpse puppet curse rather surprising. Although the absorption of Yin energy extends merely 10 zhang, its control spans a considerable range. Shrouded in crimson, the corpses may be commanded. Yet what of it? How could mere corpses of the gathering Qi realm ascend into the air? The serpent fang exhibited a hint of pride. Indeed, those of the gathering Qi realm cannot soar. But Yimu possesses myriad strategies. Suddenly, the melody shifted, and thousands of serpent corpses moved in unison like a well-drilled army, entwining and stacking to transform into a colossal python stretching 100 zhang. Under the moonlight, its massive form shimmered with a chilling gleam, and blood-red phosphorescence flickered within its hollow eye sockets. How is this possible? The serpent fang stumbled back. Incredulity etched across its face. These creatures could not be commanded even in life. How could you? In life, Yimu indeed lacked such prowess, but in death, they became his subordinates. Otherwise, would the title of King of Ghosts not be a mere facade? The haunting melody echoed through the valley as Yimu, too proud to speak, merely raised an eyebrow, and the undead python understood immediately. With a powerful flick of its thick tail, it surged into the air, aiming a fierce strike at the serpent fang. The King of Ghosts is formidable, truly majestic. A boisterous cheer erupted from the cliff's edge, where Lu Chaqing's naive voice rang out, eliciting a chuckle from Yimu. This foolish demon knew how to encourage, exhibiting a semblance of a loyal subordinate. Glancing back, he observed the serpent heads writhing at the cliff, where the demoness greedily absorbed the surrounding demon energy, while the serpent horde stirred restlessly, yet could not approach. Once assured of safety, Yimu's mind settled, and the flute's notes grew ever louder, resonating throughout the valley. Did these mere remnants of limbs dare to challenge me? The serpent Fong, furiously laughing, unleashed a torrent of green poison as its massive tail swept through the air. Boom! Upon collision, a shockwave erupted. The serpent Fong remained steadfast, while the undead python was torn asunder. Before the serpent corpses even touched the ground, they were eroded by the potent toxins, leaving no trace behind. Night Ghost Cultivator. Your pitiful snake is nothing to boast about. The serpent Fong laughed maniacally, as if victory were already assured. The corners of Yimu's mouth curled upward, the flute's melody unwavering. More serpent corpses surged from the earth, and in an instant, the python was restored to its former state, ready to strike anew. This, after all, was merely the transformation of corpses from the gathering Qi realm. He did not expect to win through this method, but rather to deplete the serpent Fong's energy reserves. Unyielding in spirit, the serpent Fong remained confident, unleashing both toxins and its massive tail. Encouraged by Lu Changqing's shouts, they engaged in a tug-of-war. Initially, the serpent Fong appeared composed, yet after half an hour, fatigue began to show, and the green poison thinned. Night Ghost Cultivator. The serpent Fong gasped, shouting, "You only know how to employ these underhanded tricks. You are more cunning than our demon kin. If you have the courage, let us fight openly. I shall respect you as a man." Such a crude provocation was too simplistic. No fool would fall for it. As Yimu internally scoffed, he ceased playing the ghostly flute. Colorful serpent, this is merely the beginning. Tonight, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to command a sea of countless serpent souls. At that moment, the valley was nearly devoid of serpent corpses, yet the serpent souls were abundant. After testing his skills, Yimu's eyes gleamed with crimson light, and the flute's notes shifted abruptly. Summon the souls. The haunting melody pierced the air, and the winds howled with fury, deepening the blood-red hue in the sky. In an instant, countless black serpent souls erupted from the earth, among them several figures with human bodies and serpent tails from the condensing sea realm. Upon seeing this, Yimu was taken aback. Lo and behold, there were indeed a few formidable entities among them. Upon arrival, it was known that the Valley of 10,000 Serpents harbored numerous demon serpents of the condensing sea realm. Yet, upon entering the valley, their presence was notably absent. It appeared they had already met their demise, likely at the hands of that old Taoist. With such a multitude of souls from the condensing sea realm now departed, it was reasonable to surmise that the color serpent would be brought to its knees. While lost in thought, the serpent Fong suddenly halted, retreating in panic, its forked tongue flickering wildly. What a nightmarish specter! Not only had it desecrated the remains of my serpent kin, but it also dared to summon our departed souls. The elder Fong was determined to tear you apart. The serpent Fong's eyes blazed with fury as it struggled to cast off the surrounding serpent souls. Its body swelled rapidly, diving towards the valley's edge, voraciously absorbing the residual venom from the scattered serpent corpses, seemingly replenishing its vitality. In the blink of an eye, its scales glimmered with a dark radiance, appearing to have restored itself to its former glory. What of your soul-controlling techniques? Today, you shall find your grave here. The little beauty demon must remain as well. Ha 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 ha. The serpent Fong cackled, wiping the venom from the corner of its mouth, as its tail lashed about, unleashing a torrential downpour of toxic mist. Chapter 023. What is this all about? You shall soon find out. Beware, my lord. That serpent's venom can corrode all things under heaven. The exclamation of Lu Chaqing pierced the night sky, yet Yimu merely smiled with satisfaction. How amusing that this foolish creature still expresses concern for others. The venom surged through the air, and in an instant, a brilliant light emanated from beneath Yimu's feet, allowing him to swiftly evade the attack like a bolt of lightning. As his garments billowed in the wind, he noticed the serpent's gaze had shifted past him, fixated intently on the edge of the cliff. Lu Chaqing, you insufferable pest, you have caused my serpent clan to suffer great losses here. Truly, the Lu clan is filled with treacherous individuals. Cease your baseless accusations. Lu Chaqing, his face flushed with rage, retorted. It was your serpent clan that first encroached upon my Liuye Valley, scheming to usurp my clan's legacy. What audacity! What use does my serpent clan have for your wooden lineage? Snake Fong sneered ominously. I am merely executing the orders of my clan to destroy your Lu clan's sacred ground. You Yu Lu Changqing was so enraged that he became speechless for a moment. Observing this, Yimu could not help but chuckle. The Serpent and Lu clans were of entirely different origins. The Lu clan, being comprised of plant spirits, possessed a heritage only beneficial to wood-type demon clans. It was truly amusing how Lu Changqing had been deceived for tens of thousands of years, proving himself to be quite the Na'vi fool. Yet, why would the Serpent clan suddenly seek to eradicate the Lu clan entirely? Yimu was about to seek wisdom from the knowledgeable old Demoness, the Demoness, when he noticed Snake Fang diving down towards the cliff's edge. Lu Changqing, it is your fault for attracting these rabble that led to the tragic demise of my kin. I shall take you down first. A stream of green venom erupted from Snake Fang's mouth, the toxic mist rushing forth like a tidal wave, prompting Lu Changqing to hastily retreat. Yimu thought to himself, this is dire. There was no time to summon the ghostly flute now. And those spirits were unharmed by the toxic gas. They could be penetrated, thus providing no real defense. Just as he prepared to unleash his sound of purification, he saw the Demoness rise into the air before him. Impudent! The Demoness cried coldly as she hurled her 9-stringed pipa, swiftly sweeping her foxtail. The resonant sound waves from the pipa shattered the toxic mist, dispersing it with force. With the crisis averted, Yimu was momentarily taken aback. Remarkable! This 9-string pipa possesses the same effect as my sound of purification. I shall save myself some trouble in the future. Little beauty, you are truly formidable. I shall not disturb you any further. We shall converse later. Snake Fang grinned wickedly as he reverted to his serpentine form. Yimu, you are indeed fortunate. A beautiful fox demon like this. I must have her. Taking a deep breath, Snake Fang spiraled in the air, releasing a deluge of green venom. As the toxic gas surged forth, Yimu's brows furrowed slightly. This method of spewing venom is reminiscent of that corpulent rat. I cannot underestimate it. The toxic mist enveloped the area, though not impenetrably, allowing Yimu to transform into a streak of light, hastily breaking through at its weakest point. Having only grazed the toxic gas, his dark cloak was corroded, leaving a significant tear. By the heavens! This poison is indeed formidable. Haha. Now you understand the prowess of Snake Fang. Prepare for more. An even more magnificent circular cloud of poison descended upon them. With Snake Fang's figure emerging from within the toxic mist, intent on engaging in close combat amidst the poisonous shroud. Goodness, he is truly daring. Nightmu did not dare to be careless. The flute's melody suddenly soared, and several serpent souls of the condensing sea realm pierced through the toxic miasma, heading straight for the serpent's fangs. However, the serpent's fangs laughed maniacally. A mere low-grade soul, easily crushed by me. Yet you, night ghost cultivator, shall surely wail in agony amidst this serpent's venom. If you kneel and beg for mercy, considering the lovely Demoness, I might spare your insignificant life. Otherwise, to hell with you. Nightmu cursed vehemently, his flute music resuming as he commanded the serpent souls to launch a fierce assault. In an instant, the serpent's fangs found themselves entangled by several condensing sea realm souls, unable to retaliate, forced into a hasty defense. Nightmu's situation was not much better. The toxic green mist surged forth, swiftly corroding his garments into a tattered state, more ragged than the rags of a street beggar. Damn it! Nightmu glanced down, noticing the holes in his robe widening. If this corrosion continued, he feared he would soon be left exposed. In this starry night, it mattered little if the Demoness caught sight of him, but should that foolish willow demon see him, where would he hide his face? Amidst his inner turmoil, Nightmu's flute music remained unwavering, swiftly donning a new black robe to shield his body. Still have the leisure to change clothes? Once the poison mist thickens, let us see how you cope. The serpent's fangs dispersed one serpent soul amidst its mockery, but as it struck out, another serpent soul shattered. What a challenge! It seems I must unleash my trump card. Nightmu ceased playing the flute, declaring with a smile, colorful serpent, since you are so curious, prepare to open your serpent eyes wide. The toxic mist thickened, obscuring the view of the outside world. Nightmu, now unrestrained, abruptly raised his right arm. Oh! The serpent's fangs paused, sneering. What trick is this? I have never seen such a thing. You shall see it soon. Nightmu's lips curled into a cold smile as 5 crimson bloodlines erupted from his fingers, striking towards the serpent's fangs like a venomous snake's tongue. This is demonic abyss sorcery. The serpent's fangs' pupils constricted sharply, its tail sweeping violently in an attempt to shake off the bloodlines. Unaware that this action would lead to its own demise, Nightmu chuckled inwardly, realizing it was merely a mindless fool. Upon collision, the bloodlines not only remained intact but coiled around the serpent's tail like a malignant growth. The bloodlines pierced through the tough scales, weaving into the serpent's body, greedily siphoning its essence. How is this possible? The serpent's fangs paled in horror, twisting its body in a frantic attempt to break free. But the 5 bloodlines had already split into countless strands, entangling it so tightly that it could not move. What kind of sorcery is this? It is even more sinister than the Fox tribe's devouring power. Nightmoo remained silent, coldly urging his technique to absorb the serpent's essence. Alas! Due to the disparity in their realms, the serpent's vitality was robust, and the absorption rate was less than ideal. Nevertheless, the serpent's fangs were thrown into disarray. Laughing maniacally amidst its futile struggles, Night Ghost Cultivator, no matter how devious your methods, you shall not succeed tonight. I am a direct descendant of the Black Serpent clan of the barbaric border. Should you dare to kill me, Lady Serpent will surely not spare you. Oh, is that so? Then I shall await your lady's arrival. Nightmoo cared little for any serpent lady in the world of cultivation. It was merely a matter of slaying the weak to challenge the strong, killing the strong to confront the old. He always acted decisively when he could overpower an adversary. He would strike with lethal force, and when he could not, he would retreat into the safety of the spatial orb. Regardless, he profited either way. So what was there to fear? Unfazed, the serpent's fangs writhed with greater ferocity, their scales rattling from exertion. Night Demon, if you dare to challenge me, I shall drag you into the depths of hell. The serpent's fangs bellowed, suddenly inhaling deeply, releasing a noxious mist once more. In an instant, the toxic haze enveloped the surroundings, searing Nightmoo's skin and causing it to crack and ooze an eerie green smoke. Fortunately, he possessed the Sun Chi Si, which replenished his life force, allowing him to absorb and restore his vitality while mending his wounds in an endless cycle. Although there was pain, the healing was swift enough to remain bearable. How intriguing. I wonder if your healing can keep pace with the corrosive potency of my venom. The serpent's fangs sneered, opening wide to inhale the toxic mist back into its body, as if to recycle it. How could this serpent reclaim its life energy? Without the poison mist, it would surely reveal its vulnerable state. Nightmoo, acting promptly, withdrew like a fleeting light, mending his wounds while retreating swiftly. Haha, it seems you are frightened. The serpent's fangs laughed triumphantly, though dark blood seeped from the corners of its mouth, and its scales dulled, betraying its waning strength. I have had my fill of this night. We shall meet again another day. With that, a surge of green poison erupted as it attempted to flee. Observing this, Nightmoo scoffed. Ha! You are no better than a cowardly rat, scurrying away when faced with defeat. How naive. He would not repeat the same mistake. The Demoness had long awaited atop the opposite cliff, and with a single strum of her lute, she sent the serpent's fangs crashing back. Chapter 024. Who dares to annihilate my Black Serpent clan branch? To my astonishment, the cunning little beauty possesses such guile. Then let us engage, shall we? Shia clutched her chest, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, clearly battered yet still mustering the strength to exhale a cloud of venom. Swiftly retreating into the depths of the shadowy valley. Still attempting to escape? Nightmoo had anticipated this, and the sound of a flute pierced the air. Amidst the swirling black mist of the Soul Banner, a solid shadow surged forth, intercepting Shia's path. Night Ghost Cultivator, you are indeed tenacious. Shia halted abruptly, a cold smirk curling her lips. Whose soul have you ensnared this time? Shia, I have been quite lonely within the banner. How about you keep me company? A chilling response emanated from the shadow, and the mist gradually coalesced into the form of a corpulent rat demon. Mausta, how did you? Shia's pupils constricted, retreating in haste. It turned out that Mausta was a second-tier cultivator of the Condensation Sea. Nightmoo's flute melody shifted abruptly. In an instant, the resentment surged within Mausta's eyes, bloodlust radiating as he lunged towards Shia with claws bared, aiming for her vulnerable spot. All this misfortune is thanks to you, Shia. Prepare to pay with your life. Nonsense. Your own greed has led you to this fate. It has nothing to do with me. Though Shia protested, her body instinctively turned to flee. Dream on if you think you can catch me. The sound of music reverberated through the air, the nine-tailed Demoness dancing in unison, her lute's notes crashing like tumultuous waves. Shia was forced back several paces, blood spurting from her mouth, and in that moment, Mausta seized the opportunity, sinking his teeth into her vulnerable flesh. Get off me, you fat rat. Shia flailed desperately, attempting to shake off the gnawing spirit. Yet Mausta clung on like a stubborn leech, his sharp teeth piercing through her scales and into her flesh. Amidst her wretched screams, Shia dragged the spirit of Mausta as she fled in terror. Once again, the Demoness unleashed a powerful wave of sound, causing the already weakened Shia to bleed profusely. Night Ghost Cultivator, your vile methods are despicable. What kind of skill is it to use numbers to overpower the few? I refused to submit. Xia howled amidst the crimson mist, yet she was powerless to resist, plummeting like a bird with severed wings into the abyss, while Mousta continued to gnaw relentlessly. Blood and scales scattering in all directions. My Lady Serpent, I have failed to fulfill your wishes. I shall take my leave first. A serene smile graced Xia's face as tears fell, meeting the ground as her eyes closed for the final time. The night wind howled, the crimson clouds gradually dissipating, and Night Mu exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, finally dealt with that. This colorful serpent truly lives up to her reputation as a high-tier demon cultivator, even in decline. She remains formidable. Her soul should be quite valuable. It must not go to waste. A smirk danced on Night Mu's lips as the flute's melody transformed. The soul banner fluttering without wind, a robust soul rope shooting forth from the banner to ensnare Xia's remnants. As the tempo of the flute quickened, the soul rope tightened, forcibly extracting a semi-transparent serpentine soul from her lifeless form. Night Ghost Cultivator, I harbor no grudges against you. Why must you pursue my annihilation? Xia's soul thrashed violently, tugging against the soul rope, resisting fiercely, yet being drawn farther away. Indeed, it appears to be a high-tier soul, quite resilient. As the flute's notes intensified once more, a crimson glint rekindled in Night Mu's eyes, casting a cold glance at the motionless mouse standing by. The mouse trembled with urgency, hastily charging forward and exerting every ounce of strength to push the serpent's soul into the banner. Serpent Fong, you have tormented me within this banner, and now I shall make you experience its taste. Night Ghost, you shall meet a wretched end. Lady Serpent will not spare you. Before the words of Serpent Fong could fully escape, it had already vanished into the banner. Simultaneously, the black serpents in the valley scattered like a tide. Yet they could not break free from the entrapment woven by the ghostly banner. In a swift collaboration between a human and a fox, the serpentine horde was eradicated within mere moments. Even their lingering souls were drawn into the banner for refinement. As the dust settled, Night Mu wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. The situation had been resolved perfectly. He wondered how much merit he had accrued. Ding. The karmic ties of the Serpent Valley have been resolved. Merit 44120. Total merit 75,541. Congratulations. Host has ascended to the 7th tier of the Condensed Sea realm. The range of energy absorption has expanded to 70 zhang. Condensed Sea 3rd tier reward. Ability to utilize the energy of the Yang Sea to restore the bodies of beings of the same realm and below, activated by thought. Effects to be tested independently. Condensed Sea 5th tier reward. Ability to directly produce fruits, seeds, branches, leaves, and other individual parts of ordinary plants. Condensed Sea 7th tier reward. Fragment of the Forbidden Melody living creature curse, allowing control over all ordinary beings in the vicinity for one's own purposes. Having ascended 5 tiers, hidden reward triggered. The ghostly banner can now select thought manipulation during soul collection, with effects slightly inferior to the ghost flute. As the system notifications chimed in, the corners of Night Mu's mouth involuntarily lifted in a smile. The rewards at higher realms were indeed bountiful. This color serpent was truly an extraordinary being, accumulating over 40,000 merits. 30,000 would elevate one to the 2nd tier of the Condensed Sea, while 70,000 would elevate one to the 7th tier. By this calculation, each tier of the Condensed Sea likely required less than 100,000 merits. If he could personally slay the color serpent's several subordinates at the Condensed Sea realm, his cultivation would certainly advance another tier. Alas, the stubborn old Taoist had snatched the opportunity first. Night Mu gazed towards the cliff, observing Yuan Shui still unconscious, yet possessing the strength of the 4th tier of the Condensed Sea. How remarkable! Even lying down could lead to a breakthrough. What a fortunate outcome! Night Mu smirked, his gaze shifting to the cliff's edge where Lu Chaqing was kneeling, staring blankly at the corpse of the Serpent Fong in the valley. Having avenged a great enmity, why did this foolish demon appear in such a daze? Was he perhaps stunned? Just as he pondered, he suddenly saw Lu Chaqing burst into tears of joy, retrieving a small, glowing green cloth pouch from his waist and cradling it in his hands. Esteemed elders and clan members, the junior Lu Chaqing has witnessed the downfall of the thieving serpent. Our Lu clan's blood feud, spanning thousands of years, has finally been avenged today. Lu Chaqing's voice trembled, wiping away his tears, cautiously untying the cloth pouch, from which countless souls of the Lu demons poured forth. So that was it. Night Mu, intrigued, floated closer, realizing why he could not find a trace of the Lu souls. It turned out they had been collected by Lu Chaqing. Thank you, great Ghost King, for avenging my Lu clan. Lu Chaqing bowed deeply, wiping away his tears, and turning towards a white-bearded Lu soul, he said, Elder, The Ghost King is a benefactor to our Lu clan. We ought to. Indeed. The white-bearded Lu soul raised a hand to interrupt, waving his sleeve towards the multitude of souls behind him, prompting thousands of Lu souls to kneel in unison. I, as an elder, express gratitude on behalf of the entire clan for your benevolent act of extermination, young friend. Gratitude was expressed to the Lord of Ghosts as the numerous souls of the Willows were moved to tears, prompting Yimu to hurriedly offer his support and comfort. Oh, please rise. This humble act was merely a gesture. There is no need for such reverence. These Willow spirits were once formidable beings of the sea cleansing and even the spirit division realms, with many having achieved true immortality. He could hardly bear such honor. Do not be modest, young friend. This is only fitting. The white-bearded Willow spirit insisted on remaining kneeling, his aged visage adorned with genuine smiles. The elder's words ring true. You are deserving of a bow from the Willow clan. The Willow spirits behind him knelt as well, tears streaming down their faces, rendering the atmosphere increasingly awkward. Yimu quickly signaled to Lu Chaqing. Elder, please rise. Do not place our benefactor in a difficult position. With tears in his eyes, Lu Chaqing assisted the white-bearded Willow spirit to his feet. Elder, our clan's grievances have been resolved. You may rest easy now. Indeed, the white-bearded Willow spirit chuckled, relief washing over him. With our grievances settled, I can finally embark on my journey. Lu Chaqing, weeping profusely, reluctantly surveyed his kin before finally averting his gaze. Lord of Ghosts, I beseech you to accompany our elder and clan members on their final journey. This kindness shall forever be etched in my heart, and I vow to repay it in the future. Upon saying this, Lu Chaqing solemnly performed 3 deep bows. It was but a trivial task. There is no need for such formalities. Having accepted the merit, Yimu naturally found the small favor effortless. After assisting Lu Chaqing, he stood aloft and played the ghost flute. The haunting melody of Crossing the Lost Souls resonated. As thousands of departed souls turned to gaze at Lu Chaqing at the cliff's edge, their eyes brimming with reluctance. Ultimately, however, they looked skyward, filled with longing for reincarnation, transforming into streams of light that soared into the heavens. Elder, dear clan members, may you journey well. Lu Chaqing wept like a child, yet forced a smile as he waved and called out his farewells. As the final notes faded, countless souls transitioned into the cycle of reincarnation. This place is perilous. Retreat quickly. An urgent voice reverberated in their minds, and the enchanting demoness surged towards them like a streak of light. Danger? Before Yimu could ponder further, a rift suddenly tore open in the sky. Who dares to extinguish my branch of the Blacksnake clan? A furious female voice echoed from the fissure, a terrifying pressure enveloping the entire expanse. It's her, the snake woman, Lu Chaqing exclaimed in shock, as the demoness ensnared him in the old Taoist Yuan Shui and her foxtail, whisking them into the spatial pearl. How did she arrive so swiftly? The rift's creator was of the immortal emperor realm. Yimu dared not delay. He swiftly entered the spatial pearl for refuge. Before vanishing, he did not forget to stow away the remnants of the snake's body. Chapter 25, The Damned Lu Ruyan, I Shall Ruin Your Liuye Valley. As the spatial orb tumbled to the precipice, transforming into an inconspicuous pebble, a pair of delicate jade hands unexpectedly emerged from a fissure in the sky. The rift was violently torn open, and a graceful figure descended from the void, revealing a woman clad in black-scaled armor. Upon closer inspection, her alluring curves exuded a chilling aura, with a hint of malevolence dancing in her eyes. The moment she arrived, she eagerly swooped down towards the valley floor, seemingly in a fervent search for something. Knight Mu, filled with curiosity, turned to inquire, Your Majesty, is this the Serpent Maiden? What is her rank? The Serpent Maiden. Shi Xian is of the 3rd tier of the immortal emperor realm. The demoness gazed coldly at the scene beyond the spatial orb, appearing quite familiar with it. Knight Mu, intrigued, remarked, Your Majesty seems well acquainted with the Serpent Maiden. What is her connection to Xia? She is the cherished jewel of the Black Serpent clan's emperor from the barbarian lands, raised in indulgence and arrogance. Xia is likely her minion, though the specifics elude me. I see. Does Your Majesty know why she seeks to annihilate the Lu clan? I do not. Very well. Knight Mu shrugged, realizing he would have to seek gossip from that foolish Lu demoness. Turning to observe the external scene once more, he noticed Shi Xian now anxiously circling above the valley. Her enchanting eyes fixated on the valley floor, persistently searching for clues. Several times she attempted to dive down but abruptly halted her movements, continuously scanning the steep cliffs surrounding her. Who dares to destroy my Black Serpent clan and erase all traces? Show yourself. Her voice resonated through the valley, causing rocks to tumble and the flora to tremble, even making the very air quiver. Goodness, truly impressive for an immortal emperor. Nightmu thought to himself as he watched Shi Xianxian suddenly transform into a streak of black light, swiftly traversing several cliffs before finally halting directly above the spatial orb. This must be the angle. Nightmu gazed upward, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Do not gaze upon the unseemly. The demoness coldly huffed, swiftly covering his eyes with her jade hands. Is your majesty feeling jealous? Nightmu chuckled as he brushed aside her icy hands, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Bored, the demoness shot him a frosty glance before turning away, ignoring him. Though the outside world was bathed in the vibrant embrace of spring, there was still much to behold. At a level gaze, he observed Shi Xianxian's feet suddenly merging into a serpent's tail, glimmering with a cold light, its scales shimmering in the night. Vile rodents, you dare to slay my kin yet hide away? If you do not surrender Shia's soul tonight, I shall ensure your demise. Her furious proclamation echoed through the valley, reverberating several times, and aside from the rustling of the black bamboo in the night breeze, only silence responded. Seeking death, a glint of cold light flashed in Shi Xianxian's eyes as her form suddenly expanded. In an instant, a colossal serpent, rivaling a black dragon, coiled into the night sky, its body far surpassing that of Xia. Filthy little wretch, I shall obliterate you. With a thunderous roar, her massive tail swept through the air, stirring a tempest of dust. Vegetation was uprooted, rocks shattered, and the entire valley was reduced to rubble amidst the cacophony, leaving not a single blade of grass behind. Once again, following a series of tremors, the cliff walls shuddered, and stones cascaded like rain, suggesting a potential collapse. Yimu could not help but feel startled. What a tempestuous creature indeed. Fortunately, the stability of the spatial pearl was unwavering. Otherwise, if he plummeted into the valley below, with limited visibility, there would be no spectacle to behold. The enraged serpent demon continued its rampage, its colossal tail sweeping across mountain peaks, sparing even the dark, deep canyons. The vicinity had been reduced to ruins, yet the creature remained unsatisfied, turning to race towards the expansive valley opposite, intent on hunting down the true culprit. The sight made Yimu want to chuckle. Oh, foolish serpent maiden, the true culprit was just beneath your feet, and yet you remain oblivious. Charging off so far, do you not tire? Though she had temporarily departed, one could never be certain whether the madwoman might return with a vengeance. So it was prudent to stay put for the moment. As he found himself momentarily idle, Yimu suddenly felt a gnawing hunger. He resembled a glutton who had starved for ages, yearning to devour the very expanse of the heavens and earth. Cursed energy sea, once again causing mischief. Drawing a deep breath, Yimu focused inward. Having broken through to the 7th rank of the energy sea, his reservoir had expanded several-fold. Yet the once dynamic and swirling dual energies appeared dull and lifeless. Clearly, this was due to the expansion of the energy sea combined with the excessive consumption during battle, necessitating urgent replenishment. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, gathering fruits and sustenance along his journey, which were now perfectly timed for use. Yimu retrieved a spatial ring, and a cascade of spiritual fruits spilled forth as he began to consume them. How messy. Remember to clean up. As a meticulous and fastidious fox demon, the enchanting lady cast a disdainful glance his way before making her way to the bed, lying down to rest her eyes. Yimu flashed a devilish grin. Was Her Majesty so eager? Worry not. Once my energy sea is replenished, I shall promptly bestow my power upon you. Yimu, you. The demoness abruptly sat up, her fox tail bristling, casting a wary glance at the still unconscious Lu Changqing and Yu Wanshui, signaling that now was not the time for such matters. Your Majesty need not worry, it's all trivial. Yimu swiftly devoured the fruits, summoned countless souls from the soul banner for a feast, and retrieved a dark iron box, unceremoniously tossing the 2 unconscious figures inside. The lid fell shut and locked with a single motion. Your Majesty, is this satisfactory now? With a mischievous smile, he leaped onto the bed. Hold on. The demoness blushed, deftly injecting a seductive toxin into the iron box, plunging the 2 unfortunate souls into a deep slumber, before conjuring a protective golden bell to muffle any sound from the box. Only after lowering the canopy did she turn her face away, transforming back into her beautiful fox form. Let us make this swift. Your Majesty, do you still doubt me? Yimu wished to delay, yet his strength permitted no such luxury. The canopy trembled for but a brief moment before being drawn back, and he gracefully leaped off the bed, feeling invigorated. Looking back at the bedside, He found the beautiful fox demon with a rosy complexion, eyes closed in meditation. Yimu felt a surge of joy. Though his own power was limited, as long as the Empress felt well, he could focus on strengthening himself in the future. While he reveled in his satisfaction, a rustling sound echoed from outside the valley. Had she returned so quickly? Yimu raised his gaze, only to see the serpent maiden, with her slender form dragging 100-foot-long tail, returning with an air of murderous intent. Cursed Lu Rian. The demise of Fish Brother is not enough, even in death. He continues to wreak havoc. My Black Snake faction has met with ruin, and tonight, I shall utterly destroy this Willow Leaf Valley. Fish Brother? Such an endearing appellation. It appears that love unfulfilled has bred resentment. Yimu smiled slyly, pondering that she must inquire about the gossip surrounding that foolish willow spirit later. At that moment, one could see Shi Qianqian rampaging through the valley, her jealousy and fury intertwining. Wherever her massive tail swept, mountains crumbled, and pools were obliterated. After wreaking havoc, the valley was left in disarray, and Shi Qianqian departed in indignation. Though she is left, one can never be certain she won't return. Thus, venturing out at this moment would be unwise. With nothing better to do, Yimu recalled the ability bestowed upon her by the system to mend broken limbs. She decided to unlock the intricately locked iron box and drag the unconscious Yuan Shui out as a subject for her experiment. As her consciousness delved into his body, Yimu couldn't help but gasp in shock. The old Taoist Yuan Shui had shattered ribs, ruptured organs, and his limbs were in a state of catastrophic fracture. Not a single part of him was intact. How could one end up in such a dire state? One can only wonder what courage possessed him to venture into the valley. If he were not a practitioner, shielded by his life force, he would have surely met his demise. Yet, the question remains, can he be restored? Hesitantly, Yimu extended her hand, her fingertips gently resting upon Yu Wanshui's wrist. Chapter 026. The Taoist words are beyond my understanding. Could you elaborate? The crimson light surged with intent in the sea of Yang roiled. A scarlet thread erupted from Yimu's fingertips, attaching itself to Yu Wanshui's forearm, which then branched into countless blood vessels, crawling and extending like veins, burrowing into his flesh. Yimu, you, entrusted by the old master, dare to. The demoness appeared in a flash, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief, as if questioning a ravenous beast. Yimu smiled and replied, Your Majesty need not panic. I am merely healing you, Lao. Healing? The demoness frowned slightly, clearly unconvinced. Yimu's expression darkened. Your Majesty, while my arts may be strange, I am not so desperate as to prey indiscriminately. Is there no trust between us? You had better. The demoness extended her delicate hand to check Yuan Shui's pulse, her face filled with vigilance. Your Majesty truly is. Yimu ceased his words, focusing intently on the healing process. With a surge of thought, the scarlet thread swiftly spread throughout Yuan Shui's body, delving deep into his organs and bones, intertwining at the sites of injury. In mere moments, shattered bones and ruptured organs were restored to their original state. Even the severed tendons and damaged flesh revitalized anew. While the efficacy of the restoration technique was remarkable, the consumption was equally staggering. That insatiable hunger once again washed over Yimu, leaving him speechless. Damn the sea of qi, it only knows how to consume. Yimu, do you truly possess the power of resurrection? The demoness withdrew her hand, her gaze filled with incredulity. Resurrection? Yimu pondered, uncertain if the subsequent system would grant him such an ability. Your Majesty exaggerates. I can consume life. Thus I can restore it. Moreover, your Taoist was not dead to begin with. Indeed, the demoness softly replied, a flicker of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Lost in her own thoughts, Yimu tentatively asked, Does your Majesty have someone you wish to save? After all, having been besieged by the 5 old men of the eastern regions, this was not without possibility. If you require assistance, it may take some time. At present, I can only restore the corporeal forms of beings of the same realm. As for resurrection, Yimu chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. I fear I do not know when that may come to pass. The demoness turned her face away, a hint of sorrow evident in her beautiful eyes. Not wishing to provoke painful memories, Yimu refrained from pressing further, skillfully diverting the conversation. Your Majesty, Yu Taoist is no longer in critical condition and will awaken shortly. Perhaps, you might want to knock him out again? No need. The demoness' demeanor returned to normal. We can leave now. Leave? Yimu still harbored some concerns, fearing the worst. There is no worst-case scenario. The demoness explained, Shi Xianxian has caused trouble for centuries and has been punished by the Serpent Emperor to reflect in isolation. Having sneaked out, she will undoubtedly face strict supervision upon her return. No wonder she was so hurried. It all made sense. Yimu felt relieved and casually tossed the snoring Lu Chaqing aside, who fell into a deep sleep, while Yuan Shui followed suit. So cold. Lu Chaqing shrank his neck in his slumber, his mouth making smacking sounds as if he were indulging in a feast in his dreams. In a sweet and fragrant moment, several willow branches transformed, swiftly assembling into a rudimentary shelter, into which I rolled with great satisfaction, resuming my grand dreams of spring and autumn. Oh, how tranquil it is for a carefree soul to slumber in peace. How vast the heart must be. Yimu, with a hint of sarcasm, glanced toward the seemingly awakening Yuan Shui, a mischievous smile creeping upon his lips. This obstinate old Taoist, upon realizing he was saved by none other than myself, would likely feel more discomfort than if he had swallowed a fly. As midnight-esque chill settled in, the campfire crackled at the cliff's edge. Yimu partook of some herbs to replenish his vital energy, yet the gnawing hunger persisted. Alas, it seemed my appetite was genuine. Perhaps it was time for roasted meat. The serpent-esque carcass remained fresh, perfectly suited for the occasion. He deftly skinned and deboned the creature, cutting it into chunks and skewering them, preparing for a grand feast. Serpent meat is a potent tonic, enhancing one's physique, though I pondered its flavor, utilizing every part. The black serpent-esque scales would serve as excellent material for crafting armor, just right for the Empress to fashion a couple of suits of black scale armor. While he was preoccupied with the culinary preparations, the unconscious Yuan Shui gradually opened his eyes. "Where am I?" he began. But upon meeting Yimu's gaze, his pupils constricted, and he retreated several feet in alarm. Who are you, Night Demon Cultivator? What have you done to me?" Yimu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a playful tone in his voice. "What have I done, you ask? Does the esteemed Taoist not know?" "What?" Yuan Shui's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, seemingly introspecting. Yimu merely smiled in silence, eagerly awaiting the next development. Moments later, Yuan Shui's eyes flew open, disbelief etched across his face. "How is this possible? My internal and external injuries have healed completely? Have you employed some nefarious heavenly contrivance?" "Astute." Yimu raised an eyebrow, a wicked grin forming. "I saved your life, esteemed Taoist. I wonder how you intend to repay me?" "Repay?" Yuan Shui's expression stiffened, his eyes and mouth twitching as his white beard quivered, his face turning pale. Yimu could no longer contain his laughter. How amusing it was to witness the irony of his own words. At that moment, Yuan Shui's white brows knitted tightly, as if caught in a dilemma. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke again. "A life saved deserves gratitude, but righteousness and evil cannot coexist, nor can one defy the commands of their master. Even if you have reached the 7th tier of the condensation sea, I shall not yield. Out of respect for your alliance with the Willow Demon, I shall spare you this night. But should we meet again, I will show no mercy. Farewell." With that, he clasped his fists in a bow and turned to leave. However, Yimu, still resolute and unsatisfied, swiftly intercepted him. "Hold on, Taoist. Do you recognize this?" With a flick of his wrist, he revealed the Jade token from the diviner. Shaking it slightly. "This is my senior brother's token." Yuan Shui stood as if struck by lightning, fixating on the Jade token. His wrinkled face a canvas of astonishment, unable to regain his composure for an extended moment. "Indeed, we share the same lineage." Yimu, holding the token aloft, playfully tugged him back to the campfire. Observing his unwavering gaze upon the token, he teased, "Esteemed Taoist, this treasure was procured at great expense from the diviner. Should you wish to reclaim it, do not jest, Your Excellency." As the conversation with Master Yu abruptly shifted, he expressed a sudden change in demeanor. "Since this token was bestowed by my senior brother, you must be someone he believes can alter the landscape of Dongyuan and save the people of Kindaeguang. Moreover, the token carries numerous opportunities. How could I dare to reclaim it? Is it truly so remarkable?" Knight was taken aback. "With only a fleeting acquaintance, the diviner has determined that I possess the ability to transform the Dongyuan situation? Is this not mere folly? Furthermore, the 5 elder masters in my dreams were invincible. I have no idea when I might ever match their prowess. What you speak of, Master Yu, eludes my understanding. Would you kindly elaborate?" "Of course," Master Yu smiled, stroking his beard with evident satisfaction. "Though this token is not as potent as it was 1,000,000 years ago, many ancient clans still acknowledge it. With this token, One may traverse freely through the territories of various ancient clans, including their ancestral lands and secret realms. Is that truly the case? Knight harbored skepticism, after all. 10,000 taels, no matter how valuable, could hardly compare to the astronomical odds of winning the lottery. Master Yu, adopting a serious demeanor, declared, "I do not speak lightly. At this very moment, there lies an opportunity at the end of the valley known as the Fishman Lake." Following the direction indicated, Knight realized it was indeed the broad valley he had noted upon his arrival. To discover that fishmen resided within was an unexpected delight. The fishmen in his dreams were so beautiful that their gender was difficult to discern. He looked forward to appreciating their splendor, perhaps even encountering the one from his dreams. At the same time, Knight was puzzled. Master Yu, is not Kandaeguang merely a hill outside Jinling City? How could it wield such influence? That is the present. Master Yu's expression shifted dramatically, his tone fervent. A million years ago, my Kandaeguang's temple stretched for miles, with hundreds of thousands of disciples, making it the sole temple of Dongyuan. At that time, Dongyuan was ranked alongside the Abyss of Demons, the barbarian frontier, and the 10,000 Great Mountains as the four factions. There was no division of the five realms. It was unthinkable for the so-called five elders to assume dominion. When mentioning the masters of the five realms, anger flickered in Master Yu's eyes, clearly indicating a deep-seated enmity with those five elder masters. Chapter 27. Heroes do not inquire about origins, practitioners do not question their essence. With a common foe, it is imperative to understand one another. The crackling of snake meat skewers over the campfire filled the air, as droplets of fat splattered and ignited small sparks, the savory aroma wafting through the night. Yimu handed a perfectly roasted skewer to Daoist Yu, suggesting that they converse while enjoying their meal. "Thank you," Daoist Yu responded, accepting the offering graciously. He then tossed a gourd of wine towards Yimu, stating, "This is my brew from Qianshan, known for its restorative properties. I hope it meets your approval, Your Excellency." "Your kindness is appreciated, Daoist Yu." With the wine available, Yimu was more than willing to indulge. After taking a sip, he found it rich and fragrant, indeed remarkable. As they savored the roasted meat and drink, Daoist Yu presented a jade slip. "This contains the history of Qian Dao Guan. Feel free to peruse it at your leisure." Upon inspection, Yimu noted the radiant aura emanating from the slip, a clear indication of its exceptional quality, far surpassing the jade token inscribed with the character Yu. Truly, it was fitting for the former foremost temple of the Eastern Plains to be so generous. "Thank you for your generosity, Daoist Yu." Yimu accepted the slip without hesitation. And with a mere thought, the records within instantly unfolded in his mind. Decades ago, the five elders of the Eastern Plains were once disciples of Qian Daoguan. Although they possessed considerable talent, their intentions were misguided, always seeking shortcuts. At that time, the world experienced a profound transformation, with a fresh influx of spiritual energy emerging from the earth. Discontented with the slow progress of cultivating their Taoist essence, the five discarded their essence during the cleansing phase, deriving methods to absorb spiritual energy from the temple's teachings. With spiritual energy readily accessible, their cultivation advanced rapidly, and it wasn't long before they betrayed their master and established their own factions. Qian Daoguan, being magnanimous, chose not to pursue the matter. However, the five, in their quest for power, not only extolled the benefits of spiritual energy, but also relentlessly poached disciples below the cleansing stage from Qian Daoguan. Each person has their aspirations, and the temple's elders, reminiscing about the bonds of teacher and student, refrained from interference. Millennia later, the five strength surged, causing Qian Daoguan to languish in neglect, ultimately sending agents to pilfer the temple's secret teachings and tarnish its reputation. Ultimately, they conspired to besiege the temple's gates. In that bitter conflict, Qian Daoguan gradually fell into decline, with its founder and elders meeting their demise with resentment. The five elders, however, each carved out their own dominions, leading to the present-day Eastern Plains five territories. It was unexpected to uncover such a profound history. Yimu suddenly recalled that the Demoness had also mentioned the origins of the five territories stemming from Qian Daoguan. Could it be that Qian Daoguan is the very genesis of the Eastern Plains cultivation realm? No wonder the old Taoist appeared in the system's dreamscape. Daoist Yu, given the profundity of Qian Daoguan's teachings, why is your cultivation so modest? Yimu pondered, unable to fathom whether it was due to inadequate aptitude. Though unspoken, Daoist Yu seemed to grasp the implication, his face flushing with embarrassment. My current predicament arises from two factors. First, the Taoist essence is inherently challenging to cultivate. Second, during each cleansing phase, I have always sought to wash away my essence in pursuit of a more profound yang energy. Alas, repeated failures have led to regression in my cultivation. Let us not dwell on this. Though he spoke lightly, Yimu felt a jolt in his heart. For he possessed the essence of yang energy himself. The system, though austere, had not elaborated extensively. Yet the elder's awareness of such matters and his aspiration to attain the Yangtze underscored its rarity and formidable challenge. Taoist Yu, what exactly is the Yangtze? Are not practitioners esteemed for their spiritual energy? Upon hearing this, Yuan Shui immediately displayed a hint of disdain. Spiritual energy? Merely a deceptive trick employed by the practitioners of the 5 domains to fool themselves. Intrigued, Yimu inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Yuan Shui coldly chuckled and replied, "Although spiritual energy is easily obtained and cultivated, it is impure and muddled. Once one reaches the realm of the immortal emperor, progress becomes exceedingly arduous, ultimately turning into a shackle." I see. Yimu pondered, though he did not fully comprehend. The fact that those 5 elderly men remained stagnant at the immortal emperor level was sufficient to indicate the underlying oddity. In the midst of his contemplation, Yuan Shui let out a scornful snicker. Those 5 old men promoting the cultivation of spiritual energy merely seek to expand and solidify their power for easier extraction. Indeed, Yimu nodded in agreement, understanding this point. The proliferation of spiritual sea practitioners conveniently facilitates mutual plunder. When the spiritual sea runs dry, one can forcibly seize the spiritual sea of others or the spiritual cauldron to replenish it. What about the yang qi and other energy seas? Yimu could not help but ask. Yuan Shui, finding it convenient, handed over a jade slip. Within it detailed a wealth of information, indicating that besides spiritual energy, there existed various energies cultivated by ancient clans, such as the toxic energies of demons and spirits, the essence of flora and fauna, and the elements of Buddhism and Taoism. For instance, the Serpent's Fangs belonged to the poison cultivators of the Black Snake clan, while the Willow clan residing in the Willow Leaf Valley specialized in the Wood Sea. Ultimately, aside from immortal energy, all energies in the world belong to the dualities of yin and yang, with the Yangtze being the supreme energy sea. Yimu was astonished by the supremacy of the Yangtze, and it was perhaps for this reason that Yuan Shui diligently studied the path of the Yangtze. However, it seemed that the profundities of the Yangtze were as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Yet, astonishingly, someone had mastered it. The founder of the Qiandao Temple was indeed a master of the Yangtze, wielding power that spanned the heavens and the earth. However, the specific records were vague, rendering verification impossible. Yimu felt both disappointment and astonishment, surmising that the individual must possess extraordinary capabilities. Otherwise, the Qiandao Temple would not have emerged in the Eastern Plains. This jade slip proved to be exceptionally useful, more convenient than any system. And it even contained records of the Yin Sea, hundreds of thousands of years ago. The awakening of the demon emperor in the abyss of demons was precisely linked to the Yin Qi Sea. At that time, it was unheard of. When people witnessed his ability to manipulate ghostly souls, they mistakenly believed it to be the ghost sea and urged him to switch to demonic energy during the washing of the sea. The demon emperor, however, stubbornly persisted, refusing to change even amidst slow cultivation and the disdain of others. It was only after he broke through to the true immortal realm and condensed immortal energy that he achieved perfect fusion with the energy sea, experiencing a meteoric rise in strength, capable of absorbing all the yin and malevolent energies of the world for his own use, leading everyone to realize that it was indeed the fabled Yin Sea. Unfortunately, the demon emperor ultimately met his demise at the hands of the Qiandao Temple's founder due to his arrogance. Yimu felt a renewed sense of disappointment. Yet from this, it became clear that the yin and yang energy seas represented the true supreme path. The fact that he could encompass both was no wonder the diviner had asserted he would achieve greatness in the future. Yet, with every advantage comes a disadvantage. He pondered what the diviner meant by losing one's mind and succumbing to demonic influence. As he contemplated, he suddenly heard Yuan Shui inquire, "Your Excellency the Ghost King, having explored my humble energy sea, may I boldly ask, what type of energy sea do you possess?" Well, Yimu lifted his gaze to meet Yuan Shui's inquisitive and curious eyes, which were filled with a passionate obsession for energy seas. As the saying goes, heroes do not inquire about origins, and cultivators do not question energy seas. It would be best for you not to indulge your curiosity. Indeed, you, with your remarkable capabilities, bear a striking resemblance to the enigmatic sea of spirits. Though I may not comprehend the precise nature of this energy sea, it is evident that as one chosen by my esteemed senior, You possess extraordinary qualities. Even if your energy sea is currently misaligned, it is conceivable that you could rectify this during the cleansing of the sea and ascend to greater heights. Observing you gently stroking your white beard, exuding confidence, I could not help but feel a slight twitch at the corners of my mouth. How utterly pedantic it is to incessantly speak of righteousness and wickedness. Dear Taoist you, I have a rather audacious inquiry. Given that the Qian Dao Temple is coveted by the 5 domains, how has it managed to endure until this day? As the origin of the Eastern Plains, the temple must possess profound secret methods, perhaps even harboring the path of the Yangtze. I pondered that if I could glean some insights, it would perfectly complement the aloof nature of the system. Yet, as soon as I uttered these words, Yuan Shui immediately puffed up his cheeks and glared fiercely. Chapter 028. Times have changed. I have long grown accustomed. They dare. Yuan Shui abruptly rose, his hair bristling in fury. Do not be deceived by the seemingly feeble state of the Qingdao Temple, with only 3 souls to its name. Though my cultivation is still immature, my junior brother, Yu Zihai, has attained the realm of the great emperor of Dao Qi. If those 5 old fools dare to infringe upon us. Ah, how bothersome. A voice of impatience interrupted, belonging to Lu Chongqing. Yuan Shui's lips twitched as he turned stiffly to gaze in that direction. Yimu, intrigued, also glanced over, only to find Lu Chongqing nestled in his willow hut, eyes tightly shut, with 2 clusters of willow branches covering his ears, his body curled up, and his willow tail slightly furrowed. What are the great emperors of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands? None can compare to my esteemed Lucian as the great emperor of smoke. Do not disturb my beautiful dreams. After murmuring this, Lu Chongqing turned over and resumed his slumber. This little willow spirit is the orphan of Liuye Valley. Yuan Shui's white beard trembled, his aged eyes widening in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. Yimu couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, Taoist you. He is no insignificant figure, at least over 100,000 years old. Indeed. Yuan Shui cleared his throat, awkwardly stroking his beard as he turned back. The destruction of Liuye Valley occurred over 100,000 years ago, yet how could his cultivation be? As he spoke, he suddenly furrowed his brow, shaking his head with a sigh, clearly knowledgeable about the matters of the Lu clan. Yimu promptly urged everyone to take a seat, offering a generous portion of roasted snake meat, eager to uncover some ancient secrets. What a delightful aroma! Lu Chongqing's voice rang out again, his eyes still shut, as a sturdy willow branch slithered like a spirit snake towards the campfire. He leaned down, his nostrils flaring as he sniffed, resembling a greedy cat searching for fish. What a disgraceful display! Yuan Shui shifted uncomfortably, expressing his disapproval. Yimu nodded in agreement. Indeed, quite foolish and gluttonous. At that moment, Lu Chongqing suddenly broke into a silly grin. So it is roasted snake meat. The willow branches seemed to receive a command, swiftly delivering him towards the freshly grilled skewers. Yet he still did not open his eyes. Truly a glutton. Yimu, feeling playful, intentionally waved the skewer near his nose. Unable to reach it, Lu Chongqing grew frantic, flailing about like a foolish dog chasing after a bone. You shall not die of gluttony. Yimu stifled his laughter and playfully tapped the 2 clusters of willow branches. Who dares to disturb this esteemed presence? Lu Chongqing bared his teeth, opening his willow-like eyes. As his pupils focused, they quickly drooped like a frostbitten eggplant. Retreating to the corner of his hut, My apologies, I was merely talking in my sleep. I hope you do not take offense. His submission was swift and decisive. Yet his willow eyes could not help but glance towards the roasted meat, his throat bobbing, revealing his greed. Yimu, suppressing his amusement, remarked, "Oh, why do you not refer to yourself as this esteemed presence anymore?" "Ah, a misunderstanding. I simply spoke out of habit before, so." Lu Chongqing hung his head, his branches drooping to the sides, looking utterly foolish. Yimu could no longer contain his laughter. "I was only teasing you. Come join me for a meal." "Thank you, esteemed one." Lu Chongqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly darted to the fire. With fervor, he seized skewers of roasted snake and devoured them ravenously, all the while showering compliments. The meat of this cunning serpent was indeed delectable. The flavor of an elder's cooking was unparalleled. After all, he was a descendant of the Lu clan from Liuye Valley. How could one be so? Yuan Shui, with a hint of disdain, took a couple of steps back, his brow furrowed. Lu Chongqing, however, was unfazed and turned to clarify. "Times have changed. I have long since adapted. Indeed, living under another's roof." Sigh? Yuan Shui shook his head with a soft sigh, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. This piqued Yimu's curiosity. Wasn't the obstinate old Taoist one who would slay demons without hesitation? Why, then, had he opened his eyes this time? While pondering this, he watched Lu Changqing swallow the last 2 skewers of meat and solemnly bow to Yuan Shui. Thank you, Taoist Yu, for representing the Lu clan. I, Lu Changqing, wish to join the Thousand Dao Temple. I hope for your approval. What? Yuan Shui sprang up as if electrocuted, his mouth twitching in shock and anger. With a sense of anticipation for the unfolding drama, Yimu straightened his back, eagerly awaiting the next turn of events. Yuan Shui abruptly waved his sleeve, coldly stating, Lu Demon, although you have saved my life and are a descendant of the Lu deity, humans and demons walk different paths. This matter is utterly impossible. Humans and demons walk different paths? Lu Changqing furrowed his brow and retorted, what of demons? My Lu clan relies on offering our own branches to cultivate virtue. How have we ever harmed others? Which pillar of the main hall of the Thousand Dao Temple is not made of materials from Liuye Valley? You only lament the scarcity of our kind when in need, yet now you disdain my clan as demons? Yuan Shui was momentarily rendered speechless. His face flushed with embarrassment, feeling a sense of shame. Observing his discomfort, Yimu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. No wonder the old Taoist had shown a glimmer of compassion earlier. It turned out there was such a connection. Using demon branches to build a grand hall, yet denying their existence afterward, wasn't that akin to burning bridges? While musing, Lu Changqing tore off a chunk of snake meat, chewing indignantly as he muttered, if it weren't for an old Taoist in the city who offered to read my fortune for free a few days ago, predicting I would one day become a dragon among men, and that I must first join the Thousand Dao Temple, I wouldn't be seeking this misfortune. Dragon among men? That phrase sounded so familiar, prompting Yimu to inquire, what did this fortune teller look like? Like a beggar, unkempt, Lu Changqing replied casually. Could it truly be that renowned diviner? Yimu urged, please, elaborate. Lu Changqing scratched his horn, hesitating before speaking. That night, after the elder had overcome his tribulation, I went to collect wood struck by lightning to sell. Upon returning to the city, I was intercepted by him, insisting on reading my fortune and claiming that the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. If it weren't for him not asking for a single coin and even providing 1,000 taels as travel expenses and tokens, I would have thought I encountered a fraud. As he spoke, he produced a worn-out jade token, prominently inscribed with the character U. This. Yuan Shui gasped, retreating several steps, his eyes wide, hands trembling uncontrollably. Yimu was no better, his gaze fixated on the jade token, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Damn it. I spent 100,000 taels on the same jade token. And this foolish demon receives it for free, even having travel funds. The fortune teller truly knows how to deceive. Well then, since you were chosen by my senior brother, I shall accept it. Yuan Shui sighed deeply, stepped forward, and reached for the jade token. Unexpectedly, Lu Changqing flipped his wrist, and the jade token vanished into his sleeve. Although I, Lu Changqing, am a demon, I never force others against their will. Since you Taoist, you are so reluctant. Let this matter rest. At this moment, Yuan Shui was utterly astonished, standing there in a daze, his white beard trembling uncontrollably. Night Mu, stifling his laughter, was equally surprised, as he had not anticipated that this foolish demon possessed such pride, indeed a sight to behold. He raised an eyebrow in curiosity and asked, Lu, young brother, do you understand the significance of Qin Dao Guan? Do you not regret this? Naturally, I am aware. It is merely the birthplace of the Eastern origin cultivation realm. Lu Changqing held his head high, a defiant glimmer in his eyes. My Lu clan has a legacy spanning 1,000 years. Our foundation is by no means inferior to that. Broken Dao Guan. After saying this, he provocatively glared at the stunned Yuan Shui standing beside him. To witness the stubborn old Taoist suffer a setback brought great joy to Night Mu, who clapped in approval. Lu, young brother, indeed possesses ambition. Thank you for your praise, my lord. Lu Changqing suddenly flushed, dropping to his knees before him and bowing deeply. Why is he kneeling again? How awkward. Night Mu hurriedly rose to assist him. There is no need for that. Please get up. The Lord of the Ghost Kings has a compassionate heart, a rare benevolence in this age. I, Lu Changqing, wish to follow you, my lord, to serve as an unnamed contracted demon under your command. I earnestly request your acceptance. Lu Changqing lifted his face, his eyes shimmering with hopeful light. Chapter 029. This is my fateful tooth. I implore you, dear brother, to safeguard it with care. Yimu's form momentarily stiffened, his expression fracturing in surprise. Surely, this is unnecessary. At present, he had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of his singular demonist contract. Adding a willow spirit, a male demon to boot, would be utterly improper. Though Yimu was not one to be overly concerned with trifles, he harbored no inclination towards male intimacy. Lu Chongqing furrowed his brows, seemingly discerning his apprehensions. My lord, the Lu clan knows no distinction between male and female. If it displeases you, I can instantly transform into a female spirit. As his words trailed off, a verdant aura enveloped him, as though he were poised to change form at any moment. Hold on. Yimu hastily turned aside, shielding his eyes and gesturing to halt. Though you may say so, you are undeniably a male demon, and such a transformation would be difficult for me to accept. First impressions hold great significance. Encountering him as a male demon, even if transformation were possible, left Yimu feeling quite unsettled. Indeed, Yuan Shui interjected, a dignified scion of the Lu clan. Willing to debase himself for the sake of aligning with the powerful to hasten his cultivation, even to the point of reversing gender, truly, it is a matter of disdain. Yimu came to realize that a contracted demon could indeed rapidly advance in cultivation under the guidance of their master. This foolish spirit, so eager to offer himself, likely harbored such intentions. Although he currently surpassed this fool in cultivation by an entire realm, under the contract, with but a modicum of care. The foolish spirit's prowess could swiftly ascend, soon reaching the same realm and quality. Yu Daozhong, do not judge my character through the lens of a petty mind. I, Lu Chongqing, seek only to repay a debt of gratitude, harboring no ulterior motives. Lu Chongqing glared fiercely at Yuan Shui, then clenched his right fist against his chest, tilting his head toward the heavens with solemnity. Heavenly Tao above, I, Lu Chongqing, hereby vow. Stop. I believe you. Yimu hurriedly interrupted, pulling him back. In this realm, swearing an oath to the heavenly Tao was no trivial matter. To violate it would invite divine retribution. He certainly did not wish for yet another male demon, nor did he desire to have him perpetually observing from the sidelines. My lord, does this mean you are willing to accept me? Lu Chongqing appeared quite elated. Yimu waved the skewer in his hand. Not at all. Lu Chongqing's eyes instantly dimmed, his handsome visage etched with disappointment. Though my cultivation is still shallow, I am the last scion of the Wood Spirit Lu clan, bearing an ancient legacy. Others covet it yet cannot attain it. Why, my lord, do you disdain me so? Is there some aspect in which I have fallen short? Yimu was indifferent to the merits of the matter and had no interest in such concerns. Observing Lu Chongqing's dejected demeanor, akin to one who had lost their purpose in life, he offered, surely, the diviner's guidance to join the Qiandao Temple holds profound significance. It would be wise for you to accompany Dao Zhongyu to the temple. Upon finishing, he cast a knowing glance at Yuan Shui. Indeed. Yuan Shui immediately responded. The prowess of our elder brother resonates throughout Dong Yuan, and he selects only those with affinity. Lu Shidi possesses such an affinity. It is only fitting that you return with this humble servant to the temple. Fearing Lu Chongqing's reluctance, he continued to promote. Our Qiandao Temple is known for its leniency, with no cumbersome distinctions between inner and outer sections. Once you enter the temple, you shall have free access to our ancestral grounds, and all teachings may be pursued at your discretion. Cut it out. Do not refer to me as Shidi. Lu Chongqing curled his lips, remarking that their dilapidated Taoist temple had only 3 members, with even their grandmaster deceased and one perpetually wandering. He questioned the feasibility of distinguishing between inner and outer sects given their meager numbers. This statement was indeed hurtful, yet it struck a nerve with Yuan Shui, who found himself at a loss for words in response. Nightmu felt a sense of disdain brewing within him. When discussing the dichotomy of righteousness and evil, Lu spoke with fervor and confidence, but when it came to critical moments, he faltered and left Nightmu to take the lead. Lu, in his quest for gratitude, need not impose undue burdens on others. Nightmu was also fulfilling the command of the diviner by coming to offer assistance. With plans to visit the Qiandao Temple together in the future, given their shared fate, why not embrace the prospect of becoming brothers in the days to come? Really? Lu Chongqing frowned, clearly skeptical. Absolutely. To substantiate his claim, Nightmu flipped his wrist, revealing the jade token inscribed with the character U, shaking it for emphasis. Indeed, Night Brother. You rank 4th in the Qiandao Temple, while you, Lu Brother, are 5th. Yuan Shui, being quite astute, could lie without a hint of embarrassment. Coupled with his own reputation of the poor Taoist would never stoop to deceit, even Nightmu was almost convinced. Lu Chongqing exclaimed with excitement, if that is the case. I, Lu Chongqing, wish to join the Qiandao Temple. Nightmu let out a silent sigh of relief, finally managing to bamboozle this naive and foolish demon. Night Brother. As the affairs of Liuye Valley are concluded, why don't we set off with Brother Yu to the Qiandao Temple? Lu Chongqing appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Neglecting the roasted snake meat, rummaging through a worn bag to prepare his belongings, His eagerness to depart was palpable, causing Knight Mu's eyelids to twitch. He indeed wished to investigate clues related to the Qi at the Qiandao Temple. However, joining their ranks was out of the question. "Ah, my dear junior. I have pressing matters to attend to and will require some time before returning to the temple, so I cannot accompany you," Knight Mu explained. Lu Chaqing immediately wilted, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. Right. Yu Wanshui quickly interjected. "Knight brother must first venture to the Fishman Lake's abandonment abyss for training. Once you exit the abyss, you will find yourself within the borders of Jinling, and entering the temple then will not be too late." Very well. The Qiandao Temple lay just outside Jinling City, and Lu Chaqing reluctantly acquiesced, resuming his meat feast. Under the night sky at the cliff's edge, the campfire flickered and crackled. The three sat around the fire, enjoying roasted meat paired with fine wine, engaged in leisurely conversation. Perhaps feeling somewhat embarrassed from their previous drunkenness, Lu Chaqing abstained from alcohol this time, sharing tales of the abandonment abyss and the Serpent Maiden story in a seated manner. 100,000 years ago, the Serpent Maiden, Shi Qianqian, was infatuated with the Fish Emperor for millennia, while Fishman Lake and Liuye Valley were neighboring realms, with the Fish Emperor and Lu God, Lu Ruyan, having grown up together. The two demons eventually became a couple but faced divine retribution and perished. Heartbroken, Shi Qianqian, in her fury, destroyed Liuye Valley alongside her serpent fangs. As for the abandonment abyss, it became a gathering place for abandoned demons, housing nefarious individuals as well as exiled demons seeking refuge. Most were at the Condensing Sea realm, with a few formidable beings at the first or second rank of the Qi refinement realm, making it an ideal training ground for those cultivating at the Condensing Sea level. After their discussion, it seemed that the abandonment abyss might just be the opportunity Knight Mu needed to break through to the Qi refinement realm, and he resolved to explore it further. Reunions inevitably lead to farewells. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he watched as the two departed aboard the ethereal crane of Qiandao Temple. Just before their departure, Lu Chaqing cast a circle of willow saplings into the valley and returned, cradling a willow branch that shimmered with a faint golden hue. "Senior brother, this is my fateful tooth, the only one of its kind. I implore you to safeguard it well. In times of peril, a gentle shake thrice will summon me to your aid." With that, he left without waiting for a response. Departing with Yu Wanshui, Yi Mu toyed with the radiant golden willow branch in his hands, unable to suppress a chuckle. This Na'vi spirit was indeed quite straightforward, entrusting his fateful tooth so carelessly, seemingly unbothered by the risk of losing it and facing dire consequences. Yet, it was curious that this foolish spirit, a practitioner of wood energy, possessed a fateful tooth of a pale golden color rather than the expected verdant green. Lu Chaqing, born of the Willow Goddess lineage, carried that bloodline. The enchanting demoness then made her appearance, elucidating. Willow God Lu Ruyan resides in the realm of the Great Emperor, infused with celestial essence. Thus, the essence of the willow manifests as a pale gold. Understanding dawned upon Yi Mu. He graciously offered a large platter of golden, crispy, sizzling snake meat. "Your Majesty must be famished. Please enjoy it while it's warm. Soon, we shall embark for the Fisherman's Lake." "That is good to know." The demoness cast a cold glance at him, elegantly seating herself like an empress addressing her court, savoring the snake meat with deliberate grace, casually tossing him a piece of jet-black armor. Yi Mu's eyes lit up. Black-scale armor. The armor, adorned with a multitude of serpent scales, glimmered with an ethereal light under the moon, captivating his gaze. "Your Majesty, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable, and you possess such grace. You embody the essence of an ideal wife and mother." Bored, the demoness huffed in annoyance, suddenly shifting the conversation's direction. "Lu Chaqing bears the inheritance of the Willow God. Why do you not accept him as your contracted spirit?" Chapter 030. I am Zhao Yan, a cultivator from the Zhao family of Zhao Tu. Knight Mu, taken aback, broke into a wicked smile. "Your Majesty, it is well known that spirit beasts are averse to their masters seeking pleasure elsewhere. Are you then suggesting I pursue that foolish willow spirit? Be serious." The spirit princess, infuriated and embarrassed, flicked her fox tail against his lower back. "The innate wood essence of Lu Chaqing is rare and of high quality. It will surely assist you when you transition to the Sea of Cleansing." "Oh, is your Majesty implying that I am wicked?" Noticing her fleeting gaze, which betrayed her discomfort, Knight Mu felt a surge of displeasure. It was rather tedious that even a grand spirit beast would adhere to the rigid dichotomy of good and evil, much like the obstinate Taoist Yu Wanshui. How dull. Besides, what wickedness do I possess? My abilities are merely unconventional. The wood essence indeed was rare and of superior quality. Floral essence and tea essence all fell under its category. Yet, in comparison to the Sea of Sun, it was insignificant, hardly worthy of his attention. Your Majesty, your Sea of Spirits can vanquish all manner of demons and spirit cultivators, far surpassing the wood sea by countless degrees. Why should I forsake the spirit for the wood? You must not cultivate the Sea of Spirits. The Spirit Princess warned sharply. Demonic essence can corrupt the mind, even as a member of the spirit race. It would take me tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation to master it. If a human were to cultivate the Sea of Spirits, it would surely harm their very foundation. That is not necessarily true. Nightmu spoke with confidence. Many had cultivated demonic essence to exterminate demons, ultimately becoming mere half-human, half-demon husks. However, with the system at his disposal, he was certain he would not meet such a fate. Besides, he was a dual cultivator of yin and yang. The demonic essence belonged to the yin lineage, and he was doing just fine. Nightmu, as one who hails from beyond this realm, you should understand the fate of those who tread the path of wicked cultivation. Why are you so obstinately ignorant? The Spirit Princess furrowed her brow, her expression grave, clearly unable to comprehend his mindset. There is no need for your Majesty to worry. The truth will reveal itself in due time. Nightmu, feeling fatigued, did not wish to continue the discussion. Before he could finish his sentence, he slipped into the spatial pearl. After all, the Spirit Princess dined at a leisurely pace. He might as well take a brief rest. When he opened his eyes again, the sun hung high in the sky. How long have I slept? Looking around, he found the Spirit Princess absent, and the scenery outside was shifting forward, indicating they were in motion. Nightmu hastily emerged and leaped onto the soft back of the fox. Despite such a commotion, the Spirit Princess did not glance back, her steps unwavering as she continued her steady advance beyond the valley. After 3 years of close companionship, Nightmu understood she was angry. He quickly wrapped one arm around the large fox's neck, leaning forward to nuzzle against her head. Your Majesty, you have worked hard. Here, have some strawberries to quench your thirst. With a smile, he extended his left hand, conjuring several fresh, plump strawberries. Ignoring the curious gaze of her fox eyes, he shoved one directly into her mouth. Bored, the Spirit Princess feigned disdain, yet her actions betrayed her sincerity as she chewed, her expression visibly brightening. She must have enjoyed them immensely. Once he had appeased the beautiful spirit, Nightmu finally took the opportunity to survey his surroundings. The valley remained wide, yet the scenery had transformed dramatically. The once gentle stream had become a raging river, the eerie black bamboo groves had vanished, and ahead, the mountains gradually softened, revealing undulating hills in the distance. As the fox's feet traversed the terrain, birds flitted and rabbits darted through the lush grass, teeming with life. The summer breeze caresses. The fragrance of grass and flowers fills the air, as if one has stepped into a paradise beyond the mundane world. In but a single night, I traversed the Valley of 10,000 Serpents, undoubtedly due to the swift magic of the enchanting fairy, who, sensing my impending awakening, transformed to leisurely accompany me. Truly, she is a beautiful spirit with a cold facade yet a warm heart. In a moment of delight, I retrieved a bamboo tube filled with fruit juice. Inserting a slender straw to indulge in its refreshing sweetness, a blissful reprieve from the summer heat. The juice, effortlessly accessible, attests to the extraordinary powers of the Yin-Yang Sea. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the fairy's delicately quivering ears, and with a knowing smile, I produced a cup of strawberry juice. Bending down to offer it to her, she let out a soft hum, but nonetheless bowed her head to sip. Under the scorching sun, we strolled, sipping our drinks as we admired the flowing streams and cascading waterfalls, making our way out of the valley. Just as we reached the mouth of the valley, a wave of demonic energy wafted through the air, causing the fairy to halt abruptly. What troubles you, my lady? Is it not normal to sense such energy? I queried, perplexed, as I followed the source of the aura. In the distance, on the grassy bank beside a puddle, a young man was playfully frolicking with a girl possessing rabbit ears. Both exuded a vibrant aura, revealing they were both at the 5th tier of the condensed sea realm. Upon closer inspection, the young man bore a striking resemblance to the Zhao family youth from my dreams. A sudden jolt coursed through me as I urged the fairy to seek shade beneath a banyan tree while I observed discreetly. I watched as the youth shyly adorned the rabbit-eared girl with a morning glory wreath. Sister Rabbit, you are truly beautiful. Thank you, Brother Zhao Yan. The rabbit-eared maiden blushed, lowering her head, yet boldly took the young man's hand. He flushed deeply, closing his eyes as he leaned closer. The girl, her ears aflame, also closed her eyes, tilting her head and pouting, evidently anticipating the ensuing moment. Such a tantalizing scene was almost too much to bear. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, and the charming rabbit spirit was likely his contracted companion. Under the bright sun, they reveled in their affection, a sight both enchanting and disconcerting in its brazen display. I decided to compose myself, taking a deep gulp of juice. The sound of my empty cup clattering in the stillness was notably jarring. I thought to myself, this is a disaster. Just as the fairy turned to cast a cold glare in my direction, a sharp voice rang out in caution. Who goes there? Lurking in the shadows? The youth, wielding a brilliant blue spirit sword, turned to face us, while the rabbit-eared beauty hurriedly hid behind him, peeking out shyly. Feeling the weight of my intrusion on their rendezvous, I stammered awkwardly. We were merely passing through. Do carry on, please. Having said this, I patted the fox's neck, signaling the fairy to make a swift exit. However, before I could fully turn away, the youth suddenly exclaimed, Wow, a nine-tailed fox! How magnificent! Before he finished speaking, he sheathed his sword and eagerly approached, circling the fairy with palpable excitement. Ah, indeed, it is the nine-tailed fox of Fox Ridge. The color of your fur, your grace. Simply exquisite. I have ventured into the depths of the 10,000 mountains thrice, and yet have never encountered one. It is said that nine-tailed foxes are proud and disdainful of forming contracts with humans. How did you manage to tame her? By the way, I am Zhao Yan, a cultivator from the Zhao family. As the young man lifted his head, he hastily wiped his hands on his sleeve before extending it earnestly. His foolish demeanor elicited a silent TSK from Yimu, who couldn't help but draw a comparison between him and that foolish willow spirit. The Zhao family, the azure spiritual sword, and the enchanting rabbit spirit all bore an uncanny resemblance to those within his dreams. There was no mistaking it. Yimu inwardly lamented his misfortune in encountering such a band of simpletons. How would he ever stand against those 5 old fools in the future? Despite his grievances, the young man had introduced himself, and Yimu politely nodded in acknowledgement. My name is Yi, a mere wandering cultivator. Ahaha. Brother Yi indeed lives up to his name. Zhao Yan chuckled awkwardly as he withdrew his hand. How did you manage to tame the nine-tailed fox spirit? Might you share the secret? Humph. You insufferable Zhao Yan. I shall ignore you. The rabbit spirit, fuming, stamped her foot in frustration before turning away in tears. Zhao Yan, taken aback, hurried after her. Sister Rabbit, you've misunderstood me. Misunderstood? You men are all the same, falling for any pretty face. None are good. I did not. I merely appreciate beauty. Who would believe that? The two engaged in a lively chase, their bickering drawing Yimu's interest as he watched the unfolding drama. Just then, a streak of blue light flashed before the enchanting rabbit spirit. As it took form, it revealed a brooding man riding a golden toad. Ah, is that you, Sister Rabbit? Have you been bullied again by your foolish suitor? The man, a 9th-grade cultivator of the Ninghai realm, wore a lewd grin as he blocked the rabbit spirit's path. I warned you that my cousin Zhao Yan is a fool, utterly clueless about love. Why not join me instead? I promise to show you the exquisite wonders of love in this world. Chapter 031. Your Majesty, this man wishes to purchase you. What price should we set? I refuse. The beautiful rabbit demon swiftly darted back behind Zhao Yan, casting furtive glances at the man in the distance. Pervert. Absolutely disgusting. Zhao Qua. Did not even think of laying a hand on my sister? While shielding the rabbit demon, Zhao Yan drew forth his azure spirit sword, pointing it directly at the man. Although he bore the appearance of a protector, his voice lacked conviction, and his expression was fraught with tension, his trembling hand betraying the fear within. As the half-human, half-toad creature stomped its foot, Zhao Yan shivered in response, revealing his cowardice, which nearly elicited a chuckle from Yimu. The two were dressed alike and were cousins. Thus, it was unlikely that the encounter would end in bloodshed. This was merely a spectacle to behold. Huh? Zhao Qua sneered ominously. My dear foolish cousin, not only do you neglect to greet your elder brother, but you dare draw your sword against me? Have you forgotten all manners? The toad beneath him stomped its feet in a display of intimidation, exhaling 2 puffs of toxic gas from its nostrils, clearly a venomous creature. The tip of Zhao Yan's sword quivered once more as he retreated several steps, shielding the rabbit demon. You are unworthy. Oh? Zhao Qua narrowed his eyes. As your elder cousin, how am I unworthy? You are lewd and cunning, tormenting demons and insulting women, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. You are a disgrace to humanity. Zhao Yan spoke with righteous indignation, yet his continuous retreat betrayed his underlying fear. Yimu stifled a laugh at the boy's straightforwardness. Did he not fear provoking the malevolent figure before him? He could see that Zhao Qua was radiating a sinister aura from afar, unmistakably a villain. As expected, Zhao Kuo let out a cold laugh. Cousin, is this how you speak to your elder? Such a lack of decorum. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in manners. No sooner had he spoken than he summoned his spirit whip. Crack! The sound of the whip echoed, and the toad beneath him readied itself, its golden eyes gleaming with malice. Why you, don't come any closer. Zhao Yan stammered, retreating in fright. Cousin, this is all for your own good. Zhao Kuo replied with a smirk as the toad leapt into the air, charging towards Zhao Yan. Zhao Kuo, if you dare bully me, my brother will not spare you. Zhao Yan threatened weakly, hastily stowing away the rabbit demon and turning to flee. As a rare display of spirit practitioners unfolded, Yimu leisurely sipped his juice, keenly observing the ensuing chase. To his surprise, the toad suddenly skidded to a halt, retreating in fear back to Zhao Kuo's waist. What was happening? Yimu found himself momentarily perplexed. Zhao Kuo was also taken aback, instinctively glancing at his waist before turning towards the banyan tree. No wonder the toad was frightened. It turned out that the nine-tailed fox from the demon sea of Fox Cliff was present to spectate. Zhao Kuo retracted his spirit whip and approached slowly. Yimu understood. The toad must have sensed the aura of the demoness. The demon sea of Fox Cliff was a realm feared by all demons, and thus, the toad had cowered in response. Had he known, he would have slipped into the spatial pearl during the distraction and continued watching the drama unfold. However, a mere ninth-tier cultivator posed no real threat. Having been discovered, Yimu boldly rode the great fox and emerged from behind the banyan tree, eager to encounter the spiritual practitioners and discern the unique qualities of the spirit sea. Behold, its fur is white as snow, and its tail boasting 9 plumes. It was indeed a superior nine-tailed fox. Little brother, name your price, gold, silver, or treasures, all are yours. Zhao Kuo halted 10 paces away, a lecherous smile revealing his unyielding intent. Yimu, with a playful spirit, transmitted a message. Your Majesty, this lascivious man wishes to purchase you. What price should we set? Bored, the enchanting demoness retorted, flicking her tail at him. Oh, quite the fiery temperament. I find it rather appealing, Yimu mused. Zhao Kuo's throat bobbed as a sickly grin spread across his face. Little brother, name any price. I, Zhao Kuo, shall have it. As he approached, crushing a few wild daisies beneath his boots, he boasted, what audacity. How about 100,000 taels? 100,000? Zhao Kuo paused, then grinned wickedly. You truly are a bold negotiator, but do not sell him. Zhao Kuo is a twisted demon who delights in torturing female spirits. Zhao Yan rushed from afar, blocking Zhao Kuo's advance. You have already slaughtered enough female spirits to fill half the demon suppression tower. How dare you set your sights on brother Ye's nine-tailed fox? It's utterly shameless. Cousin, our arrangement is mutually agreed upon. What concern is it of yours? Should you continue to speak recklessly, I shall teach you a lesson right here. Zhao Kuo's gaze turned icy, and he lashed out with his spiritual whip. The crack of the whip startled Zhao Yan, who hastily darted to the banyan tree. Brother Yi, do not trust him. Zhao Kuo is devious and often resorts to the trick of paying first and taking lives afterward. If you lack funds, I have some here, he exclaimed, hurriedly offering a spatial ring. Yimu had merely jested, never expecting this naive fellow to be so earnest. To be willing to offer his all upon their first meeting was admirable indeed. A slight smile graced his lips as he turned his gaze toward the sinister Zhao Kuo. Young Master Zhao, this fox maiden has cultivated alongside me for many years. She is as dear as family. If your words hold any truth, let this matter rest. What? Just as I was about to succeed, it is thwarted. Zhao Kuo's fury surged uncontrollably. Brother Yi, a gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. How can you be swayed by slanderous words and retract? Zhao Kuo narrowed his eyes, sinisterly proclaiming, this place is under my jurisdiction of Jinling. Should you, Brother Yi, insist on reneging, do not blame me for turning hostile. After threatening, he shot a menacing glare at Zhao Yan, his grip on the spiritual whip audibly tightening, revealing his intentions. Zhao Yan visibly trembled, hurriedly retreating behind the banyan tree, afraid even to breathe. Such practiced evasion suggested he had endured many lashes, Yimu concluded. With Zhao Kuo exhibiting such impatience, why should he continue to feign indifference? Young Master Zhao, we were merely in the negotiation phase. Firstly, I did not consent, and secondly, you have yet to provide any payment. Where is the basis for a retraction? Humph. I can hardly be bothered to engage in further discourse with you. If you refuse to part with her, then I shall seize her by force. Zhao Kuo scoffed, raising his spiritual whip like a venomous serpent. Yimu had been prepared, swiftly dodging the attack, but in his peripheral vision, he noticed the demonish transform into a beautiful fox spirit. Noisy. The enchanting demoness exudes an icy aura, and with a flick of her foxtail, she sends the spiritual whip hurtling back. What has incited such urgency in the demoness today? Could it be that the grievances against the Zhao family have finally found an outlet? Night Mu, intrigued, leisurely perched himself upon a boulder beneath a tree, retrieving a chilled fruit juice to sip. Just as he settled in to await the unfolding drama, he caught sight of Zhao Yin, who was fixated on the bamboo cup in his hand, her throat visibly bobbing. In the sweltering heat of midsummer, Night Mu, in a rare moment of benevolence, tossed her a cup of ice-cold beverage and resumed his observation. Oh, the icy beauty radiates a cold allure that is truly breathtaking, ha ha ha. Zhao Kuo's laughter grew increasingly deranged. With such unruly defiance, I shall ensure that you submit beneath the might of my spiritual whip today. With a series of resounding cracks, several long whips imbued with spiritual energy sliced through the air, yet the demoness remained unperturbed, her 9 foxtails swirling gracefully to repel the onslaught. How delightful. This is precisely what I enjoy. Zhao Kuo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he deftly drew the spiritual sword from his waist. How dare a mere fox, relying on its devouring power, act so brazenly before a practitioner of the spiritual realm? Today, I shall demonstrate the true might of spiritual energy. In a display of arrogance, Zhao Kuo levitated into the air, his fingers gliding slowly over the azure blade. In an instant, dozens of translucent sword shadows glimmering with soft blue spiritual light rapidly coalesced around him, their cold gleam piercing the air. They then pivoted, aimed directly at the proud demoness gazing defiantly from the ground. Chapter 032. The timing is not yet right. Wait until the abyss moves to strike. Brother Yi, why do you still hesitate to act? Zhao Yin asked impatiently. The spirit sword formation specifically targets the demon clan. Is Brother Yi not concerned? The 9-tailed fox demon is rare, and what if? Yu Mu waved his hand dismissively. There are no what ifs. Just relax, drink, and watch the battle. A mere few strands of shattered sword energy? If they cannot handle such a display, then the demoness' imperial status would indeed be in vain. He leisurely refilled his cup with juice and handed a basket of strawberries to the eagerly watching rabbit girl, continuing to observe the contest. Before them, the demoness soared into the air, her 9 tails moving gracefully without wind, her frosty gaze firmly locked on the sword formation, calm and composed. Remarkable. Zhao Kuo's eyes gleamed with admiration, though a cold smirk tugged at his lips, uncertain if she could maintain her poise in the face of what was to come. As his words fell, the azure-maned sword descended from the sky in a sweeping strike. Whoosh, 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 waves of spirit swords sliced through the air, racing toward the demoness with fierce intent. Humph. The normally taciturn demoness let out a rare cold snort. Her 9-string pipa was summoned, and her 9 foxtails swept across the strings like whips. Clang, clang, clang. As the strings trembled, the sound waves surged forth, shattering the spirit swords into countless scintillating particles. Wow, Sister Fox is so imposing. Indeed, magnificent and powerful. Zhao Yin and the rabbit girl leaped up in excitement, their shrieks startling Yi Mu, who nearly choked on his juice. Cough, cough. No need for such theatrics, just watch quietly. Oh right. The 2 lively spirits quickly retreated, tucking their necks back into their seats, afraid to make a sound. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuo's gaze was fixed intently on the pipa cradled in the demoness' arms, a look of skepticism in his eyes. A 9-string pipa? And so large. How could such a treasure possibly break through my Zhao family's sword formation? I have never heard of this before. Yu Mu chuckled at his words, thinking, you have yet to see much. The sound waves from the 9-string pipa can obliterate any material condensed by energy. Mere spirit swords are but trifles. Although the Zhao family is a prominent clan from the eastern plains, well-versed in various magical artifacts, my possessions are bestowed by the system and thus not recorded. Ha ha. Zhao Kuo suddenly burst into wild laughter. This pipa suits you, Fox Maiden, splendidly. Once I subdue your master, you shall be the first to perform for me. Before his words could settle, Zhao Kuo dove toward the banyan tree like a hawk. Yu Mu remained unfazed. Yet he noticed that Zhao Yin had risen and drawn his spirit sword, intending to intervene. This fellow possesses commendable loyalty, but alas, Yi Mu currently has no need for it. Presumptuous. The demoness coldly admonished, swiftly moving ahead, her pipa strings vibrating. In an instant, several sound waves shot forth, forcefully repelling Zhao Kuo several dozen feet away. Cough, cough. Truly loyal in protecting your master, the more I desire you. Zhao Kuo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes darkening further. How dare this mere demon contend with my spiritual cultivation? Let us see who can endure longer. Zhao Kuo pointed his sword toward the heavens once more, and a fierce wind erupted, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy wildly toward the azure sword, as if preparing to unleash an even more potent spirit sword formation. Compared to demonic energy, spiritual energy is indeed readily accessible, present in abundance all around. However, the enchanting demoness spoke little, swiftly and decisively plucking the strings. The resonant sound of the pipa echoed continuously. Her elongated 9 tails danced gracefully, strumming the strings with fervor. The sound waves surged forth, dispersing all spiritual energy, effectively interrupting Zhao Kuo's intentions. Before the assault ceased, as Zhao Kuo remained momentarily dazed, the demoness swiftly closed the distance. Her 9 tails whirled wildly, the notes reverberating sharply. Cursed be! Zhao Kuo, recovering from his stupor, hastily attempted to evade, yet was ultimately a fraction too late. Waves of sound struck him squarely, sending him hurtling 100 feet away as he clutched his chest and spat blood, clearly gravely injured. Sister Fox is truly formidable, with just a few strokes. She has dispatched that vile pervert. The beautiful rabbit demoness exclaimed, her excitement evident as she danced about, her eyes filled with admiration for the demoness. Observing this, Yimu felt a surge of joy, unable to suppress a smile. After all, Zhao Kuo was a cultivator of the 9th rank in the Ninghai realm. Yet he could not withstand even a few notes from the pipa. He seemed to be at the brink of exhaustion. If 2 more strikes were to befall him, his demise would be inevitable. As Yimu reveled in his triumph, he noticed Zhao Yin nearby, her brows tightly knitted, revealing her concern and anxiety, though she dared not voice it. Since she remained silent, he saw no reason to inquire, knowing she was merely worried that the demoness might inadvertently kill him, inciting trouble. After all, Zhao Kuo was a scion of the Zhao family. Should he be slain by a rogue cultivator, it would be a significant affront, and the Zhao family would not let it go lightly. Yet, Yimu held steadfast to his belief, strike hard if one could, and if not, retreat into the spatial pearl to hide. There was no loss in either case. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a high-tier villain, allowing him to accumulate merit while alleviating the demoness' grudge. What could be more delightful? The Zhao family were adversaries of the Fox clan, and the demoness would undoubtedly show no mercy. He merely needed to await the merits to come his way. With a wicked grin, Yimu's gaze fixated on Zhao Kuo, who was hovering in the air, recuperating. He saw Zhao Kuo swallow a mysterious pill and suddenly expel a mouthful of congealed blood. Humph. If it weren't for me having just slain a few minor demons and depleting my spiritual energy, would I allow this little fox demon to be so audacious? I have had my fill of play today. We shall meet again at the abyss. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and fled. However, the demoness did not pursue. Instead, she stored her pipa and gracefully descended beneath the banyan tree. Yimu stood there, dumbfounded, as the hard-earned merits slipped away. Akin to losing $1 million prize. His heart ached, and he inquired through sound transmission, "Your Majesty, why let such an opportunity pass? The time has not yet come. We shall act when we reach the abyss." The demoness replied through their connection, already morphing into a mount, beckoning him to climb aboard. With the adversary gone, Yimu resigned himself to fate, mounting her back as they continued on their journey. It would be well to strike again at the abyss, where stealth would be guaranteed, allowing for a carefree and inconspicuous approach, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Not long after they set forth, Zhao Yin appeared, riding a flying sword, a bamboo basket bearing a rabbit strapped to her back, rushing toward them. "Thank you, Brother Yi, for standing up for me and my sister. Are you also headed to the abyss? Let us travel together. Once we reach Jinling, I shall treat you well to express my gratitude." Indeed, Yimu replied. As the rabbit demon in the bamboo basket nodded eagerly, "Sister Fox is so impressive. I want to play with Sister Fox too." After their adventures, Yimu had indeed planned to go to Jinling. In the realm of Dongyuan, each domain is categorized by the varying levels of cultivation, designated as Lower City, Upper City, Main City, and Sacred City, Domain Capital. Jinling is classified as the upper city of the Zhao territory, a gathering place for qi refinement practitioners, where an eclectic mix of individuals resides. Having a guide can indeed mitigate many troubles. Given the enthusiasm of these lively characters, Yimu nodded in acquiescence. "How splendid!" Zhao Yin exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. "You cannot imagine, my dear brother Yi, how close I was to being terrified just moments ago. Thankfully, you released Zhao Kuo, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." Yimu thought to himself that it was not his intention to release Zhao Kuo, but rather that the contract demon was disobedient. With a suppressed sigh, he coughed lightly and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing his question, Zhao Yan's expression became grave. "Brother Yi, you are unaware that although Zhao Kuo is my cousin, he has long exceeded 10 tribulations. Zhao Kuo is arrogant and tyrannical, often subjecting my sister and me to humiliation. I harbor a deep-seated desire to see him thoroughly punished. Unfortunately, Zhao Kuo is the sole heir of the city lord of Jinling, who possesses a cultivation level of 7th-tier qi refinement and dotes on Zhao Kuo to an excessive degree, unable to bear the sight of him suffering even the slightest setback." At this juncture, Zhao Yan furrowed his brow, his fists clenched tightly. Yet he could only sigh in frustration. Yimu understood and nodded politely. It was no wonder that this lively character was so anxious. It was due to such circumstances. The 7th-tier qi refinement was an entire realm above him, making direct confrontation unfeasible, yet it did not preclude him from dealing with his son. Zhao Kuo radiated a crimson aura, unmistakably a miscreant of considerable infamy. Yimu could not afford to miss such an opportunity for virtuous deeds. Throughout their journey, Zhao Yan chattered incessantly, his words invariably revolving around the nine-tailed fox, causing a throbbing headache for Yimu. He was nearly exasperated. Yet he gleaned a wealth of useful information. The majority of practitioners visiting the Abandonment Abyss for training were from the Zhao family of Jinling, aside from Zhao Kuo, who was at the 9th tier of qi refinement. The others ranged from 4th to 7th tier. As long as they were not besieged, they posed no significant threat. Yimu felt slightly reassured and sought further details about the Abandonment Abyss. As they spoke, the terrain gradually descended, transforming from hills into marshland, with numerous ponds dotting the landscape. Ahead, a vast lake emerged, where the water met the sky, and a faintly discernible island lay at its center. The surface of the lake shimmered, while the banks teemed with people. In addition to various practitioners, the shores were crawling with a multitude of merfolk, each exquisitely beautiful, their genders indistinguishable, all alluringly posturing towards the practitioners, exerting their full charm. Chapter 033, knowing the gentle embrace yet choosing to leap in. As the shore drew near, the throng of people became increasingly dense. To avoid revealing their whereabouts, the enchanting demoness swiftly vanished into the folds of space. Night Mu, lacking the abilities of a spiritual cultivator, had no flying sword at his disposal and was wary of the conspicuous crimson glow. Thus he opted to ride Zhao Yan's flying sword towards the lakeside. As they approached the bank, a cacophony of sounds engulfed them. Countless merfolk danced gracefully, their beauty eclipsing that of the brightest stars and bringing tears to the eyes of top male models, a sight so dazzling it left one breathless. The lower-tier merfolk, possessing human bodies and fishtails, frolicked in the water. Meanwhile, the higher-tier merfolk stepped onto the shore, showcasing their flawless physiques and enchanting dance moves. Regardless of gender, they all possessed unparalleled beauty, their captivating song and dance entrancing the onlooking cultivators. Some could not resist the allure and approached to flirt. If they garnered the favor of a merfolk, they would immediately plunge into the water together, clearly seeking a rendezvous of passion. Such a seductive scene caught Night Mu's eye more than once. Do not gaze too long, danger lurks. The demoness warning echoed in his mind. With playful mischief, Night Mu teased, "What is this? Is your majesty feeling a tinge of jealousy?" Boring, the demoness huffed, seemingly both annoyed and embarrassed. Having amused himself, Night Mu continued to admire the merfolk's dance, but purely as an observer. After all, his shape-shifting fox demon was 1,000 times more enchanting, capable of transforming into any desired form, rendering the merfolk's beauty pale in comparison. Moreover, atop the cliffs of the Serpent Valley, Lu Cha-Ching had cautioned him, the beauty of the merfolk is a perilous temptation. He would not be like those cultivators who, lacking resolve, lose their lives to irresistible allure. Indeed, the merfolk bore an otherworldly beauty that blurred the lines of gender, their sex mutable based on the needs of their partners. While they appeared enticing, they harbored lethal secrets. Merfolk below the sea-cleansing realm would devour their partners during gestation, enhancing the survival rate of their offspring and possibly inheriting their partner's abilities, thus producing formidable descendants. The merfolk sought human mates every decade to refine their genetic lineage. Such secrets were never concealed nor imposed upon cultivators. It was entirely a matter of mutual consent. In the presence of such beauty, even those aware of the risks found it hard to resist. If one remained unpregnant, safety was assured. However, once conception occurred, it became a perilous journey fraught with danger. It is likely that the merfolk's initiation of the abyssal trials was for this very purpose. At this moment, the cultivators had mostly assembled. Yet dozens of boats remained motionless on the lake's surface, indicating that the merfolk selection process was far from over. Night Mu sought a shady spot to rest, intrigued as he observed the revelry, awaiting the boats to dock. "Night brother, your composure is commendable. I did not misjudge you." Zhao Yan hurriedly approached, her face still alight with the joy of recent banter with friends, enviously remarking, "You are indeed fortunate, Night brother. Your fox maiden is so generous. Unlike me." She gestured toward a bamboo basket behind her. "Just a fleeting glance at my rabbit sister earned me a frosty reception." Peering into the basket, Night Mu saw the rabbit girl puffing her cheeks, her round, red eyes wide with indignation. He could not help but chuckle. This pair of playful rivals was clearly in the throes of a passionate romance, engaging in lively banter throughout the day. He, on the other hand, was different. The Demoness was a cold, mature demon empress, harmonizing in certain aspects but never stooping to jealousy. "Dear Zhao, given the beauty and strength of the fish people, why is it that no practitioner from the Zhao clan has formed a bond with them?" Just now, Yimu scanned the surroundings and noticed a myriad of contracted creatures among various practitioners, ranging from fierce lions and tigers to majestic eagles and cranes, as well as aquatic turtles and frogs. Yet the fish people were conspicuously absent. As an ancient lineage, the fish people are endowed with the essence of water. Logically, the Zhao clan, which does not overlook even the rare nine-tailed fox lineage, should not have neglected the fish people. Yimu found this perplexing. What your brother may not be aware of is that while the fish people appear non-confrontational, their strength is unfathomable. They regard their kin as treasures. And should any member of their clan go missing without cause, they will undoubtedly pursue the matter to the end. Zhao Yan explained, producing a jade slip and handing it over. This slip contained the secrets of the fish people, which your brother would readily comprehend. He added, "By the way, you may call me Xiao Yin from now on." The jade slip emanated a gentle blue light, with an ancient Zhao emblem inscribed in its center, crafted from ordinary material. It likely belonged to the Zhao clan, utilized for recording mundane affairs. Since the opportunity to engage had presented itself, Yimu graciously accepted it for examination. The records indicated that the fish people originally hailed from the ancient beast tribes of the barbarian frontier, migrating periodically to this lake for procreation, driven by their formidable bloodline. This locale is uniquely advantageous. The waters remain warm year-round, fostering the birth of offspring. Its proximity to human settlements facilitates the search for human mates. And the lake's depths harbor a profound cavern that directly connects to the ancestral lands of the barbarian frontier, ensuring unimpeded passage. Given the fish people's inherent challenges in reproduction, coupled with their extraordinary beauty, they have appointed the ancient fish demon, Lady Tears, to guard their kin. She resides perpetually beneath the deep pool of the island at the heart of the lake. Each fish person bears the mark of the fish demon, and should any member go missing, they will exert all efforts to retrieve them. If met with resistance, Lady Tears will personally intervene to reclaim her kin. Lady Tears possesses 4 heads, placing her above the level of Emperor, with her true power shrouded in secrecy. It is rumored that those who meet her gaze find their flesh melting like wax under fire, swiftly dissolving into a puddle. Such terrifying prowess left Yimu gasping in awe, eager to uncover more secrets. Alas, the jade slip concluded abruptly, compelling him to seek the counsel of the knowledgeable Demoness. "Your Majesty, are you familiar with Lady Tears?" The Demoness replied, "Indeed. The fish demon with 4 heads, wife of the Peach Emperor." After suffering divine retribution that led to the Peach Emperor's demise, the fish demon lamented for millennia, gaining the ability to wash away humanity with her tears. Hence the name Lady Tears. Though concise, her explanation was illuminating. This power stems from her tears? It is both domineering and tinged with tragic beauty. "Your Majesty, do you know of Lady Tears' realm?" "I do not." "This were you not once of the Emperor's realm?" "Lady Tears is an ancient great demon. I am but a mere speck in comparison." "What?" Yimu was momentarily speechless. What kind of terror could surpass even the dignity of a demon emperor? No wonder the fish people can dwell peacefully within the realm of the eastern human race. A mere glance could be fatal. Who would dare provoke them? While he was still in shock, the Demoness' voice echoed once more. "Although I have not seen her personally, Lady Tears is not as invincible as the legends suggest. In the past, when the demon emperor of the abyss forcefully abducted fish people as slaves, he battled with Lady Tears. She lost one of her heads and suffered severe injuries, vanishing from the world thereafter. The demon emperor was indeed formidable." Night Mu inhaled sharply. Gazing at the presence of the deceased, realizing that even such an entity could be severed, the emperor of demons who possessed the Sea of Yin was indeed extraordinary. This formidable demon emperor ultimately fell at the hands of the founding master of Qianshan Temple, who bore the Sea of Yang. The dual seas of Yin and Yang are truly the supreme seas. Now, with the burden of both seas upon him, given time, Night Mu's heart raced, and he found himself believing the prophecy of the diviner even more. Night brother, stop dawdling, come on. Zhao Yin tugged at his sleeve, excitedly darting toward the lakeside. Night Mu lifted his gaze to see dozens of grand vessels emerging through the mist, while the fishmen swiftly dove into the water, disappearing from sight. At each dock, cultivators formed long lines, holding their tokens as they boarded the ships in succession. It appeared they were about to embark on the journey into the abyss. Night Mu stood up and hurried over, presenting the Ujade token to board. The fishman guard inspecting the tokens was momentarily taken aback, yet he still waved his hand to grant passage. Surrounded by an array of Zhao tokens, his singular U token stood out conspicuously. Such a reaction was only to be expected. Night Mu paid little heed to it, turning instead to admire the scenic lake. The vastness of the lake, with clouds and mist rising to meet the horizon. The gentle waves rolling like a serene tide, made the towering Willowwood vessels seem diminutive as fragile boats. Strangely, it was thousands of fishmen who propelled these colossal ships. The fishmen expertly maneuvered the vessels, their beauty surpassing that of those on the shore. Many cultivators, unable to resist, leapt into the lake after forming bonds with the fishmen. Quickly filled the vacancies with new fishmen. In less than half an hour, the once crowded vessels had lost more than half of their cultivators. Watching the practitioners rush into the lake like dumplings, Night Mu couldn't help but chuckle, knowing well the allure of the gentle abode, yet still choosing to leap in. It truly is a knife above the character of desire, just as he was lost in thought. A stream of water-colored light shot forth from the island at the lake's center, capturing everyone's attention. Those who could tread upon the island must surely be formidable beings of the Fishman clan, and Night Mu turned to look. He saw the stream of light approaching his vessel, coming to a halt beside him. What was happening? In his astonishment, as the mist dissipated, a remarkably handsome fishman emerged. He smiled politely at Night Mu, saying, as a distinguished disciple of Qian Dao Temple, you are a valued guest of our clan. Please, allow me to extend some hospitality on the island. Chapter 034, The Weeping Maiden After Millions of Springs and Autumns, Can You Enlighten the Young Friend? Upon these words, the assembly of cultivators, who had previously displayed envy, immediately wore expressions of disdain. Yet, under the overwhelming pressure emanating from the man, none dared to voice their thoughts. Across the ship's railing, Zhao Kuo cast a scornful glance without reservation. Only Zhao Yin, standing nearby, could hardly contain her excitement, frantically signaling in secret. Suddenly the focus of myriad gazes fell upon him, and Yimu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The man's aura was formidable, clearly surpassing that of a true immortal. The radiant golden light surrounded him, hinting at a benevolent yet monstrous nature. It remained uncertain whether he was friend or foe. Should he rashly follow, a malicious intent from the other could trap him within the confines of the spatial orb for an indefinite duration. The opponent was simply too powerful, prompting Yimu to communicate telepathically. Your Majesty, do you recognize this fishman? Fishlon. The demoness replied succinctly. Leader of the fish people, Emperor Realm, no harm. Very well. Despite his status as an emperor, with the demoness vouching for him, Yimu nodded in agreement. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he stepped onto the celestial waters, gracefully ascending to the island at the lake's heart. On the island's pavilion, as the summer breeze caressed them, the fragrance of tea wafted through the air. Young friend, do not be anxious. Fishlon stated directly, I share a bond of life and death with the Four Seas brothers of the Qian Dao Temple. Today's invitation is to express my gratitude. Gratitude for what? Yimu inquired, perplexed. The stubborn old Taoist had mentioned that the third elder of the Qian Dao Temple was a wanderer of the seas, an emperor, but had never spoken of any connection with the fish people. What kind of favor could warrant such lavish treatment from the leader of the fish people, merely for a token bearing the word wander? Fishlon leisurely sipped his tea, presenting a jade slip that shimmered with a crystalline clarity. Upon seeing it, Yimu instantly recognized its significance. The jade slip glimmered with a blue-green radiance, its surface imbued with golden Taoist energy, clearly not an ordinary item. Such a treasure must contain profound secrets, prompting Yimu to receive it for careful examination. The slip contained but a few terse words, even more frugal than the demoness: oath, life-saving grace, unrepayable. Fishlon pledged, any disciple of the Qian Dao Temple who ascends the island may choose a fish person of the same realm to form a bond, and the fish people shall never seek repayment. Faced with such a serendipitous opportunity, Yimu couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Ah, Leader Lon, I appreciate your kindness, but let us leave this matter be. Oh? Fishlon appeared somewhat taken aback. It is rare for my kin to form such bonds. Cultivators yearn for this. Why does the young friend? Everyone has their own preferences, Yimu replied, shaking his head with a light laugh. Though he possessed the Wanderer's token, he had not yet entered the Qiandao Temple. He did not wish to complicate this goodwill, nor did he find it appealing. He had yet to comprehend one, let alone two. Amidst Fishland's confusion, a sudden realization dawned upon him, and he laughed aloud. So, it turns out that the contract demon of young Friend is none other than the unparalleled fox spirit of Huchi Mountain. No wonder you look down upon my kin. Though unspoken, the meaningful smile conveyed everything. The secret had been unwittingly unveiled, sending a tremor through Yi Mu's heart. Just moments ago, he had felt no probing force. How had the other seen through it? Young friend need not feel anxious. I have had the fortune to behold the item around your neck. Fishlan remarked with a sigh and a smile. Rest assured, as you have already made your decision, I shall keep my lips sealed. Thank you for your understanding. Chief Lan, if you are addressing me with such respect, it must be due to the former allegiance of the enchanting queen. As Yimu exhaled a sigh of relief, curiosity welled within him. How could the empress of the demon realm, with such alluring companions surpassing even the beauty of Panin, remain untouched by desire? What remarkable fortitude must she possess to endure millennia without choosing a mate? He longed to inquire, yet hesitated, fearing the fishman before him might discern his thoughts, thus suppressing the urge to jest. Just as he was about to take his leave, he noticed that the outline of the fishman bore a striking resemblance to the merman from his dreams, though upon closer inspection, they were not identical. Pertaining to his impending tribulation, Yimu discreetly studied him further, identifying a crucial difference. The merman in his dream had a mole at the corner of his eye, while the one before him did not. Chief Lan, may I be so bold as to ask, do you have any siblings who bear a resemblance? The gender of fishmen is often indistinguishable, and Yimu was uncertain whether the merman in his dream was male or female. The fishman nodded, responding in our kin. It is common to have a multitude of eggs in a single birth. Yimu contemplated this and, in a moment of awkwardness, tentatively probed, among them, is there? Yet, as the words formed, he realized the inquiry was too personal, leaving him somewhat abashed. There is no need for discomfort, young friend, Fishlan chuckled lightly. The Qiandao Temple and your esteemed self have shown kindness towards my kin. Should you wish to inquire, I shall be forthright. Thank you. With this assurance, Yimu felt emboldened and continued, among your siblings, is there one with a tear mole? Considering the number of fish siblings, Yimu pointed specifically to the corner of his right eye to avoid any confusion. My elder brother possesses such a mark, but Fishland's expression grew solemn, and a deep sigh escaped him, revealing a profound sense of helplessness. It appeared there was indeed a troubling situation. Just as Yimu was about to press for more information, he noticed Fishland's lips moving once more. My brother was the chief of our clan, abducted thousands of years ago by the serpent woman of the Black Snake tribe, enduring the torment of longing for the fish emperor. I wonder how he fares now. Yimu was baffled. Was there not a tear maiden to protect the clan? How could this be? The fish have tear maidens, while the snakes possess 9 tails, Fishlan replied with a rueful shake of his head. The great demon guarding our clan is an ancient beast, while our tear maiden has suffered a significant loss in power, making it difficult to contend with them. Moreover, my brother is reluctant to involve our ancestral spirit in such perilous ventures. Yimu nodded in understanding, harboring a growing disdain for the serpent woman. Even in the throes of obsession, one should not abduct members of another clan to alleviate their own heartache. Such actions were no different from madness. Would they not be ridiculed if this were to become known? More critically, with his brother taken, how could he possibly forge a connection? It was not as if he could storm into the ancestral lands of the Black Snake tribe. As he pondered this, Fishlan suddenly paused, as if struck by an epiphany, and a brilliant smile illuminated his face. The allure of his expression was so potent that an observer might mistakenly believe he was attempting to charm for a worthy partner. Young friend, as you are entrusted by the esteemed fortune teller, you must possess rare abilities and undoubtedly harbor many questions. Why not venture to the Heart Island's abyss and seek the wisdom of our tear maiden? Well, perhaps it is best to refrain from that. The intensity of their gaze felt overwhelming, and Yimu dared not provoke the situation further, his eyes twitching awkwardly at the corners. Do not fear, my young friend. Yulan chuckled softly, saying, though the ancestral demon possesses terrifying powers, she never harms the innocent. Having lived for millions of years, she is well versed in the affairs of the past and present. Even the esteemed diviner has sought her counsel, establishing a profound bond with her. And she would certainly not cause you any trouble. Yet, in his heart, Yimu felt even more compelled to refrain from visiting. He harbored the essence of the Yin Sea, and the Lady of Tears had been grievously harmed by the demon emperor of the Yin Sea. Should she discern any hint of this, her pent-up vengeance could manifest in a moment, leading to his untimely demise. He had yet to exhaust his life, and the uncertainty of traversing realms again made it imperative to avoid turbulent waters. "My young friend, why must you be so apprehensive?" Yulan gently urged once more. "The art of divination knows no bounds, yet it comprehends the matters of the world. Since the esteemed diviner has guided you here, he must have foreseen the celestial machinations at play. Excessive caution may lead to missed opportunities." Yulan spoke earnestly, rising to assume a guiding posture. At that moment, the demoness conveyed through thought, "Fear not." With this reassurance, Yimu nodded in agreement and followed the guidance. Descending alone through a bubble of water's hue into the dark abyss of the island's heart lake, arriving before a solemn and majestic stone hall. As he stepped into the pitch-black chamber, the oil lamps ignited one by one, illuminating the entire space with brilliance. In the vast hall, upon a high platform, sat an imposing fishwoman, towering 100 feet tall, with 3 heads and 4 necks. Each of her heads faced a different direction, and from the tightly wrapped eye sockets, tears continually flowed, echoing the sound of muffled lamentation throughout the hall. Chapter 035. This matter is of utmost importance and must not be disclosed. Upon encountering such a multi-headed ancient demon for the first time, Yimu could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. To avoid being petrified by its gaze, he quickly lowered his head, his eyes fixated on the stone floor. At that moment, the sorrowful cries within the hall abruptly ceased, and a rustling sound emerged. In the flickering candlelight that danced upon the ground, the figure of the tear woman gradually turned to face him. "Who are you? Why do I feel an inexplicable familiarity?" The gentle voice of the woman echoed through the hall, and an invisible force surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping Yimu in an instant. It was neither a divine awareness nor a tangible presence, yet he felt a chilling terror wrap around him, rendering his body momentarily rigid. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting. As the gentle voice continued, "Within you lies both the supreme essence of yin and yang." Could it be? Her voice faltered in astonishment. "Are you the vessel created by the ancient master of Qiandao Temple and the demon emperor?" Realizing he would be seen through upon his arrival, Yimu silently shook his head. "No. What sacred body is this? How have I never heard of it before? I am but an outsider." "Oh, I see." A light laugh escaped her lips, and Yimu felt a wave of relief wash over him. As this formidable demon did not appear enraged, his life was presumably safe. "There is no need for formality," the tear woman's voice softened further. "Since Yulan has recommended you, you may raise your head. Feel free to inquire about any uncertainties." To his surprise, she was so approachable. Yimu caught a glimpse of the 3 heads, their cloth strips still gently swaying in the candlelight. Before he slowly lifted his gaze toward the elevated platform, there sat the tear woman, composed like a matron of a wealthy household, her gentle smile devoid of tears, appearing much more at ease. "Since I am here, I shall find peace." Yimu had countless questions and was about to speak when he noticed the tear woman's lips part once more. "You bear the sacred body of living beings, your essence encompassing the dual seas of yin and yang, capable of governing the rise and fall of all things. These 2 seas, while powerful, harbor inherent dangers. Should you fail to wield them properly, you risk being controlled by their forces, ultimately losing your sanity and becoming a bloodthirsty fiend, akin to a mindless husk. At that point, even the mightiest cannot intervene, and the heavens shall surely enact their judgment, just as they did with Brother Tao in the past." At this juncture, a shadow of sorrow crossed the tear woman's face, as if a torrent of memories surged within her heart. Though Yimu was unaware of how she had discerned his unspoken inquiries, he feared that dwelling on such matters might incite her wrath, prompting him to hastily redirect the conversation. "Great demon, I understand your concerns," the tear woman interjected gently, raising a delicate hand to interrupt him. "There is no need for counsel. I am not one to misplace my anger onto others due to past grievances." Such a profound ability to read minds was indeed more impressive than that of a soothsayer. Yimu was taken aback, his lips twitching in disbelief, even questioning if Yu Qianshan had come to seek her tutelage. "I possess no divination skills," the tear woman chuckled lightly. "Yu Qianshan inherits the teachings of Qiandao Temple. He is not connected to me." As thoughts surged through his mind, they returned to him in an instant, leaving Yimu feeling embarrassed, too timid to entertain further musings. Standing there like a wooden post, the tear woman let out a gentle laugh, shaking her head in exasperation before continuing, "Your apprehensions are common among all mortals, so there is no need for excessive worry. While the dual seas of yin and yang do pose the risk of losing one's mind, fortunately, You have the demonic princess by your side. She has restrained her demonic aura for countless years, becoming adept at it. It would be wise to console her when faced with challenges. At this point, the Tear Maiden suddenly paused, gently caressing her brow, her expression shifting to one of excitement. Young friend, might you assist me with one? No, 2 favors in the future? Assist? Yimu nearly gasped in astonishment. Such an ancient being still had matters requiring help? As this thought crossed his mind, he observed the Tear Maiden smiling lightly and saying, "You may be unaware, but a powerful entity in the Yangtze realm can reconstruct a shattered form, and those at the Supreme Realm can even reverse life and death." Yimu, enlightened, felt a surge of astonishment. The formidable demon before him sought to restore her severed head and resurrect the Peach Emperor. However, his own cultivation level was insufficient to repair a high-level body, and he was uncertain whether the technique of resurrection even existed. How could he assist her? You can indeed, the Tear Maiden affirmed confidently. Once you reach the Celestial Emperor realm, with 3 strands of celestial energy converging as one, you shall restore my form. The Supreme Realm is omnipotent. Is that truly so? Yimu was both astonished and delighted. If it were true, it would be nothing short of miraculous. The ability to restore could only mend bodies of the same realm. Thus, if the Tear Maiden could be restored at the Celestial Emperor level, it implied she herself was of that rank. Yet, alas, the Celestial Emperor realm lay above the Great Emperor realm, and one could only speculate how long it would take to reach that pinnacle. Furthermore, after the Celestial Emperor realm, there was still the Holy Emperor realm to traverse before reaching the Supreme Realm. Such realms were legendary, seemingly unattainable, and the calamity of the 5 elders. Do not worry, young friend. The Tear Maiden interrupted his thoughts, gracefully lifting her delicate hand, a golden scale drifting towards him. This is a scale from my true form. Should you encounter peril, a gentle tap thrice will suffice. The palm-sized scale shimmered with a faint golden light, more radiant than Lu Chongqing's innate tooth, emanating vast celestial energy. Grateful for the assistance of such an ancient power, Yimu respectfully accepted the gift. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed elder. No need for excessive courtesy. The Tear Maiden inclined her head slightly. I merely hope you will not forget today as promised. No sooner had she spoken than a spatial rift suddenly appeared at her gentle gesture, transporting them in an instant. Before Yimu could react, darkness enveloped him. And as the world spun, he found himself on an unfamiliar mountain peak. What? Is this it? Yimu rubbed his temples, smiling wryly, impressed by her approach. Entrusting such a significant task without thorough confirmation, it was evident that ancient beings were indeed extraordinary. You are a master of both yin and yang, capable of resurrection? The figure of the demoness materialized, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief. Sensing her rare reaction, Yimu felt playful. Now that your majesty is aware, you must be more vigilant in the future. If I were to lose my mind and become a mere walking corpse, I fear your majesty would suffer alongside me. Boring. The demoness shot him an annoyed glare before adopting a serious tone. This matter is of great importance. It must not be leaked in the slightest. In the future, I will help you maintain your true self, ensuring you do not fall into such a state. As her words faded, her form vanished into the spatial pearl around his neck. The pearl shimmered with radiant light, swiftly transforming into a silver-black and crimson intertwined Bagua jade pendant. Yimu tapped the new accessory, a wicked smile creeping across his face. The demoness had taken such measures likely to avoid being recognized by other cultivators. To one's surprise, such meticulous attention was paid, transforming him into the likeness of his Qi. It must have been the Tear Maiden who discreetly imparted some knowledge to the demoness, otherwise, she would not have been aware of the precise form of his Qi. Having fortuitously acquired an extraordinary opportunity, Yimu felt in good spirits and began to observe the surrounding terrain. At the foot of the mountain ahead, the lake churned, waves crashing in a tumultuous dance, while in the distance, the silhouettes of several massive ships emerged from the mist. Beyond the mountain peak lay an unfathomable precipice. Amidst the raging thunderclouds, the fierce sounds of a brutal struggle between beasts and birds could be faintly heard from the depths of the cliff. They had indeed arrived at the abyss of abandonment. With this realization, Yimu contemplated his course of action. Should he plunge into the abyss without clarity regarding the circumstances, he would inevitably find himself in peril. Before departing from the ship, numerous cultivators from the Zhao family regarded him with watchful eyes. If they witnessed him courting danger, they would certainly seek to take advantage of his misfortune. It would be wiser to stealthily follow the main group, discreetly gathering merit by covertly eliminating a few leaders, thus aiding the demoness in her vendetta. Moreover, he could keep a close watch on Zhao Kuo, that walking repository of merit. When the opportune moment arose, taking advantage of his vulnerabilities, he would strike decisively. By achieving significant gains, he might even break through to the full realm of the Qi Si. Having made up his mind, Yimu deftly secured the jade pendant upon a branch, retreating into the shadows to rest and patiently await the grand ship as it gradually emerged from the mist. Chapter 36. A True Treasure, Foolish Yet Unaware. As the vessels gradually docked, Zhao Kuo led the way, guiding the assembly of cultivators who soared through the air on their swords, making their way to the mountain summit. Nightmu cast a glance around, noting that the arrivals were scarcely a 10th or 12th of the original number, most likely having succumbed to the alluring embrace of the merfolk. At the rear of the group, the lively Zhao Yin remained, peering about with curiosity, utterly oblivious to the identity of the person he sought. Once the cultivators had gathered, Zhao Kuo surveyed the scant few hundred with a cold gaze before letting out a scornful laugh directed at the lake's surface, and then leapt from the cliff with unhesitant grace. The others followed suit, save for Zhao Yin and a fellow member of the Zhao clan, who lingered behind. Zhao Yin continued to gaze anxiously at the vast expanse of the lake, completely unaware that the Zhao clansman beside him was covertly scrutinizing him while pretending to adjust his garments. Alas, Night Brother, where have you gone? Zhao Yin sighed heavily, his brow furrowed in worry, thinking that if you do not arrive soon, I may have to proceed without you. Nightmu mused that perhaps Zhao Yin ought to prioritize his own safety, for if he continued to dawdle, the individual beside him would soon send him on his way. Just as Zhao Yin, disheartened and shaking his head, prepared to descend the cliff with his rabbit basket, the Zhao clansman grinned sinisterly, his azure spirit sword suddenly unsheathed. In a flash, Nightmu emerged, his fingers unleashing a bloodline that sliced through the air, ensnaring the adversary's throat like a venomous serpent. The assailant struggled in terror but couldn't even muster a cry before the bloodline penetrated his body, leaving him a mere desiccated husk that swiftly disintegrated into dust. Returning to the cosmos. This transpired quietly, and once Zhao Yin remained oblivious, Nightmu finally exhaled a sigh of relief after descending the cliff on his sword. Thankfully, he had not witnessed the event. Otherwise, being entangled by this lively character would have surely driven him to distraction. Ding. Merit 120, current merit, 75661. Current realm, 7th stage of condensing the sea. Ah, yet another 100 merits acquired. I wonder what treasures await. With the practiced ease of a seasoned hand, Nightmu rifled through the scattered garments, uncovering a spatial ring for exploration. Aside from 100 taels of silver, it was filled with debt notes from brothels and several volumes of Risku illustrations. TSK, not only a pauper but also a lecher. No wonder he was so feeble, having been drained by indulgence in wine and lust. The meager spoils evoked a tinge of sympathy in Nightmu. However, the Zhao family insignia on the robe left behind was quite useful, perfect for blending into the Zhao ranks. Swiftly, Nightmu donned the robe, made a few alterations to his appearance, transforming into a flickering shadow of black and red, and plummeted down the cliff. As he could not ride a sword, the enchanting demoness morphed into a colossal eagle, carrying him towards the sounds of battle. Passing through the inky black thunderclouds, a gentle drizzle fell at the abyss's bottom. Under Zhao Kuo's leadership, the cultivators glided through the depths on their swords, beginning their hunt. The outer areas were teeming with ordinary demonic beasts, while Zhao Kuo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, merely directing his subordinates to encircle and hunt. He only intervened when confronted with particularly troublesome adversaries, displaying an air of authority as the spirit sword formation rose and fell, garnering praise from his fellow cultivators. The practitioners surged forth like a swarm of locusts, slaying male demons and capturing female ones, always presenting their catches to Zhao Kuo for inspection. If he approved, he would retain the spoils, otherwise, they would be casually redistributed to those in need. Due to his status, even those who felt discontent could only endure in silence and comply. Amidst the flickering sword lights, the anguished cries of beasts echoed through the wilderness. While the crowd busied themselves with the hunt, Zhao Yin, at the rear of the group, stood out conspicuously. He wandered with a rabbit demon girl, occasionally foraging for wild fruits and tending to the injured rabbit-bird creatures. The two lively spirits appeared oblivious to the surrounding carnage, as if they were merely on a picnic, their laughter contrasting starkly with the sanguine depths of the scene. This peculiar sight even elicited a chuckle from Yimu. These two naive souls, likely fresh out of their sheltered lives, dared to meander boldly in the forsaken abyss where malevolent beasts roamed, seemingly unafraid of being targeted by high-ranking demons and meeting a grim fate. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a piercing eagle cry suddenly shattered the air, causing the rain to tremble and capturing everyone's attention. The source of the sound was a dense thicket ahead of Zhao Yan, and the two companions were instantly struck with terror, hastily taking flight on their swords. Thunderbird! It's a Thunderbird! Everyone, flee! The cry ignited a frenzy among the cultivators, who surged forth under Zhao Kuo's leadership, swiftly delving into the depths of the thicket. The Thunderbird, with its 4 wings and a body adorned in shades of violet and blue, was a creature of lightning, capable of summoning storms and unleashing thunder. Yimu had yet to witness such a fearsome being and promptly followed suit. Upon traversing through the towering ancient woods, the scene before them opened up dramatically. There, a Tinjiang wingspan 4-winged purple bird was pinning down a brown male lion, both formidable creatures at the 9th tier of the sea condensation realm. The lion, on the brink of death, was filled with despair. The sudden appearance of the cultivators startled the Thunderbird, which turned its massive head and let out a chilling cry. A bolt of purple lightning erupted from its beak, hurtling through the air, prompting the crowd to scatter in alarm. Indeed, it was a Thunderbird. This excursion had not been in vain. Indeed, the Thunderbird is a rare and exceptionally fierce creature, a prime candidate for a contract beast. Look beneath its claws at that brown lion. It's a lion demon from the barbarian frontiers Lion Ridge, also a top-tier contract beast. 2 prime contract beasts at once. Who knows? The crowd was abuzz with excitement, their gazes instinctively shifting to Zhao Kuo, filled with anticipation. Zhao Kuo coldly regarded the Thunderbird, his expression suggesting disdain. Why the rush? We shall divide the spoils after we capture it. No sooner had he spoken than his long sword was drawn, and the golden toad appeared in tandem. The onlookers immediately understood, joy flooding their hearts as they skillfully spread out, preparing to encircle their prey. How dare mere spirit energy cultivators challenge the mighty bird? They seek their own demise. As the Thunderbird let out a long cry and unleashed its lightning, it soared high, casting the brown lion 100 zhang away, its battle spirit unyielding. The lion crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a pained roar as it attempted to flee with its wounded body. Don't let it escape, someone shouted, prompting several nearby cultivators to turn and pursue. What are you rushing for? Zhao Kuo scolded. It cannot escape. We shall deal with the Thunderbird first and then pursue it. The Thunderbird was notoriously difficult to handle, and with dark storm clouds gathering and thunder rumbling, it was clear that a prolonged battle lay ahead. As the cultivators nodded in agreement, they returned to their positions, each summoning their azure spiritual swords, readying themselves for a coordinated assault. The grandeur of the scene ignited Yimu's interest, and taking advantage of the other's distraction, he quietly leapt atop the treetops, concealing himself to prepare for the impending battle. In a world devoid of both mobile phones and televisions, where even a fantastical anime is absent, he found himself resorting to this live broadcast for amusement. Just as he settled comfortably, he caught sight of Zhao Yan stealthily crouching, swiftly navigating through the grass, pursuing the direction taken by the fleeing brown lion. Such clumsy behavior did not escape the notice of the airborne cultivators, who merely exchanged disdainful smiles, choosing to disregard it. Zhao Kuo, however, curled his lips in a cold smile and signaled to a hawk-eyed man beside him. The hawk-eyed man instantly understood, nodding in agreement before swiftly infiltrating the underbrush to covertly follow Zhao Yan. Observing this scene, Yimu couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Zhao Yan truly was a lively character, foolish yet blissfully unaware. Regardless of whether Zhao Kuo would capture him, that brown lion alone would suffice to give him a run for his money. Although the brown lion was already at its wit's end, its strength at the 9th tier of the condensation sea realm could not be underestimated. Even a dying camel is larger than a horse. How daring it was for someone at the 5th tier of the condensation sea to seek it out, unafraid of being silenced by the lion's roar. At this moment, the Thunderbird was drawing lightning energy from the clouds above, while the cultivators, under Zhao Kuo's command, were conjuring spiritual swords, all aimed at the target. Each time they employed this tactic, Yimu began to doubt whether the Zhao family had insufficient teachings, as the lower-tier cultivators seemed to be limited to this singular technique. They could not even arrange a proper formation, relying solely on a rain of spiritual swords. It was likely they wouldn't bring down the Thunderbird within a couple of hours. Finding it exceedingly dull, Yimu decided to retreat into the spatial realm, transforming the Demonis into a squirrel form to trace the scent left by the brown lion. Chapter 037. Without entering the lion's den, how to obtain the lion demon. Amidst the lowly thickets, Zhao Yan moved with the agility of a cunning rabbit, crouching as she advanced, occasionally discarding peculiar objects. Her eyes remained fixed ahead, completely oblivious to the lurking dangers behind her. 100 paces away, The eagle-eyed man cautiously trailed her. Despite having reached the 7th tier of the condensed sea realm, he exercised utmost caution, maintaining a safe distance. Observing this, Yimu could not help but feel a sense of intrigue. The cultivator atop the mountain had failed to capture Zhao Yan, prompting Zhao Kuo to deliberately send a high-ranking subordinate to eliminate her. Zhao Yan, at the 5th tier of the condensed sea realm, was 2 tiers below him. Yet the eagle-eyed man was clearly apprehensive. What could he be fearing? A sharp crack echoed as metal clashed, accompanied by a muffled groan. The eagle-eyed man knelt on one knee, his face ashen as he stared at his feet. Yimu's interest piqued. How intriguing. It appeared Zhao Yan had prepared for this. Unable to discern from afar, he hastily signaled the demoness to draw closer, seeking refuge behind a boulder for observation. Among the grass, 2 barbed spikes had pierced through the eagle-eyed man's long boots, blood gushing from the numerous drainage holes. Cursed Zhao Yan, resorting to such treacherous tactics with spirit beast traps. I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. The eagle-eyed man's eyes widened in fury as he gritted his teeth, pulling out one of the spikes. Blood sprang forth. Witnessing this scene, a wave of hunger surged within Yimu, his energy churning restlessly. It felt as though a mysterious force beckoned him, urging him to consume the eagle-eyed man, the sensation growing ever more intense. Damn it, the dog-like energy is causing mischief again. Since it is a matter of life and death, I might as well capitalize on the situation. Yimu suppressed nothing further, emerging from behind the boulder. As his fingers pressed against the ground, several bloodlines surged forth like venomous serpents, slithering through the grass towards the injured eagle-eyed man. What is this? The eagle-eyed man's motion to withdraw the spike came to an abrupt halt, his gaze piercing as it darted towards the grass, his pupils constricting in alarm. In a flash, his right hand drew the spirit sword from his waist, slashing downward. With a swish, the fierce sword light descended. And Yimu felt as though he had been struck by a blunt object from beneath a heavy quilt. Although there was no pain, an indescribable sensation left him momentarily stunned. Which fiend lurks in the shadows? Show yourself. The eagle-eyed man, sword in hand, warily scanned the direction of the crimson lines emanating from the boulder. Yimu had already concealed himself, and as he regained his focus, he commanded the bloodlines to launch a vigorous assault. What on earth is this abominable thing? The eagle-eyed man, filled with rage and disbelief, unleashed a flurry of azure sword strikes through the grass. Why can't I sever them all? As he pondered, a gale surged forth. Yimu stole a glance, realizing the man had taken to the skies on his sword, seemingly attempting to flee. Thinking of escaping? Come down here. He abruptly summoned the bloodlines to soar upward, ensnaring the man's ankles like tendrils and yanking him down forcefully. A scream erupted as the bloodlines instantly split and formed a net, trapping the eagle-eyed man firmly against the ground. What malevolent creature is this? In a frenzy, the eagle-eyed man swung his spirit sword, attempting to slice through the blood net, yet to no avail as the bloodlines swiftly returned to their original state, rendering his efforts futile. Simultaneously, the blood net erupted with countless sharp spikes, easily penetrating his garments and embedding deeply into his flesh. Countless bloodlines, like living entities, burrowed into the body of the hawk-eyed man, pinning him firmly to the ground as his body began to age slowly. Disgusting. The demoness turned her head away in disdain. Night Shepherd also felt a wave of nausea, but the appearance bestowed by the system was beyond his control. How dare those filthy, insidious demons attempt to slay me? Such folly. As the hawk-eyed man let out a hoarse roar, a large tabby cat demon materialized outside the blood net. Meow. The cat demon frantically clawed at the blood web, its sharp, glistening claws attempting to rescue its master. Upon witnessing this, Night Shepherd's lips curled into a slight smile. Transmitting, Your Majesty, it is time to replenish your demonic energy. Talkative, the demoness retorted, already opening her mouth. A formidable suction force aimed straight at the cat demon. Meow. The cat demon's fur bristled as it sensed the impending danger, promptly abandoning its attempt to break through the net and turning to escape back to the hawk-eyed man's waist. However, the pull was overwhelming, no matter how it struggled. Its foreclaws gouged deep trenches into the ground while its body was inexorably drawn towards the demoness. Wail. Amidst the cries of anguish, the cat demon's form gradually diminished, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of green smoke. Of course, the remnants of its soul were not to be wasted. Night Shepherd manipulated the bloodlines to ensnare the cat demon's spirit, devouring it entirely, while teasingly transmitting, Your Majesty, you even consume cats. Who is truly more repulsive? Boring. The demoness shot him a glare in response. Let's be swift to avoid exposure. Fear not. Just as Night Shepherd finished speaking, the bloodlines surged violently, the blood web thickening, enveloping the hawk-eyed man like a cocoon, rendering him invisible. Damn peculiar demon! The hawk-eyed man's feeble roar abruptly ceased, crushed by the blood web, turning him to dust. Once the bloodlines consumed his soul and the battlefield was cleared, they even retrieved his garments. Ding. Meritorious Deed 1143, Current Merit, 76804, Current Realm, Sea Condensation 7th Rank. This time the reward was substantial. He was indeed a great villain. Night Shepherd smirked, rummaging through his spatial ring, finding only a little over 1,000 taels of silver, with nothing else of value. TSK, how can the Zhao family cultivators be so impoverished? They lack even a decent magical artifact, worse than ordinary demon beasts. The spiritual sword dissipates upon death, making it impossible to even touch. It seems that relying on slaying Zhao family cultivators for wealth is not a viable path. With a soft sigh, Night Shepherd delved back into the spatial realm, urging the Demonis onward. Shortly thereafter, near a cliff, he spotted the brown lion. It was panting heavily, warily scanning its surroundings before dragging its injured hind leg with great difficulty towards the cliff, laboriously pushing aside a massive stone, revealing a concealed entrance. Once the brown lion entered, the stone slowly returned to its original position, clearly its hiding place. One cannot enter the lion's den without encountering the lion demon. Just as Night Shepherd intended to reveal himself for investigation, he saw Zhao Yin emerging from the bushes with the rabbit girl on his back, exuberantly rushing towards the cave entrance, and they began to push the massive stone together. These two lively spirits are in such a hurry. Are they delivering a treat to the lion demon? Night Shepherd released his consciousness, sweeping the area for miles, confirming no other threats, and then calmly materialized, walking towards the cave entrance. Who goes there? The rabbit maiden transformed into human form, her vigilant gaze fixed ahead. Zhao Yin followed closely, drawing his spirit sword. Observing the tense expressions of the two lively companions, as if facing a formidable adversary, Yimu smirked playfully, his steps unceasing. Guess what? You shouldn't come closer. The rabbit maiden's words trailed off, her nostrils quivering with joy. It was none other than Sister Fox. Before she could finish her sentence, she dashed towards the disguised as a squirrel. Upon the revealing her true form, Zhao Yin snapped out of his daze, joyfully rushing forward. You brother. I wonder why I couldn't find you. Turns out you were masquerading as a member of the Zhao clan. You have no idea how anxious I was after not seeing you for 3 days. 3 days? Yimu was taken aback. Having arrived on the island merely 2 hours ago, could it be that during the spatial transfer, the Weeping Lady had intentionally created a time lag to meet with the other cultivators? After all, the Weeping Lady was at the Celestial Emperor level, making such a possibility plausible. It has indeed been 3 days, you brother. Are you all right? Zhao Yan's face displayed a fleeting look of concern, but excitement quickly reclaimed his expression. Your disguise technique is truly remarkable. Even I was deceived. You have no idea how much Zhao Kuo despises you. He has been plotting aboard the ship. Stop. Yimu, uninterested in any schemes, waved his hand to interrupt, inquiring, what brings you here to seek the lion demon? To rescue it, of course. Zhao Yan replied without hesitation. The rabbit maiden nodded fervently beside him, asserting that the lion demon was a fine creature of the Lion Camel Ridge, and they must save it from peril. Did these two lively companions truly think they could save the demon? Yimu's mouth twitched slightly, regardless of whether they could succeed. It remained to be seen if the lion demon would even appreciate their efforts. Do not underestimate us, for I am well prepared. Zhao Yan, indignant, drew a verdant pill from his waist. This is a specially formulated solid pill from my Zhao family. Upon consumption, it can immediately safeguard one's vitality and heal external injuries. Even severe wounds can fully recover within months. Yimu examined the pill closely, recognizing it as identical to the one Zhao Kuo had taken that day. And realization dawned upon him. Since they were destined to enter the cave, he accompanied Zhao Yin to its entrance. As they swept a massive stone aside with her tail, Zhao Yin eagerly dashed inside, impossible to restrain. Yimu sighed, clearing the bloodstains outside the cave before stepping in himself, simultaneously unleashing his spiritual sense to explore the path ahead. The cave was pitch dark yet surprisingly clean and dry, with the terrain rising steadily. After navigating several sharp turns, a faint light emerged ahead. Following the light, they soon found themselves in a spacious cavern. In the center of the cavern lay the brown lion, barely clinging to life. Surrounding it were 7 three-tailed fox maidens, weeping like rain-soaked pear blossoms, their eyes filled with sorrow and helplessness as they gazed upon the wounded lion. Chapter 038, The Golden Mountain Temple in Jinling. Is there a problem with the Buddhist practices of Fa Hai? Yimu paused, recognizing the three-tailed fox maiden from Huchi Cliff. During the encirclement of the 5 domains, the fox demons had largely fled to the wilds. How could she possibly be here? Just as he intended to investigate further, he noticed the sudden change in the expression of the nearby Demonis, who darted like the wind into the depths of the cave. Yimu quickly suppressed his consciousness and followed closely behind. "Wait for me, Brother Yi," Zhao Yin exclaimed, scooping up the rabbit spirit girl and hurriedly trailing after him. With a weak lion's roar echoing, the Demonis entered the cave ahead of him. The 7 little fox demons were momentarily stunned, then erupted into even more sorrowful wails. "Sister, we finally see you. Woo-woo, did you come here to find us? Our brother lion is about to perish. Please save him." "Yes, yes. Brother lion is only protecting us. Woo-woo." The little fox demons rushed to the Demonis, their tiny forms clinging to her legs, tears streaming down their faces. "Do not fear, I am here." The Demonis' beautiful eyes glistened with emotion, her 9 tails gently caressing the heads of each little one. Despite her sadness, she smiled bravely, comforting the frightened little fox sisters with a tenderness akin to that of an elder sister. In that moment, only the muffled sobs of the little fox maidens echoed within the cave, adding a layer of melancholy to the atmosphere. Observing this scene, Yimu stood silently by, saying nothing. He had not personally witnessed the tribulations faced by the Fox clan, nor had he seen the horrors firsthand. As an outsider, it was best to remain a mere observer. "My goodness! So many 3-tailed little fox sisters." Zhao Yan's exclamation pierced through the air, startling the 7 little ones into trembling and hastily burrowing into the Demonis' fluffy tails for cover. Yet their curiosity compelled them to peek out timidly. "Hello, hello. They are all so adorable." Zhao Yan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, before turning and rushing toward the injured brown lion. Without hesitation, he pried open the lion's mouth and forcefully inserted a solid medicinal pill. Then, together with the rabbit maiden, he began to inspect the lion's injuries, applying medicine and bandaging it. Their movements were fluid and their coordination was impressive, prompting Yimu to regard them with newfound respect. These 2 mischief makers might be inept at fighting, yet they were undeniably skilled healers. Their merits must surely be earned through acts of saving lives. As he chuckled to himself, he noticed the Demonis' expression grow serious, her gaze locking onto the largest of the 7 little fox maidens. "Fox 1. Did I not instruct you to seek refuge in the ancestral lands of the wilds? Why have you brought your sisters here? Where is Fox Brother?" Before she could finish her sentence, the 7 little ones erupted into even more intense cries. The one referred to as Fox 1, wiping her tears, choked out, "Brother Six Tails was captured by the people of Jinling while trying to protect us." "What?" A glint of cold light flashed in the Demonis' eyes, her delicate fingers turning white from clenching tightly, clearly struggling to contain her anger. The 7 little ones nodded vigorously, resembling a group of frightened animals. Among them, the smallest cried the hardest, desperately tugging at the Demonis' sleeve for comfort, her watery fox eyes exceedingly adorable. "Good girl." The Demonis rarely displayed such gentleness, lifting the tiny one into her arms and gently wiping away her tears. "Tell me, who captured your fox brother?" Little Fox Chi, known for her cuteness, nodded while stifling her sobs, her voice trembling as she spoke. "We were pursued by cultivators on our way to Manjiang. Many older brothers and sisters have perished. Brother Fox led us to escape. But when we passed through Jinling, a bald-headed monk blocked our path. Brother Fox charged forward to allow us to flee. Then, he was captured by that bald-headed man using a golden bowl. Boo-hoo." As Little Fox Chi cried, the other little fox sisters joined her in wailing. "Sister Jiawei, please save Brother Fox. We heard that the bald-headed monk's name is Fa Hai, the abbot of Jinshan Temple, who specializes in suppressing demons." "Yes," Lion Brother said, "Brother Fox will be imprisoned in the demon suppression tower." The little ones clutched at the Demonis' garments, crying in a heap, and even the nearby Yimu found it unbearable to witness. That wretched Fa Hai, no matter the realm, relentlessly suppresses demons, showing no mercy even to such innocent and adorable little foxes. How despicable. Jishan Temple as Fa Hai? Just as the Demonis was comforting the little ones, Zhao Yan abruptly paused his task and looked over. That accursed old bald donkey, always engaged in heinous acts. Zhao Yan clenched his thigh in frustration, yet sighed deeply. His expression, filled with a mixture of hatred and helplessness, piqued Yimu's interest. "Why do you say this? Are not Buddhist cultivators generally benevolent?" "It depends on whom you ask." Zhao Yan scoffed, his anger intensifying. "That old bald donkey feigns kindness while secretly engaging in vile deeds. He Zhao Yan glanced at the little fox demons and sighed. It's simply too disgraceful to speak of. As he spoke, he tossed a jade slip towards Yimu, saying, "This contains some insider information my brother uncovered. You will understand upon reading." It seemed there was more to the story. With some idle time, Yimu delved into the slip to grasp the situation. Jinshan Temple was originally a dilapidated and nameless monastery located at the foot of the Qingshan Mountain by the Jinshui Lake, just outside Jinling City. 10 years ago, a Buddhist cultivator named Fahai wandered into the temple and encountered a demon, swiftly gaining renown, with the temple's patronage steadily restored to its current flourishing state. Although demons occasionally infiltrated Jinling City, Fahai always subdued them quickly, earning the adoration of both the common folk and cultivators. Thus, when the grand reconstruction of the temple occurred, a massive golden statue was erected in his honor. While everything appeared normal, numerous doubts lingered beneath the surface. According to Zhao Yan's brother's years of clandestine investigations, those so-called evil demons were often allowed to roam by Fahai, either intentionally or unintentionally. Fahai would send low-ranking disciples or cultivators to capture demons around Jinling, knowing full well their vast disparity in strength would lead to needless deaths, provoking many demon clans to seek vengeance in Jinling City. When the safety of the populace was threatened, Fahai would step in to subdue them, thereby garnering merit and offerings to fund the statue's creation. Even after suppression, the guards were alarmingly lax. Disciples within the temple would privately allow interested parties to view the imprisoned demons, inadvertently leading to escapes that caused calamity. Fahai would then reappear to win the people's favor. At times, under the guise of allowing demons to atone for their sins, he would forge contracts between powerful demons and renowned cultivators, exchanging favors. Among them, Zhao Kuo was a key player, frequently visiting Jinshan Temple to bond with female demons, then torturing them to death. Such inhumane cruelty, yet the common folk not only harbor no disdain but rather commend Zhao Kuo's actions. As time passed, the number of benefiting cultivators increased, and the donations to Jinshan Temple flourished, further solidifying the stature of Fahai. Moreover, Fahai devised the evil repelling pearl, which, when placed in one's home, could ward off malevolent entities, proving remarkably effective. However, its efficacy is limited to 1 month, after which one must return to the temple for another. Though evidence is scant, it is highly probable that Fahai, in a bid to fortify his own spiritual presence, has engaged in clandestine dealings beyond the reach of the heavenly laws. Upon this realization, Yimu's brows furrowed in disgust. This monk Fahai is even more despicable than the legends of yore. Yi brother, do you not find this perverse? Zhao Yan retorted angrily. That bald monk is clearly colluding with the Zhao family, in mutual conspiracy. Why share such secrets with me, regardless of their veracity? This matter is evidently of great significance, prompting Yimu to harbor doubts. Zhao Yan scratched his head, his gaze wandering. Yi brother, you are my dear friend. What is there to hide? Is it truly so? Yimu was thoroughly skeptical. Zhao Yan sighed in embarrassment. Since you insist, I shall not conceal it any longer. A few years ago, a diviner prophesied that I would encounter a benefactor at Fishman Lake who could save my family. He mentioned that this individual was extraordinary, accompanied by a 9-tailed fox maiden, hence. So that is the case. Yimu couldn't help but chuckle. This diviner possesses remarkable foresight, able to predict events even before my arrival in this world. Fearing estrangement, Zhao Yan hastily added, Yi brother, do not misunderstand. I genuinely wish to befriend you. No harm done. Given that this lively character appears in my dreams, I am indeed inclined to cultivate this friendship, or I would not have come here. Thank you for your understanding, Yi brother. Zhao Yan instantly regained his vigor. Yi brother, let me tell you, the Zhao family is not to be trusted. After my father's death, his father usurped the position of the Lord of Jinling City, oppressing my brother and me at every turn. We suspect that our father's demise is linked to them, which prompted our covert investigation, leading us to uncover the secrets of Jinshan Temple. Zhao Yan recounted fervently, intentionally or otherwise seeking his assistance. Beside them, the alluring demoness gazed intently, her meaning clear, urging Yimu to rescue the 6-tailed fox man. The 7 little fox sisters also looked on eagerly, their eyes filled with anticipation. Faced with such earnest requests, Yimu began to ponder. Setting aside the fact that the Lord of Jinling City is at the 7th level of Qi refinement, Fahai, having crossed into the golden body stage, is exceedingly difficult to contend with. The monk's prowess has multiplied since attaining this stage, despite being only at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. That wretched bald monk's strength is equivalent to the 4th level. To subdue him, one must at least break through to the Qi refinement stage. Disregarding Zhao Yan for the moment, the foxman is, after all, a quasi-brother-in-law, and given the earnest pleas from the 7 little sisters. Not assisting them would be utterly unreasonable. At present, the only way to expedite one's breakthrough is to tread upon Zhao Kuo, while simultaneously eliminating his minions. As he plotted, a piercing cry from a thunderbird echoed faintly from outside the cave. Time was of the essence. Yi Mu instructed the Demoness and the others to remain within the cave and hastened alone toward the domain of the thunderbird.